ID team, we want to test our presentation.
With support from Ministry of Power, presence.
Hello, audio testing.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Hello, very good morning to all. Hello, Testing the audio. Very good morning, Mr. Manu. How are you?
Ma'am, do we have another system nearby you?
Japan, no?
Very good morning, Very good morning, all. Sorry for some technical glitches. We'll be starting shortly. Thank you so much for joining us today. I hope all our dignitaries for the inaugural session have joined us today. Very good morning, Mr. Manu Mudgal. Would you like to test your video and audio?
Good morning. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible and we can see you as well. Thank you. Mr. Ajay
Reena.
Lalwal.
Morning, Rina. You can see me and hear me.
Very good to see you after a long time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and your voice is very clear. Thank you.
Good
so much.
morning, Harina. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Mr.
everyone.
Hope you're doing well.
Yep. So far, so good.
Thank you. Mr. Amal Sinha has joined. Mr. Debashish Mukherjee is there? Sorry, Debashish Banerjee sir is here. Mr. Abhishek Dasgupta, is Mr. Banerjee with you? Can you confirm?
No, ma'am.
You are from which organization?
Ma'am, I'm from CSC.
Okay, but Mr. Yeah, is Mr. Debashish joining? Yeah, is this better? Yeah, is this better? Apologies for the delay. We'll be starting as soon as our session is live on the virtual platform, the digital platform that we have. We're just waiting for it to get started there. Very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all who have joined us today for Distribution Utility Meet 2021 from around the globe. My name is Reena Suri, Executive Director of India Smart Grid Forum, and it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all our dignitaries, speakers, and participants to the 5th edition of Distribution Utility Meet DAM 2021, scheduled from 18 to 19 November 2021 on a digital platform and being organized with support with Ministry of Power, Government of India, in association with Amazon Services, and it is hosted by BESCOM, BRPL, BYPL, CSE Kolkata, Tata Power Delhi Distribution, and Tata Power Mumbai. With this, I would like to take you through a video of Distribution Utility Meet, our journey till today. Apologies for the delay. We're just starting the video now.
Share their experience. Embarking efforts on the smart journey. To strengthen the utilities in this journey, ISGF started organizing distribution utility meet since 2007. The first edition of Distribution Utility Meet was held in Bangalore in association with Bangalore Electricity Supply Company Limited, Karnataka. In 2018, the was held in Mumbai in association with Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited and Tata Power Company Limited. The 2019 Distribution Utility Meet was hosted in New Delhi by DACS Rajasthani Power Limited, DACS Yamuna Power Limited, Tata Power Company Limited, and Tata Power Delhi Distribution. The 2020 Distribution Utility Meet was hosted on a digital platform by DACS Rajasthani Power Limited, DACS Yamuna Power Limited, Tata Power Company Limited, and Tata Power Delhi Distribution. After 4 very successful editions of that, ISGF welcomes you all to the Distribution Utility Meet 2021 with its host utilities and partners. The themes of DAM 2021 are RDSS program by Government of India for DISCOMs, 250 million smart meter rollout, RE and EV integration with distribution grid, integration of electricity and gas distribution utilities, disruptive technologies in the distribution sector, plenary session on retail competition, framework, and regulations. We welcome you all to be part of this team. DAM brings together all the DISCOMs on a common platform to accelerate the nationwide grid modernization. DAM 2021 is powered by Amazon Web Services with the support of the Ministry of Power with host utilities, BSES Rajasthani Power Limited, BSES Yamuna Power Limited, Tata Power Company Limited, Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited, BESCOM, and CSE Limited. Thank you to all our technology innovation partners, Accenture and Genus, our exhibition partners, DACS Rajasthani Power Limited, DACS Yamuna Power Limited, Tata Power Company Limited, Tata Power Distribution Limited, Amazon Web Services, BESCOM, and India Smart Grid Forum, our knowledge partners, the Electric Power Research Institute, Florence School of Regulation, National Renewable Energy Laboratory, National Gas Society, and RTI International and Ministry of Power for their support to ISGF for DAM 2021. ISGF welcomes you all to the 5th edition of Distribution Utility Meet, DAM 2000.
So thank you for this, for being with us today, and we hope this power-packed session with the themes of the relevant themes which are taking the power sector with the transition today. We look forward to having all our senior experts and dignitaries and speakers speak and have very, very relevant, insightful discussions during DAM in the next today and tomorrow. So with that, we would like to invite all our dignitaries for today's inaugural session to join us for a lamp lighting ceremony. We have our chief guest for today, Mr. Vishal Kapoor, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Power. Mr. Praveer Sinha, Managing Director, Tata Power Company Limited. Mr. Amal Sinha, Executive Director, BRPL and BYPL. We have Mr. Debashish Banerjee, MD CSE Limited, Calcutta. Mr. Manu Mutkal, Director Clean Power Program, SS Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. Mr. Ajay Kaul, he is the Head States and Local Governments from Amazon Web Services. And our President, Mr. Reggie Kumar Pillai, India Smart Grid Forum. Please join us for a lamp lighting. Light is the symbol of brightness and prosperity as sunlight expels the darkness of might. Similarly, blessings bring in our life prosperity and happiness. So with this lamp lighting, we invoke the blessing of Goddess Saraswati by kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom and take the blessing for a successful edition of DAM 2021. Thank you all the dignitaries for joining us for this virtual lamp lighting. And with that, we'd like to start our inaugural session for the Distribution Utility Meet 2021. I would like to invite Mr. Reggie Kumar Pillai, President, India Smart Grid Forum, for a welcome address. Mr. Reggie Kumar Pillai is the President of India Smart Grid Forum since the inception in 2021. And he's also the chairman of Global Smart Energy Federation since November 2016. He's an internationally renowned expert with nearly 4 decades of experience in the electricity sector in diverse functions covering the entire value chain
Good morning.
Across continents. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the participants from around the globe. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this 5th edition of Distribution Utility Meet, which we are doing on a virtual platform. We hope that we will be able to physically do this in the coming year. With the blessings of God, all of us are alive here and participating in this forum, while millions of our brethren perish in this pandemic the last 2 years. So with that, thanking God enough for keeping us alive and going forward, we will start the programs to the slide. So ISGF has completed 10 years. We were actually operational from first week of November 2011, and we are almost completed a decade. And in that decade, we have contributed richly to several of the power system development and power system transformation in the country. And some of the key points I like to repeat, although many of those listening to us being part of it, we did all that with your active support and participation. But just to go through in just few minutes, the first thing we did was a smart grid vision and roadmap for India, which we have done several stakeholder workshops, and final version we submitted to Ministry of Power early 2013. For end of 2012, early 2013, and ministry published as the Government of India roadmap in 2013. And currently there is a working group constituted by Ministry of Power for updating this and 2030 roadmap, 2021 to 2030 smart grid roadmap being prepared. What all new technologies need to be implemented in Indian power system. So then NSGM, as you know, is there, and we have prepared the framework along with the ministry. A model smart grid regulations came, which almost over a dozen states have already issued. And the M2M communication roadmap, IPv6 in the power sector, many of the new things are all being done in power sector actually on the technology side, from the IPv6 to the latest cyber security confirmation testing, etc. And this is one of the biggest achievement being the previous slide, the 6 megahertz of license fee spectrum, which is approved by all entities, and it will be notified very soon. Several other things we have done, including 2 pilot projects on peer-to-peer trading of rooftop solar energy on blockchain platform for the first time in the subcontinent, in Lucknow and in Delhi, both very successful projects which will be scaled up very soon. And we have also done the framework for the cybersecurity preparedness assessment in collaboration with the NCI, IPC and VJTI. Next slide, please. So several of our white papers and reports talked about separate tariff for electricity for electric vehicles, green number plates for electric vehicles, and new buildings coming with EV charging points fitted as part of the building itself. These are all being adopted by different departments, relevant departments. Today, there are 22 states in India where there is a concessional tariff for electricity for EV charging. And 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers are the vehicles which can be, the battery can be swapped. And this is something which we have first advocated in the report in 2017, and in 2020 Government of India approved that two-wheelers and three-wheelers can be sold. You will see a revolution of battery swapping stations for two-wheelers and three-wheelers around the country in the coming days, and several other standardization work, smart meter standards, currently the EVSC or the EV charging infrastructure standards, smart inverter standards, all this we've been working with the various stakeholders. Next, please. Some of our very important reports and study reports includes Smart Grid Handbook for Regulators and Policy Makers, the implementation plan for electrification of public transportation in Calcutta, which we published in 2017, energy storage systems roadmap, which we prepared along with NITI Aayog, MOP, CEA, and MNRE in 2019. Next, please. And so, BESCOM and for PLN Indonesia, we have prepared a smart grid roadmap. And next slide. And a design of time of use tariff for electricity in Gujarat, which we published last year. And we are currently doing a pilot project on this in UP, which will go live in another 3 to 6 months time. And we also done a feasibility study for introduction of electric vehicles in Sundarbans. Next slide, please. So this is a very detailed study, first of its kind anyone has done anywhere. It's a detailed study on EV charging. We did modeling of 12 distribution feeders where EV charging stations are connected, and detailed analysis on the impact of EV charging on the distribution grid. And these are all available on our indiasmartgrid.org. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, these are some of the work we have done for the SARC under support from SARC Energy Center, a roadmap for implementation of smart grid and also a high-level roadmap for electric vehicles in the SARC member states. Next, please. So these are some of our other white papers which were immensely popular, and the AMI rollout strategy and cost benefit analysis for India, which we have done in 2017, wherein first time we advocated for a AMI services agency who will be appointed by the DISCOM, who will invest and implement the appropriate smart metering system in a utility, who will be paid X rupee per meter per month for 10 years. This is the business model which has been adopted by Government of India for the 250 million smart metering program. And you will see a change in the way a smart metering system being undertaken in the country. Next, please. So this has been some of our very popular and latest work is on district cooling systems and also on electric cooking, both being promoted. Both this new dimensions will bring in flexibility for the grid as well as help flattening the load curve. Next, please. And the new revenue opportunities was presented in a plenary session last year, and many of the utilities and regulators said that some of them need to be taken up, and we can see that some of this thing will be taken up by the utilities after this pandemic. And our latest report, DG replacement with lithium-ion batteries, is another very important report and has attracted the attention of stakeholders from around the world. Next, please. So there are so many other white papers and reports which are all on ISGF portal. Next. Yeah, our indiasmartgrid.org, our smart grid knowledge portal is very popular, and we've been maintaining it for last 8 years. And our smart grid bulletin, which is goes to more than 110 countries in a digital format. And next, please. And ISUW, we have been conducting it every year from 2015, and in 2021 we had to do this on a digital platform, and we have now decided that 2022 will be a physical event in New Delhi from 2nd March to 4th March, and we hope to see all of you face to face during this program. Next, which we are doing it the 5th edition on a digital platform. Next, please. So we have been conducting training programs since 2013, and during the pandemic, 6 different training programs we brought onto that digital platform. These are available 24/7 for people to register, join, and certify. Next. So we have been doing bilateral workshops and international events, taking larger delegations from India to international events. So only in 2020 and 21, we could not take anyone, but 22 Distribute Tech in Texas, we have already announced. We expect a large Indian delegation going with us to Washington, D.C. and to Texas for Distribute Tech. And also many other important events like SIGRE in 2022 and other programs around the world. Next, we work with all this very large organizations, diverse international organizations around the world on different programs. Next. Yeah, some of our current projects, in the interest of time, I will not go into the details of it. Some of them we are doing it, some of them, many of them what we do are for first of its kind, and very important studies and very important projects are being taken up. Grid integrated vehicle or vehicle grid integration, and some of the new focus areas which we will be working on next slide. Electric cooking, DCS, which I mentioned. All this will be including wireless transmission of electricity with a partner from New Zealand. We will be doing pilot projects in India, and this all will be available to everybody on our platform. And we look forward to your next slide. Look forward to all your support and cooperation as in the past for all new areas which will transform the Indian grid with more and more of renewable energy. Our Honorable Prime Minister at the COP26 has announced that our target of renewable energy being enhanced to 500 gigawatt by 2030, which require a lot of new initiatives on the Indian grid so that more and more of green energy can be integrated with the grid. I have the pleasure of inviting our dignitaries today. Ministry of Power Joint Secretary Mr. Vishal Kapoor. He'll be joining in another 10 minutes time. I welcome him for this inaugural session of this distribution utility meet. And next, Dr. Pravir Sinha, who been a board member and a supporter of a constant supporter of ISGF. Very warm welcome to you to DAM 2021. And Mr. Devashish U. Banerjee, MD CSE Calcutta. Warm welcome to you, sir. And Mr. Amal Sinha, congratulations on your promotion as Executive Director of BRPL and BYPL. You've been a very big supporter of ISGF. We have the pleasure of welcoming you to this program, DAM 2021. Very warm welcome to you, Sinha sir. And Mr. Manu Mudgal, who has funded Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, has funded through grant many of our important programs which we have listed in my previous slides. Many of the reports and studies were funded by grant from Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. And Manu Mudgal, very warm welcome to you for this inaugural session. With that, I hand over back to Reena. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing the highlights of the decade-long journey of India Smart Grid Forum. Hope under your guidance and with support from all our members and partners, we are able to successfully complete another decade of supporting the transition of Indian power sector to a green and smarter systems. With that, we'd like to start our special addresses for the inaugural session today. May I invite Mr. Okay, so I think Sinha is in a hurry, so he has another meeting. So we'd like to invite Dr. Pravir Sinha. Can you have a slide, please? Yeah. So Mr. Pravir Sinha, he's the Managing Director for Tata Power Company Limited, CEO and Managing Director, and he of the India's largest power integrated company with a significant international presence. The company has its presence in all the segments of power sector: fuel, logistics, generation, transmission, distribution, and trading. It is one of the largest renewable energy companies in India and has developed the country's first 4,000 megawatt ultra mega power project in Mudra, Gujarat, based on supercritical technology. Mr. Sinha has nearly 34 years of experience in generation and distribution sector. He has been responsible for developing and setting up greenfield and brownfield power plants in India and abroad. And with that, I would like to invite Mr. Dr. Sinha to please give a special address for the DUM inaugural ceremony. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Reena, and thank you.
You're not audible, sir.
I'm not audible. Still not audible. Am I audible now, Reena?
Yes, sir. Now we can hear you.
Okay. So thank you, Reena, and thank you, ISGF and Reggie, for your invitation to participate in DUM 2021 event. This is the 5th annual conference, and I've been associated right from the first one. I've also been associated from the first ISGF Smart Grid conferences that have been taking place every year. And I must compliment ISGF for doing fantastic work. Both Reggie and Reena have done phenomenal work, and the team over there, the type of commitment that they have done, especially in bringing the smart grid technologies in India, and what is the technology globally, and how the tie-up and collaboration can happen between Indian utilities and the global utilities, and also the research center. So a phenomenal amount of work that has been done, and I'm sure that ISGF will continue the excellent work and keep on supporting the Indian utilities as well as other stakeholders, manufacturers, technology partners, technology suppliers who have been associated in this smart grid initiatives. So basically talking about the distribution sector, I think we have come a long distance since the time the whole smart grid discussion started nearly a decade back. There's whole amount of distribution automation that has happened. There's whole amount of the integration of distribution system with the IT system, the ERP and the SAP and the other CRM solutions which have been brought about. And I'm sure there is great opportunity now to leverage it with smart metering solutions that will come. I have always believed that if a distribution sector has to improve, it needs to do the full 9 yards. That means starting from automation to the SCADA system to GIS, and then the integration with the IT system, the ERP, and the billing and consumer related services. And the whole benefit of it will only come if we have done all the components of the smart grid, and then only we will be able to get the real benefit of the smart grid implementation. In our country, we have a number of private utilities who have done exceedingly well, have adopted these technologies, and are now using it to a very, very large extent. But we also have many government utilities. In fact, 90% of the utilities are government-owned. Some of them are still struggling, while some have implemented certain components of the smart grid technology. There is still a large number of utilities where the ERP implementation has not been done, the automation is not there, and whole lot of integration that is required has not been done. While they are going ahead with the roadmap to implement this smart metering, it is very important for them to also reflect and see that what more needs to be done, so that the benefit of smart metering in terms of consumption pattern and in terms of load forecasting, demand forecasting, and in terms of also availability and reliability of power can be improved. This is more true when we are now seeing that there is large scale of renewable energy that is coming up. The COP26 has thrown very many challenges, and it is a reality that renewable energy will play a very, very critical role, considering that renewable energy is still intermittent, whether it is solar or wind or even hybrid solutions, and storage still has to be implemented on full large scale. There is a necessity now that the distribution companies are able to manage their load and do a much better forecasting than what they were doing earlier. So we have a roadmap, we have a task before us, and the task is that how do we integrate the intermittent supply along with the conventional supply. And while the complexity of the grid will increase, it will also give us the opportunity to optimize it. And today, with the type of data analytics and the type of work that has been done in integrating some of these technologies along with the big data, I'm sure we'll be able to handle the grid in a much effective and a much smarter way. I have always supported ISGF initiatives because I personally feel that in India, our country definitely needs a large-scale distribution reforms. We're very good in generation capacity. Large capacities are there, leave alone some intermittent outliers that may happen. We have also very good transmission system, but our distribution system continues to bleed. And until and unless we make the distribution system financially robust, commercially robust, it will be very difficult for us to bring the full benefit of distribution reforms to the consumer. And I think the way the world is going and the way our country is going, the government is very clear that delicensing of distribution will happen. I hope it happens sooner than later. And that will also propel to bring competition, and the competition will bring better services to the consumer, both in terms of the cost of power, as well as in terms of the services that can be provided to the so opportunity distribution system in this country, who are utilities, power utilities who are supplying power to the consumer, to come up with much better and much smarter solutions for our consumer, and thereby empower our consumers to that extent. So my compliments to ISGF for arranging this utility meet. This is a very, very important meet because this is a platform in which we get an opportunity to come and discuss and learn from each other and share the best practices. I do hope the learning and the sharing that takes place in next 2 days will be useful for all the people who are participating in this event virtually this time, and hopefully from next year we'll have physical events to ensure that whatever is the learning, how it can be customized and used in their work area. So my best wishes to the organizers and to all the participants and who are part of the 2-day program and all the exhibitors. And I'm sure this will be a great learning for all of us going forward. So thank you, Dina, and thank you, ISGF.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sinha, for joining us today and for all the support you've been rendering to India Smart Grid Forum all throughout our journey. And we look forward to your support going forward as well. So thank you. And with that, we would like to move on to our next speaker, Mr. Ajay Kaul.
Thank you, Reena, and good morning, everyone. Absolute
If you
pleasure
give
to
me a
be...
minute, I'd like to introduce you to the audience.
Sure.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so Mr. Ajay Kaul heads the states and local government India business for Amazon Internet Services Private Limited. He is an accomplished leader with more than 2 decades of multifaceted experience in the IT industry. He played a pivotal role in technology adoption across public sector, education, healthcare domain, and provided strategic guidance to help customers achieve scalable, agile, secure, and highly optimized solutions. And with that, over to you, Mr. Kaul. And also would like to just emphasize here that we'd like to thank you and Amazon Web Services for joining DAM 2021 as powered by partner. Thank you so much for your support, and over to you for the special address.
Thank you once again, Reena, and absolute pleasure to be here this morning. Congratulations to ISGF for the 5th session on distribution utility meet. Hopefully the next one is going to be in person, so look forward to that. But talking about the power sector, from being a power deficit to getting to a power surplus, I think India, power sector has come a long way. And being the third largest producer of electricity in the world today, it is surely made huge inroads over the period of time. Not to speak about the challenges, yes, there are challenges, like the Dr. Sinha talked about the losses that the distribution sector is making, and so on and so forth. But there are areas that have been also got a lot of reforms, on the way. So today, I think the power sector reforms now focuses on 24/7 quality power to consumers, higher standards of service, promotion of renewable resources now, which is going to be catching up a big momentum, soon. Improve efficiency, cut losses, and especially in the distribution sector, these are going to be very, very pertinent areas. And reforms linked distribution schemes and changes in tariff policies are some of the measures which I'm sure are under consideration, and they will take shape as we move forward. Let me shift gears here a bit and provide insight about what's going on from a global standpoint. How are the global utilities, also taking shape? Because some of the countries in the world, which are the largest consumers and producers of electricity, have made some good inroads. And one of the reasons they have been able to do that is by virtue of digital transformation that they have been able to incorporate in various areas across the board. So I think today digital transformation plays a very, very crucial role as the platform for execution of business processes and the information base for decision making at operational and strategic levels. Some of the core functional areas, like whether this digital transformation is going to play a major role, I think I've broadly classified them as 4 areas. The first being the consumer engagements. And during the pandemic times and post-pandemic times, we have seen the customer expectations have drastically changed. And over a period of time, the power and utility companies have sought to improve customer experience by evaluating some of the best practices, not only from the sector, but also from other sectors, right? So utilities and retail energy providers now offer consumers more choice, transparency around how they consume, how can they save and produce energy as well. For example, in some of the developed countries, data from connected homes is being used in applications that inform customers, of their consumption levels and provide guidance of controlling and managing energy use and spend. The recent industry emphasis on customer-centric data, such as billing data, outage information, demand response programs, net metering, and rate options, is also going to change the interactions between the utilities and the consumers. And there are going to be new revenue streams that are going to be evaluated in terms of how do the distributors, distribution, utilities create revenue streams because of the huge consumer data that is already available. And lot of this can be done only by virtue of leveraging technologies like AI/ML. The next one that comes to my mind is the distributed energy resources, and we have seen a lot of change happening in this area, and the management and the renewable energy being looked at in multiple domains. The intermittent nature of renewable energy and the rise in electric vehicles will increase the need for greater visibility, predictability, and remote operational control of these assets. Access to almost a real-time data will set a whole lot of motion, which is based on a lot of sensors that are going to be deployed across the board, and a lot of data that gets accumulated, from those devices, for power utility teams to managing distributed energy resources and renewables in a lot more better structured way is going to be very, very crucial. Again, this is something that's going to be only possible by intervention of a whole lot of IoT-based devices and the analytics tools that are going to make sense out of all the data that gets created. The third one, which is going to be extremely crucial, is going to be on the work and asset management. For all the power utility companies, the ability of workers to react to near real-time operational data remotely is going to be very, very critical and will represent an improved and strategic approach to work and asset management. For the assets themselves, operational data such as maintenance records, performance anomalies, equipment stock data is collected and analyzed by a whole lot of machine learning algorithms today. And it is targeted to ensure predictive, preventive, and prescriptive maintenance of utility assets. And we know this sector is extremely high on assets, and it needs a lot of capital to be able to, not only provide the new resources, but even to manage the existing ones. Again, a whole lot of technology intervention can enable and ensure that whatever assets are already there are being taken care of as the new ones are getting added to it. The fourth one is going to be in virtue of energy management. Again, the organizations can gain a lot of actionable customer insights, which should be geared towards energy conservation and cost savings by using, MDMs, the meter data management, demand side management, and energy efficiency data, which is going to be coming up, by virtue of whole lot of equipments that are going to be unleashed, in near future. And these insights will help companies and their customers to reduce costs and improve sustainability. Now, all these four areas are the basic core tenets, where we can have a huge inroads by virtue of technology, by virtue of going digital, by virtue of bringing automation and reducing the manual interventions, right? And in each of these areas, AWS, has a big role to play. We empower utilities to improve reliability, customer satisfaction, and ensure that all the infrastructures that are required, all the IT systems that are required, are based on scalable and on-demand services that are being provided. Every utility is different. Every utility may have a different ecosystem, right? But to get them on a platform where they're able to leverage a whole lot of these services and whole lot of these technologies by virtue of AI/ML, IoT, blockchain-based interventions is going to be extremely crucial. And what that will do is that will help us to lower operational costs and safeguard critical infrastructure. So in essence, we enable business agility, equipping you to respond swiftly to market changes and emerging opportunities with innovative solutions. I'm sure the way smart meters, once they get deployed across the length and breadth of the country, a complete changeover is going to happen the way we are looking at the sector today. Likewise, with EVs getting a lot of push and momentum, it's going to be a humongous change, and we're going to see a whole new world, as we emerge from this year to next, and so on and so forth. But there's only one thing that's going to be common, which is going to cut across all these changes, all these reforms, and change that is going to be making this lot more, beneficial, efficient, and may also help improving cost is by virtue of leveraging these technologies. So from that standpoint, it's absolute pleasure to be here today with like-minded people who are part of this industry and who kind of live and see this changes and reforms being taking place every day. I would urge, if there are opportunities and discussions that we can have, which are more specific to your specific entities, organizations, we'll be more than happy. Our teams will be more than happy to engage further. But we are making a whole lot of inroads globally, as well as in India as we speak, because post-pandemic, I think the reality of customers and utilities and distribution utilities embracing technology is a lot more better. With that, I would urge all of us to kind of bring up the learnings that we may have, and what better forum it could be than the dumb forum that we are today, to exchange ideas, to look at opportunities by virtue of which we can help each other and make a lot more better environment as we move forward. And I really wish all the good luck moving forward to the distribution utility companies, because there are going to be humongous amount of changes and reforms taking place, and with a whole lot of security being paramount, we have seen some instances of security breach also somewhere in terms of where the data tightness or the rollout of security parameters might have been, compromised. I think we are again geared up to ensure that from all the standpoints of regulatory, compliance, security, all perspectives, things are completely taken care of. So with that, I would like to end my today's session, and all the best to ISGF and DAM, and look forward to an in-person meeting next time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kaul, for this insightful speech, and we look forward to participation of other experts from Amazon Web Services in the following sessions. So thank you, and with that, we would like to now invite Mr. Manu Mudgal for a special address, and let me have the introduction slide to quickly introduce him. Okay, sorry. Before we move on to the next speech, I think we have missed our customary inaugural, session dignitaries group picture. So I would like to request all our dignitaries for the inaugural session to please switch on their cameras so we can quickly take a group picture before we move on to our next speech. Mr. Manu Mudgal, please switch on your camera. Yes. So we have everyone's here. Thank you so much for that. And now we move on to our next speaker, Mr. Manu Mudgal. So Mr. Manu Mudgal is the Director for Clean Power Program, Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. His key expertise is in activating clean energy transition through public-private partnerships, having conceptualized high-impact national initiatives on lighting, smart meters, and electric vehicles. He brings a strong background in carbon markets. Prior to SSEF, he worked as program advisor with GIZ, working closely with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency Services Limited. So with that, I welcome Mr. Mudgal to please present a special address for today's inaugural session. Over to you.
Thank you, Reena ji, and a very good morning to everyone, co-panelists as well as participants. I represent Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. Shakti essentially works towards deploying philanthropic resources towards the larger shift and translation of policy to practice. And we are deeply interested in the push towards the green power uptake in the near future, especially given the context of the Honorable Prime Minister. Recently, he has made a pledge at the COP26, wherein he has proposed to put in 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel power by the year 2030. I think while at this level, at one level, this is very, very optimistic, yet at another, this is also offering a whole host of opportunities for all of us to act on. And I think if America had its moonshot moment with the launch of Apollo and the plan to put the man on the moon, I think in a sense, putting in the next 400 gigawatts of renewable energies by the year 2030 represent exactly that for India's power sector. Just to put things in perspective, I personally feel that whatever we have achieved over the last 75 years, we actually aim to literally, I would say, double of that we plan to put in the next 9 years. Now, if that is not a moonshot idea or ambition, what else would it be? Nevertheless, I think we need to sort of ensure that we are able to give wings to this ambition as well as the plan. I think the tools are in place. Mr. Pillai in his initial talk also spoke about ensuring that the intellectual capital and the expertise is now certainly available in the country. We can certainly do it. Dr. Praveer Sinha did mention that a lot of execution work has also sort of been laid out over the last 20 years of reforms which have taken place in the power sector. And we need to now build upon this very strong foundation to take it forward. Now, the question is, what exactly would it take to ensure that while we are embarking on this reform process and the overall change, we are also able to develop and ensure that the delivery of our developmental goals also takes place simultaneously? One thing is for sure, that the distribution sector is going to be very, very crucial as we embark upon this change. My predecessors just spoke about the fact that we need to ensure the financial robustness of the system. I think the policymakers are cognizant of this. So are, I would say, the practitioners. Yet, a lot more needs to be done. We need to bring in new financial actors. I think the plan at the national level of creating a national pipeline of monetization, I think, could be a game changer if sort of accessed by the distribution companies. We as Shakti are certainly trying to sort of look at a lens of maybe a programmatic approach or a programmatic push at the larger level, which can enable this, so as to ensure that the public sector distribution companies, they can gain the full benefits of the initiatives they have embarked on the last 20 years, and yet they have the capital resources to invest for the new changes and the reforms which are required. Secondly, I think there is a whole host of capacity upgradation required as far as, I would say, addressing your maybe MBC needs go, maybe ensuring that accurate demand load forecasting and roadmaps and such kind of planning works go within the distribution companies. And that's where we need to strengthen the data and analytics available with the distribution companies. While at one level we have the national smart meter movement already laying down the hardware and the basic pipeline of change, I think we need to also simultaneously now start working on putting in the digital tools in the hands of the distribution companies so they can start making use of such digitized platforms. And I think this is where we need to act in and bring in new actors. I think the step by AWS in thinking towards this is a step in the right direction. We need to also bring in new, I would say, IT entrants. I mean, Oracles and others are certainly there, but I think from a policymaker's perspective, I will suggest that somebody like an NSDL can probably sort of create an open source platform, which might be more useful, at least for the public sector DESCOMs, in terms of creating the right set of modules. I think while we continue to think big, we need to also keep an eye on the various intellectual capitals already developed. For example, the Forum of Regulators has come out with these very, I would say, well thought out, well-researched blueprints of change, the likes of Santulan, Samast, and others. And I think this is the right, and we need to start working on those. It actually means that we need to sort of literally sort of, dirty our hands, roll up our sleeves, and get down to getting the things executed. But this is exactly the moment is the requirement is execution. And we at Shakti again are very cognizant and are willing to be active participants with states who are willing to sort of embark on this journey of enabling such kind of blueprints. Thirdly, I think while we continue to think big and we have the intellectual capital, yet at some level, with all this big transition shaping up, there's always this sense that we can be in a position to be overwhelmed by all of it. And I think as decision makers at the policy level, at the state, at the center, I think one of the key problems is that given the kind of exponential rate at which technology is changing, I think one's own ability to sort of appreciate and which technology to bet on, especially from a policymaker's perspective and adoption, I think is a key critical challenge. And I think we need to build in the right capacity knowledge tools which allow a decision maker to take the appropriate decisions at the right juncture. I think this is where I would say we have state level currently so-called excellence centers for delivering capacity. Some of these could probably be adopted, maybe under the RDSS scheme, wherein we are offering, I would say, some sort of intellectual capital available towards this. Maybe Shakti and maybe others can sort of co-fund this further, but some of these excellence centers could be ramped up to bring in, I would say, international thinking, especially I would say for decision makers. A program like that, raising awareness and probably building in the right decision support mechanisms can really play a long way. So with this, I will sort of rest my talk, and all compliments to ISGF and the other organizers in terms of the deliberations. We look forward to gaining some new ideas and a fresh thought process to embark upon the ambition put out by the Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Modgal, for the speech and joining us today for the inaugural session of Distribution Utility Meet. And thank you to Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation for supporting India Smart Grid Forum's research initiatives and innovative projects that we have been doing for different utilities and states in India. So with that, I would like to now invite Mr. Amal Sinha for... Okay, I'm so sorry. Mr. Banerjee has requested to go first because he needs to urgently leave for another engagement. I would like to invite Mr. Debashish Banerjee, Managing Director, CSE Kolkata. He's an electrical engineer with proficiency in business management, having rich and diverse industry experience. He has started his career from Ariva and moved on to Crompton Greaves and Schneider Electric, heading business operations in utilities, industry, and dealer domain. So with that, over to you, Mr. Banerjee, for a special address for the inaugural session.
Yeah, very good morning to all of you. And thank you very much, Reena, for the introduction. I've been associated with ISGF for a long time, previously in my capacity from Mumbai and now from Calcutta. And yes, ISGF does need all those appreciation for the great work it has been doing, especially in the evolving trends and disruptions which are coming up in this sector. So as India, strives to be a $5 trillion economy by 2024 and 25, power and electricity per se is going to play a great role, because it is said that in one of the studies that every 1% increase in electricity consumption boosts the real GDP by about 1.72%. Now, if we look at the achievements of the country, yes, we have moved a lot in this journey, and from a power shortage to a power surplus country. The installed capacity and now has over a quarter of the renewable generation coming in a total capacity of about 390 gigawatts. The renewable is about just over 100 gigawatt. And we are aiming to achieve about 450 gigawatt of RE capacity by 2030. So in this phase, India has done about 99.99% electrification of the household, and the per capita consumption has gone up from 465 kilowatt hour in 1997 to about 1208 kWh in 2020. Now, what happens that more and more growth and more urbanization calls for more and more use of electricity. So we are now synchronized with a one nation, one grid, and one frequency principle, which is the overarching factor. And today we are the cusp of inflection in terms of that. If I may call it, that it is utility 3.0. We are thinking of maybe utility 1, if I can state as the unbundled time, utility 2.0, where bundled time, utility 1.0 is bundled, utility 2.0 where GTD was unbundled and generation was delicensed, and the Electricity Act amendment came in 2003. So we are now, or the discoms or the distribution companies are having a traditional shift, and it may go forward with a business that only sells kWh to a business that sells user experience. with more and more electric devices and assets, leveraging digitalization will transform the commodity supplier to being a customer aggregator or customer integrator. If I look at the mega trends which are impacting this segment, I would call it the 5Ds. The first D is the digitalization, followed by deregulation, decarbonization, decentralization, and disaster management. Now, if I start with digitalization, which is the biggest disruptor, digitalization and technology taken together, it has actually changed the profile of the distribution companies and the way we distribute power to our consumers. In a sense, coming up right from the predictive maintenance and conditioning monitoring, it has come up to the sensor-based IoT Industry 4.0 technology. So whether it is a drone which monitors and does thermal imaging of the transmission towers or outdoor yards, or it's a pan-tilt camera which does it, or the IoT-based sensors which are embedded in the various, the electric network infrastructures like water level, humidity, temperature, etc. These all stream real-time data onto the system, and in the head-end system there is a data analytics which goes on. So it is a predictive maintenance where the distribution company comes to know what is going to happen. If we're going to fail, we better act to it before, so that we keep our assets in the best of health. And whenever I talk about all these technologies, we at CSC are doing each of them, and that's what I'm taking up. Then comes the immersive technologies. Immersive technologies like extended reality has been implemented for remote troubleshooting and for training on the protection system, thus enhancing the restoration as well as the training safety aspect to training. The mixed reality has come up where and the digital twins have come up where what can happen is that we can make maybe the relay which has tripped due to some fault at the remote place and maybe at the end of the night somewhere. We can assess that on our mobile phones, and we can look at what has happened and do the necessary setting and resetting and turn on the power. And that is a great job which can be done remotely. With this all makes decision making coming to the edge with the workforce being more empowered, and the company becoming more agile in delivering the higher and higher expectations of the customers. Now, coming to the customer services, which we have felt more and more, the digital services during the pandemic has really, helped the consumers and the distribution companies to interact with each other. So if I call it a high touch customer experience for a no touch world, where we were saying during the pandemic, and obviously which is ongoing, that the customer need not come up to the offices of the distribution company. They can assess all our services digitally on through the platforms, and these platforms are the platforms of the chatbot, which was previously chatbot, now WhatsApp bot, and maybe going towards voice bot. These all digital platforms are so very well used by the customers for the other services that they feel easy that they can access our services from at their fingertips, from the safety of their homes and offices. And all the AI ML enabled WhatsApp bot makes the experience, learning experience better and better, and it helps both the consumers and the distribution companies. The next part I would talk is on data analytics. Data analytics is really creating the potential to further enhance operational efficiency and giving a better customer service at an optimized cost to serve. So, we have been developing and working on this. This is a journey. This is not a destination. But we have been doing AI ML analytics on cable fault, HT cable fault prediction, for understanding if there are any low voltage areas which is surrounding there, on power transformer health indexing, and also for the sentiment analysis of the consumers to have a better understanding of them through the social media and through the other media that they interact with us. Now, if we look at when we make as we go forward, how do we make our utility a little more automated? One is the process automation. There could be many processes which are manual, and those processes we have tried out to shift to process automation, in fact, robotic process automation. And through that, we are trying our new connection to be, done through that on the manual part of that, and slowly expanding to the other areas. So that was RPAs. And going forward in the field, it is workforce automation when the workforce gets everything on their mobile app, and then they attend a customer call through the GPNS enabled crew, and they get their customer services done, and put it right on his mobile phone, update on mobile phone. But all this obviously brings in a vulnerability in terms of cyber security. Actually, every DESCOM and we ourselves also are creating out audit of our generation and transmission system to mitigate the critical infrastructure risk in critical infrastructure in connection to cyber threats, and ring fencing our power systems through various processes, including firewalls, etc. The second D is the deregulation, which is poised to come up anytime, and this deregulation will usher in competition, and the otherwise monopoly business would be opened up to competition, and the consumers will get more and more chance to have better services at an optimized cost. There are private utilities which are working across the nation in the metropolis and in other places, and they have been able to achieve good amount of operational efficiencies, minimal T&D losses, and deployment of cutting edge technologies, and these all would help them spread the knowledge or spread the application to other areas which are going to be privatized in the future, so that the customer gets a better experience, better service. Of the smart meter is going to be, the AMI is going to be a major, the upgradation of the AMI or the scalable of AMI is going to actually, change the way we do business. But we would like to state that if we need to take a better, leverage of this AMI, and especially from the consumer standpoint of view, I think they should be incentivized with a time of use tariff, including the residential consumers, because that would incentivize them to use various home automation, etc., and shift their peak load to the off-peak periods, which would in turn help the distribution companies flatten their peak and reduce the gap between the peak load and the average load, and thus optimize on their capex. Now, coming to the next part of the Ds, the mega trend Ds, decarbonization and decentralization is happening, and the world goes, as the whole world veers towards net zero. Climate change is the thing which is the transforming part which is happening, and which has been more and more reinforced at the COP26 held in Glasgow, where India has pledged to be net zero by 2070. So in this, we understand with this coming up, mode of decarbonization and then net zero climate changes to combat climate changes. 5 major groups of technologies would attract $1 trillion of investments. They would be in the electrification part and the power part of the grid. So more and more battery control software, efficient building systems, and industrial agriculture would come in, other than use of hydrogen and carbon capture technologies. We, like all other utilities, have embarked on a journey to be a more sustainable utility, and in that, so we have created hashtag Live Free, Breathe Free, where we are priming the electric vehicle systems by working towards ensuring that how we create the infrastructure for providing electric vehicle charging, and Calcutta is doing great in terms of that. We are also migrating our fleet and testing it from the conventional vehicles to electric vehicles, especially the e-bikes and the four-wheelers. We are also working towards electric cooking, transforming the electric cooking to do a positive impact on that. So with this, we are working on microgrids like every other distribution company, and also implementing battery storage at a smaller level, and have done it at a smaller level, so that more and more we can get improve the voltage profile, reduce the frequency, improve the frequency management, and as the more and more renewable power comes up, how we can have the agility to integrate our system with this renewable system. We are thinking of, we are planning to going up a grid scale storage. And in this factor, let me tell you that we are also trying out a POC on a blockchain technology, on a peer-to-peer trading, where there would be prosumers, users, and they'll be having various sources of power from various maybe solar rooftops, maybe storage, etc. How can we build a platform for them, so that we elevate ourselves from plain vanilla distribution utility to being a system aggregator.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Banerjee. Mr. Kapoor is also waiting to go
I've done it. We are,
meeting. So
I'm just coming to the end. There's the last part. Give me 2 minutes. And finally, the disaster management, which is now hitting everybody around the climate changes. More and more disaster management is happening. So we, like every other year, we are working to improve our forecasting models and the network resilience, so that we will see that how our outage does not happen and our consumers don't get interrupted. That was all what I wanted to share with you. And thank you for providing me this opportunity once again in this August platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Banerjee, and sorry to interrupt you in between. It's just that I think we are running a bit late, and our chief guest for today, Mr. Vishal Kapoor, has another meeting to catch up, so we would like to invite him. And big apologies to Mr. Amal Sinha for delaying your special address. We will have you as our last and final speaker. I hope you will have time, and you please stay with us. So with that, I would like to invite our special guest for today for inaugurating the Distribution Utility Meet 2021, Mr. Vishal Kapoor, Joint Secretary Distribution, Ministry of Power, Government of India. And Mr. Kapoor holds a mechanical engineering degree from IRIMEE Jamalpur, and also a Masters of Public Administration from Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. And he has previously worked with Ministry of Railways, and currently he is the Joint Secretary Distribution in Ministry of Power. So with that, I would like to invite Mr. Kapoor to please deliver our inaugural address for DUM 2021.
Thank you, Reena, and good morning to everyone. At the outset, I would take this opportunity to commend the contribution made by the power sector, especially by our people from the distribution utilities, in supporting the vital services by maintaining continuous power supply even in the unprecedented situation arising out of COVID-19 pandemic. The whole world has adapted to COVID challenges, and I can see that DOM has also adapted. We are seeing the DOM now being held online, and compliments to ISGF and the whole DOM team for adapting and continuing this dialogue process. Power sector, and particularly the electricity distribution in the country, has seen a tremendous growth during the past few years, and all out efforts have been made to ensure electricity access to not only village and habitation, but also to all the willing households. However, that said, financial health of distribution utilities has become a matter of concern and has adversely been affecting some of their operational efficiencies and ultimately their ability to provide 24/7 uninterrupted quality and power supply to consumers. This has also been flagged by several of the speakers who spoke before me. Financial sustainability, as we know, is the greatest challenge of the most of the state-owned DISCOMs, as they continue to post significant financial losses and that to a varying degree. There has been an increasing trend in DISCOM dues towards GENCOs, and this is one of the major telltale signs of this problem. Outstanding dues currently stand at somewhere around 98,518 crores at the end of October 21. The major reason that we believe that the DISCOMs are not able to meet their costs through revenues include operational efficiencies in metering, billing collection, theft prevention, leading to high AT&C losses. That is one part of the story. Tariffs not being reflective of the costs, that is another part. And the third is, which is causing a significant problem, especially in the cash flows, is the mismatch between the payments and receivables. Receivables are also on the increase, and even though and the payables also. Receivables, a major chunk of which is coming from non-payment of dues by the government departments, and delayed payments of subsidies and shortfall of subsidies by the state governments. As a result, what we have seen in at the end of 2020 is AT&C losses, even though they have been coming down progressively from levels of around 36% in the year 2001 to almost around 20.9% in end of 2020, but still it is appreciably higher even compared to countries like Bangladesh, which have I think levels down to around 12% today. The ACS ARR gaps have slightly improved over the years, and over the last 1 year, in fact, from 1819 to 1920, it has come down to 60 paisa. It was much higher earlier in 1819, which was one of the worst years in terms of the national aggregate performances. History tells us that adversity brings about major changes and reforms, on which and probably we are facing one of those epoch-making events right now. The government has been working on a three-pronged approach. Just a second. The thing is that the three-pronged approach we are following. Number one is achieving real decoupling between the state finances and the DISCOM finances, addressing the regulatory ecosystem, and last but not the least, the operational and financial efficiency of DISCOMs, which definitely needs improvement. We've taken several initiatives in this regard. One was a liquidity infusion scheme that was to address the cash flow issues that had arisen around the COVID times. But in response to that, we have sanctioned almost 1,35,000 crore of loans, long-term transition loans, against which we are seeking the DISCOMs to bring certain reforms. Then another major things that has been recently launched by the Ministry of Finance in consultation with the Ministry of Power is the additional borrowing space of 0.5% of GSDP to the states linked to power sector reforms. There are several reform measures that the DISCOMs, if they take, the states will be able to get 0.5% of additional borrowing of their state GSDPs. The reforms are generally across all the interventions, across almost the same, which centered around government payments, subsidies to be pulled up, reduction of AT&C losses, ACS ARR gaps, energy accounting, metering, and these kind of measures. In fact, in additional borrowing, the scheme, I think some bonus marks have also been provided for public-private participation. One of the major interventions from the Ministry of Power has been the revamped distribution sector scheme. This scheme was launched recently, about 4-5 months back, at an overall outlay of 3,03,000 crores and an estimate gross budgetary support of 97,000 crores. One of the major objectives is reduction of AT&C losses to levels of 12 to 15%. And the other one is to eliminate the ACS ARR gaps. This scheme is linked to reforms and achievement of results. So as opposed to the earlier infrastructure creation schemes, this scheme differs in a major way, that the grants from the government will be only linked to the achievement of results. If the results are achieved, then the payouts go out. Otherwise, there are no payouts. But at the same time, 50% of the scheme also is focused towards installation of smart meterings and a rollout across the country. What we envisage is that by December 2025, we should be able to cover 25 crore consumers. But in the initial phase, major cities, Amrut cities, all government departments, rural areas, more than 25% AT&C losses, urban areas, more than 15% losses. We have prioritized that almost 10 crore consumers will get these connections, these smart meter connections, by the end of December 2023. To facilitate the states and DISCOMs plan switch over to the switch over of their consumers to smart metering, standard bidding documents have been finalized after extensive stakeholder consultations. It has also been decided to leverage design, build, finance, own, operate, and transfer DB foot model of public-private partnerships. This will mitigate the problem of arranging outright capex for installation of monetarily sensitive smart metering, intensive smart metering solutions by crowding in private investments. It also includes technology-based payments, security mechanisms to provide comfort to the private investment. One of the other major things is that the lending to the DISCOMs against the payables and their payables or against regulatory assets, has several kind of non-capex loans have been going into the system, even in some ways probably also for loss financing, or there are in some way or the other. We need to constrain that because availability of easy credit has been identified as one of the reasons why things are probably not improving. PFC and REC approximately cover almost 50% of the power sector loans, and recently both the companies have come out with additional prudential norms, which are basically revolving around the same set of basic reforms in regard to government payments, fiscal discipline, state government dues, AT&C, SES, ARR gaps, tariff filing, and unless and until the states have or the DISCOMs have made all efforts and they meet these requirements, funds from PFC and REC would not be available. And we are very hopeful that shortly all the other banks and financial institutions shall also be adopting these norms progressively. One of the other things that we have been doing, and that is from the input side, is the formulation of model corporate governance guidelines. I mentioned earlier that separation of the finances, real separation of finances between the states and the DISCOMs is considered to be one of the major initiatives. Corporate governance guidelines have been issued recently to all DISCOMs to ensure both the financial as well as administrative separation on the ground between the DISCOMs and the states. As an intervention on the right to consumers, I mean, because consumer centricity has to be increasingly gaining importance going forward, and that's why in December 2020, right to consumers electricity 2020 rules were issued. This will basically be forming a basis for all the standards of performance of DISCOMs going forward. Another thing is that I mentioned about the AT&C losses. We are losing almost around 21% of energy unbilled and unaccounted for energy into their systems. But countries like Bangladesh have really made wonderful efforts, and they're down to around 12%. Even all the neighborhood of India is doing very well on this count, and there's no reason why we should not be able to emulate them. Energy accounting is one of the major initiatives, and recently the BE has come out with energy accounting regulations, which lay specific emphasis not only on energy audit but on energy accounting. It has several interventions, 3 monthly energy accounting, followed up by one yearly this thing and 1 yearly audit. Beyond that, we are also looking at not only the overall perspective of energy accounting, but how it will be done. Right now, we start off with the energy accounting in wherever possible through human means, but the major aim is to switch over to a completely humanless energy accounting, machine to machine accounting. Some Central Electricity Authority has also come out with certain regulations supporting the prepaid smart metering. In fact, you might be aware that we were assessing discoms through integrated ratings being done by PFC. The integrated ratings basically revolve around the financial and operational aspects of the discoms. But we are now shortly going to come out with the first such consumer service rating of discoms, probably in the next month or so, which will basically address and ascertain the performance of discoms in terms of quality and reliability of electricity supply, consumer services, and track the performance of discoms on these aspects over a period of time. This will be an yearly activity. Last but not the least, the government of India has also taken initiatives to privatize its electricity distribution in the union territories. A lot of progress has already happened on the process. Needless to say, improvement in efficiencies of discoms would also ease the pressure on tariffs as well as on the public exchequer. At the end, I would like to compliment ISGF and the team DUM for continuing this activity, this dialogue process. We would also appreciate if the proceedings of the deliberations and major outcomes and ideas can be sent to the ministry after the proceedings are over, because these ideas, the generated ideas out of the industry and out of the discoms, they are the ones that we pick up and look at putting into our interventions. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor, for joining us today and inaugurating the DAM Distribution Utility Meet 2021 and being with us and supporting India's smart grid initiatives in the sector. So thank you so much. And with that, we would like to now invite our last speaker for today's inaugural session, Mr. Kamal Sinha. Apologies for delaying your speech. But thank you for your patience and being with us. Mr. Sinha is the Executive Director, BRPL and BYPL. He's a graduate of Delhi's prestigious SRCC. And Mr. Sinha is a chartered and cost accountant with more than 25 years of rich experience under his belt. His deep understanding transcends manufacturing and services sectors with expertise in areas like corporate finance, strategy planning, budgetary and financial control, audits of various kinds, regulatory affairs, Indian accounting standards, and power distribution. With that brief introduction, I would like to now invite Mr. Sinha for a special address. Over to you, Mr. Sinha.
Thank you very much, Reena, and the ISGF team, Mr. Reggie, for giving us an opportunity and this platform for the distribution utility meet. I think we had eminent speakers before me, and we have covered most of the issues and challenges of the sector. But just to sum it up, I have been in the sector for the last 15 years. Actually, after the Electricity Act in 2003, it's now 18 years. So I have been a part of the reform and transformation in the last particularly 15 years, which I have seen. I just want to brief the members and the participants my understanding and how I see the sector going forward. After the Electricity Amendment Act in 2003, the focus was more on the unbundling of the sector in terms of generation, transmission, and distribution. And of course, a regulatory framework was defined at that point of time. The focus was more on generation and distribution, but over time, the challenges of the distribution has been highlighted, and the key challenges which has been in larger discussion was for AT&C losses, to reduce the AT&C losses and bring it to a reasonable level. The government, particularly the central government, provided various schemes, whether it is RAP, DRP or UDAY, and now the liquidity injection package, so that the AT&C losses can be controlled, the meter to cash cycle can be improved, more of automation can be brought, and the network can be strengthened. A lot of regulation came from the Central Electricity Regulatory Authority and the state regulators in order to bring discipline into the distribution space. But what is more interesting and exciting is to see that what has happened, particularly in the last 5-6 years. The first thing which comes to my mind is the promotion of renewables through a national mission. Initially, we talked about 175 gigawatt up to 2022, which looks very much achievable now. At that point of time, 4-5 years back, it was something which was not believed that we can achieve it. Now we are talking about initially 450, now 500 megawatt by 2030. The institution of provision like RPO was something which was also a very good thought, because RPO targets were given to various states and distribution companies. And this was kind of a mandatory and statutory provision, so that you are enforced to go into the
No way,
renewable
you
mode.
can't have that clap. No way.
So
You can't have such
now
clap. It's like firing.
I think Reggie, your mic is on.
Sorry.
Now with the renewable focus, particularly, we have seen in the last few years how the rates have consolidated and has gone down, particularly in solar, wind, and now we are quite looking forward how this renewable will become a firm power along with battery storage coming in, or and the rates going down. So I think the things which have happened in the last 5-6 years, particularly in the renewable sector, gives confidence to us as a distribution operator. Recent changes in the power markets, the dynamics of market exchange, the introduction of the green market is something which is also very commendable. All these things are coming at a very fast space. For any distribution company, it is a challenge to adapt to these changes, because most of the distribution company have been working in a very conventional way in all, over the last so many years. So some of these changes which has come, and much more to come in the new, transformation journey, is a real challenge for all of us who are operating in the system. Whether we talk about the smart metering leading to smart homes, we are talking about digitization, application of artificial intelligence. Now we are talking about electric vehicles. We are talking about consumer empowerment, service level quality to be improved. So essentially, the message is very clear to us and all the stakeholders, that there is a seriousness, there is a national mission, there is a national push. The recent announcement by the Honorable Power Minister gives us a lot of importance to the revolutionary changes which are happening in and which we are witnessing in the distribution space. So I think the distribution companies really needs to gear up, and in a much greater way than what we have been doing in the past. There are a lot of opportunities. There are challenges also, but the opportunities are much bigger, and this is all in the interest of the consumers, because we wanted to give a better quality, reliable quality and power, reliability and power quality to our power which we supply. We wanted to ensure that the environment is clean. So these are all very, very positive things which are happening. And some of the things which are expected in the Electricity Amendment Act, which would be another major reform which will be happening in the coming months and years, would be the opening of the sector. And of course, that will bring in more competition, and competition will bring in more efficiency across the value chain. There are also provision for improvement in the regulatory framework in which we operate. We all are regulated entities, so the strength of the regulatory process and the robustness of the system is very, very important. And I think the new Amendment Act is very much taking care of that. One thing which which is something very important for us as a distribution operator is the capacity building or the manpower strengthening for the sector, with the introduction of various things which are coming in the years to come. We really need to attract good talent, good manpower for the sector, and make it more and more competitive. So we need to take a lot of steps in terms of capacity building and resource development, and attracting good talent for the sector, which I think I'm quite sure the government at their level and at DISCOM at the operating level are taking care of. So all to essentially to sum up, it's I think the power sector is going through a major transformation. It's a revolutionary in nature. I think it will be much bigger than what we have seen in the telecom sector, some decades back. And this will be bringing in a great opportunity for us to give best-in-class service to our consumers. As a DISCOM, private DISCOM, BSES has been taking all possible steps to lead these initiatives in our own area, whether it is the introduction of the rooftop solar or it is the integration of the renewable resources in our power portfolio. We are at much advanced stage of performance and integration. We are also in Delhi, one of the lead DISCOMs who are working for the electric vehicle home charging facility and creating infrastructure for that. Beside this, we are also taking up various steps for bringing in better consumer awareness and better quality service. So with these words, I wanted to sum up, and finally, I wish to thank ISGF again for organizing this, giving us an opportunity. I think in days and months to come, much more of these programs needs to be organized, which should be more focused on the various challenges of the sectors and opportunities. Lot more training programs, lot more capacity building initiatives are required, and I'm quite sure, confident that with the support and initiative of ISGF, this would be an important contributor into the whole, transformation agenda which we have. Thank you, Reni and Rina, and thank you, Reggie, for organizing this ISGF meet.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful speech and for being with us for the inaugural session of Distribution Utility Meet 2021. With that, we come to an end of this session, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and every dignitary who has joined us and supported Distribution Utility Meet 2021 and ISGF in all our initiatives and for this program. So big thank you. And with that, we will move quickly. Before we move on to our first session of DAM 2021, we will just have a couple of announcements, 2 minutes more. And I thank all these speakers for the next sessions for their patience, and apologies for the delay in start of the session. And let me take a couple of minutes to for announcing things. So with that, the inauguration of exhibition that has been organized at past part of DAM 2021, we welcome our exhibition partners, BSES Rajdhani Power Limited, BSES Yamuna Power Limited, Tata Power Delhi Distribution, Tata Power Mumbai, Amazon Web Services, BESCOM, and India Smart Grid Forum are there in the exhibition area. Please take time to visit the exhibition booths and meet the partner officials. So BSES Rajdhani, BSS Yamuna is there exhibiting with us. Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited, Tata Power Company Mumbai is exhibiting. Bangalore Electricity Supply Company Limited are exhibiting, and there is a booth for India Smart Grid Forum as well. So please take time and visit us. And we'd like to release a white paper which India Smart Grid Forum, in association with Amazon Web Services, has put together. The link will be available on our website and social media. Please put your hands together for the launch of the white paper on cloud adoption to electricity transformation utilities, which we have jointly put together. So thank you. With that, we move on to, we have done with the last section, and we move on to our first session for DAM 2020, RDSS program by Government of India for DISCOMs. So over to Dr. Rahul Tongia for and let me invite our MC for this session. So over to you, Parul, for starting the session, first session for DAM 2021.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We will start with our first session.
So, Reena, we can't hear Parul.
Yeah, she's just sharing her screen and she'll start soon after. Just give us a minute.
Switching over from one laptop to another.
Yes, we speak of technology, but it's these little things that sometimes take disproportional time and effort.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all. We welcome all our speakers and participants for the session 1, Revamped Distribution Sector Scheme, RDSS program by Government of India for DISCOMs. Starting the session, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to our moderator for this session, Dr. Rahul Tongia. Dr. Rahul Tongia is a senior fellow with CSEP in New Delhi, where his work focuses on technology and policy, especially for sustainable development. He leads the Energy, Natural Resources and Sustainability Group at CSEP and is also active in broader issues of technology.
No need to go through all of the
So,
details.
But I would like to invite Dr. Rahul Tongia for a few words.
Thank you. And thank you to ISGF for not only DAM 2021, but also the years of effort in the smart grids and transformation space. I'm Rahul Tongia. I'm also founding advisor of ISGF. I'd helped set it up in 2010. And I remain connected deeply with smart grids and technology and policy at different levels. I'm an academic and scholar, but also real world interested. So that is why this distinct pleasure to be here with this group, where we combine utility experience, technology, training, and capacity building. These are all aspects of RDSS, the revamped distribution scheme. The acronym is actually R cubed in some ways. and before we get into the details, I just want to briefly mention our distinguished speakers who'll join us. Mr. Lakshman, good to see you again. Executive Director REC and CEO of REC's distribution arm. We have Mr. Saurav Kumar, ED at PFC. We have Mr. Raj Kumar, Director Distribution from KSEBL. We have Tripta Thakur, who is Director General of NPTI, which we hope to hear much more on capacity building especially. And we have Dipti Dutt joining us from AWS and Amazon, I guess not just AWS, but Amazon Internet Services, where we could learn more about harnessing the data and how it all comes together. I would request each of you, as you start your opening remarks shortly, to just share a few words as you see appropriate for the audience. Of course, many of your bios are very long and distinguished, many areas of accomplishments, expertise, and leadership. But I wanted to come back and give some opening thoughts about the new 3 lakh plus crore scheme, which is really an amalgamation of all the distribution sector schemes in the country. And before I get into details on the RDSS scheme, just an introduction for the audience, especially who may not be familiar with all of its workings, I will pose a couple of rhetorical questions that really go around the areas of what are the schemes about, what is the financing about, what are the technical specifications, how do stakeholders participate, what are rollout challenges. These are high level, but specific questions that I hope people can also get to in some way, or we will get to it in the discussion, is really, first, this is not the first central government scheme that provides capital support. We've had many, starting with APDP, then APDRP, RAPDRP. We've had IPDS, DDGUVY, several schemes, some focused on AT&C loss reduction, some focused on rural feeder separation, agricultural and non-agricultural, some focused on different aspects of grid strengthening. So this is importantly an amalgamation of all these different efforts into one larger scheme. And as JS Vishal Kapoor mentioned in the opening session, it's really an incentive oriented one where they have to comply with performance. So we would love to understand, to what extent will this be different than all the attempts which in the past have also been target oriented. So for example, in RAPDRP, there was a loan convertible to grant if you met a certain milestone. RAPDRP brings us to this larger question: where are the lessons from a lot of these efforts and things in the past? There's a heavy focus on smart metering, and specifically prepaid smart metering is how it is focused. So it will be worth understanding what this prepaid means and doesn't mean, because prepaid can be done in many different ways. Some are not appropriate, especially standalone prepaid, non-smart, where you have a keypad where you have to enter 20-30 digits for prepayment. It doesn't seem to make sense. There's also a lot of focus on metering outside the smart meter space. So DT metering, feeder monitoring. In fact, the first milestone relates to feeder monitoring. So these are very, very important, very appropriate to start with the aggregate and drill deeper into the system. But I then turn this question around and ask, are we harnessing the data that we already have? So there's lots of data out there in pockets, in silos, in segments. Is this all being integrated? Is it all being harnessed right now? And the last sort of high level question is, where is the regulator in all of this? And that's a key thing that comes in when we come to the finance side of it, but it also comes into the objective setting and the design of this. So I'll start with a very pithy sort of generalism that the IT world taught me many years back. Cheaper, faster, better. Pick any two. You'll never get all of them. And better, faster can be thought of as more scale, like quicker reach, larger deployment. And better could be things like scalability, security, consumer choice, or multi-vendor choice, avoiding lock-in. So there are always trade-offs, even when we talk about standards versus standardization. And so for a 2-minute overview of a little bit that I wanted to just share on the revamped reforms linked results-based distribution sector scheme, colloquially known as RDSS. I want to give an acknowledgement and thank you to a colleague at Prayas Energy Group. Some of these simplifications are really insights that she had shared earlier, and Jose. So thank you for that. But even at a high level, we look at two main parts of RDSS. The majority, over 3 lakh crore, is really infrastructure, metering, distribution, strengthening, etc., which is called Part A. And then there's a Part B, which is 1430 crore, which is training, capacity building, consumer awareness. And the first thing that hits you is, my gosh, Part B is a tiny fraction. In the Part A, there is metering, focusing on smart prepaid, DT, and feeder. And then there is distribution infrastructure, which includes feeder segregation with solar feederization. There's HVDS in high loss areas, etc., more deployment of SCADA. And there's also a project management component within the Part A, which is everything from the DPR, preparedness, to evaluation, execution, then evaluation, etc. So these are not atypical. As Reggie pointed out in the morning, there is a plan to move towards a TOTEX sort of a model, which is a total cost. It's not a capital cost. It's a sort of life cycle or total monthly cost that you would pay, for example, for a smart meter. Another important point is the grant component has come down. There is an incentive for discoms who are able to accelerate the time frame and deploy metering faster. They will get a higher grant. But even after that, compared to previous schemes, the grant component is lower. So that means there will be some amount of fundraising, getting loans that will have to be done by the utilities. Do those numbers add up? So now here I come to this dichotomy that the cost benefit analysis of smart meters will not be identical across India. The heterogeneity is large. You have rural, urban heavy, you have areas with higher losses. Well, if you've got high AT&C loss, Haryana and a number of states have shown us, Ajmer recently, where Tatas had taken over, you don't need smart meters to cut down loss dramatically, especially when your losses start at a very high level. So you don't need smart meters inherently, but they help. So if a smart meter has value, then the regulator shouldn't need to worry because you'll get a payback period. But now the question for the regulator comes in, what happens if that regulatory payback or that payback period isn't quite matching the aggregate or expected benchmark that the regulator has out there? So there is going to be some impact, and there'll certainly be some short-term impact in some ways above and beyond what is paid through this monthly TOTEX model. So there's a number of questions that are very technical, very nuanced on design. We'll get to when we hear the opening remarks. But I know several of you have to leave a little early, so we'll go in the order. Mr. Lakshman, sir, you have to, I believe, leave a little early. Is that correct? So may I request you to improve my very poor introduction I'd given for you by sharing any relevant points to this audience. And please request everyone to share 5 to 7 minutes of opening remarks so that we get some time for discussion before Q&A. Request audience members, participants to share their Q&A, which will be then posed to the panel and help enrich in these discussions. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tongia. So before starting the panel discussion, I would like to quickly give a brief introduction about our panelists. So joining the panel, we have Shri R. Lakshmanan, Executive Director, REC, and CEO, REC PDCL. He is also a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and is holding the position of Executive Director in REC Limited, as I told, and looking after the stressed asset management, IT, admin, and estate coordination and monitoring of government program like DDU, GJY, Saubhagya, Uday, and PFA. A very warm welcome, sir.
Thank you.
We have Mr. Saurav Kumar Shah, Executive Director, Power Finance Corporation. Mr. Saurav Shah is spearheading the 3 lakh crore revamped distribution sector scheme, integrated power development scheme, and erstwhile restructured accelerated power distribution and reforms program, which is being implemented by PFC as the nodal agency. Welcome, sir. We have Mr. Raj Kumar S., Sir is currently working as a Director Distribution and IT with Kerala State Electricity Board Limited and has an experience of more than 31 years. Sir has attended various prestigious trainings, including 4 months training in GE Harris, USA, along with 10 engineers from different states. Welcome, sir. We have Dr. Tripta Thakur, Director General, National Power Training Institute. She has teaching experience and research experience of 28 years and has nearly 100 publications to her credit. She has been recipient of several prestigious awards and is a visiting faculty at National and International Institute. Welcome, ma'am. We have Ms. Deepthi Vidat, Head Strategic Initiatives Public Sector, Amazon Internet Services Private Limited. With more than 21 years of experience, Deepthi is focusing on strategic initiatives of India public sector. Current focus areas are smart infrastructure, digital agriculture, and startup ramp program. A very warm welcome, ma'am. Again, I would like to hand over the stage to Dr. Rahul for taking the discussion forward and request participants to keep posting their questions in the chat box. Our team will be sending the questions to our moderator, Dr. Rahul Tungia, in the WebEx chat window. Thank you, sir. And over
Thank you,
to
Parul. Thank you, Reena, Reggie, and ISGF. And it is my distinct pleasure to request Mr. Lakshmanan to begin the deliberations with his opening remarks.
Thank you, Rahul. It's a pleasure to be on this forum. Thanks, Mr. Reggie and Reena, for inviting. A lot has been discussed. In fact, as a part of the inaugural session, I think Joint Secretary Vishal had given an overview as to what is there in the revamped distribution sector scheme. And Rahul has also elaborated and posed certain questions as to what is the scheme about. In terms of the scheme, this scheme is it's linked to results, as the name says. It's quite distinct from the earlier schemes that have been run by the Ministry of Power. Earlier schemes also had some linkage to results or performance, but then like this entire scheme is structured in such a way that the fund flow is completely linked to the performance of the discoms. So the way it is thought of is the objective of the scheme is to bring down AT&C losses to 12 to 15% nationally over the next 4 to 5 years, and second, to reduce the ACS ARR gap, and third is like focusing on the reliability and quality of power supply. So to achieve these objectives, the states and discoms are expected to come up with the action plan. So it's customizable based on each individual state and discom. What is their need? They can come up with their own set of action plan, as well as to meet the action plan. What is the detailed works that needs to be taken up? So they can prepare their DPR also based on their need assessment. So that process is on. So most of the states are in the process of preparing their action plans. And in this, the action plan and the DPR would be approved by the state government at the cabinet level so that they are on board in terms of what they are committing. And the fund flow under the scheme would be linked to the annual evaluations. So the fund flow would be annual in the scheme. And at the end of the first year, that is 21-22, the evaluation would be taken up. And there are certain set of preconditions that are mandatory for the discoms to meet. That revolves around putting in place a governance mechanism and a fiscal and financial discipline on the discoms, state governments, and even to some extent on the regulators. So this basically involves having the timely audited accounts, timely tariff and true-up petitions, no regulatory assets, and timely payment of subsidies and government department dues towards the electricity supplied, and liquidation of the old arrears of subsidies and government department dues. So these are mandatory. So this tries to put in place a framework wherein like there is a responsibility on the discom, on the state government, and to a certain extent in terms of timely orders by the regulators. And once a discom is able to meet all these requirements, then they are taken up for evaluation against the action plan that they have prepared and committed to. So in that, like they would have trajectories for loss reduction, trajectories for ACS ARR gap reduction, reliability parameters like SIFI, SID, what is the current baseline, and how do they intend to improve it over the next 4 years, 5 years, and also outcomes in terms of what is the smart metering progress, what is the infrastructure that they have taken up under the scheme, what is the progress. So all that is captured in the results evaluation, and a DISCOM is expected to score 60 marks against 100. If they are able to achieve that, then the annual fund release happens to the DISCOM. If not, though they might have taken up the scheme, taken up the projects, but then like fund flow under the scheme might not be possible. But however, like if in a subsequent year they are able to achieve the cumulative targets, then they will be able to get the release of year 1 and year 2 together. So there is an opportunity for the DISCOMs to work on this, and then like even claim their due grants even in a subsequent year. In case of smart metering, the funding pattern is like 15% or 22.5% if they are able to achieve timely installation of smart meters. For northeastern states, it's slightly higher. In the case of infrastructure, the funding is 60-40. And as far as the smart metering component is concerned, it envisages consumer smart metering, DT smart metering, and even the feeder smart metering. And this is conceived in a DB foot model. So there is a private-public partnership, and the bid document for procurement has been standardized, and it is already published. Some states are already in the process of taking it up, and they have published tenders. And in this bid document, we have tried to take care of the stakeholders, different stakeholders, concerns and expectations, especially in terms of since private investment is expected on this component to a significant extent. So we have kept the bid document in terms of participation little wider, open. It's not restrictive. And second, there is a strong payment security mechanism that has been built into the bid document. And third, in terms of standardization, the meter specs have been standardized, and deviations are not encouraged, so that the rollout is the industry has a clarity in terms of what to produce, and the testing and other procedural requirements have also been rationalized, kept to what is essential. So a lot of deliberations have gone into preparing this bid document, because this is a critical procurement which would ensure the success of the scheme. Of course, there are a lot of other challenges around how good this rollout can be in terms of the capacity of the industry for implementing projects of smart metering within this expected time frame, and the ability of the utilities to absorb this transition. So these are challenges on which all of us are working together with the utilities, with the industry. So that needs to be seen how we are evolving on this. And on the infrastructure side, again, the bid document is published. The final version should be out in a week's time. And we are having a separate procurement document for smart grids, DMS, OMS, and SCADA systems. And similarly, like another critical component of the scheme is the IT solutions for the DISCOMs in terms of billing software or the ERP solutions. So we are again, separately working on a standardized procurement document for that, which should also be out shortly. So a lot of work is happening in terms of the initial rollout of the scheme. So with this, like, would like to stop here. So maybe like, as a part of the discussion or questions, we can, take up further points. I think you're on mute, Rahul.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you for a very comprehensive overview. And I do want to come back to a few key points you talked about, including the word customizable, because I think that will be a very key aspect, maybe a differentiator, but it's a double-edged sword. So are they ready for that? Are they able to do that is the flip side. So this balancing act the government has done, if you over-standardize and over-specify, you help the laggards who need help, but you also put constraints on the ones who need something differently. So it's a no simple one size fits all. So this is something I hope we can get to shortly. Next, if I could request Dr. Thakur to share her remarks. We'll change the order. I believe she has to also leave a little earlier. Dr. Thakur.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for giving the opportunity to talk to a very, very, very relevant topic. Actually, the distribution sector is in the value chain of the electricity sector, is, we all know, is not doing well as our generation and transmission is doing. And how important is distribution sector, we all know, because the money flows back to the system through distribution only. And even when we compare our generation and transmission with any developed nation, we are really at par and maybe sometime better. But when we compare our distribution sector, as mentioned by Vishal Kapoorji, even Bangladesh is doing much better. So we need to do a lot of things already. APDRP-R already has been introduced to come up for the distribution sector, but somehow they impacted, but the impact is not so good. So government has come up with a new scheme, and which is very relevant at the time when the technology is overcoming all the problems. And we all know that we are moving towards Industry 4.0 and we are moving toward digitalization. So the right time we are walking towards the improvement of distribution sector. And the RDSS scheme is one of the clear indication in this direction. And already mentioned that what we have a very, very ambitious goal for setting up a target for improving the infrastructure. And as NPTI, I just would like to mention you that this is the National Power Training Institute, which comes under the Ministry of Power as an apex body for training purpose. So we are very closely attending the meetings of RDSS, and we have been given the task for manpower training. So according to the expectations, the NPTI with the pan-India presence is planning to provide training. Already, Rahul, you have mentioned that very few fund is allocated for training purpose. Yes, in India, wherever there is a crunch of money, the thing which is cut down is the training component. But as we are going to deal with the very, very new technology, so we need to train manpower in every stage, right from beginning with the person who is going to operate, and the person who is going to maintain, the person who is going to deal with the data, the person who is going to deal with the other issues. So everything needs to be very clearly defined, as well as the need, and there is a need for providing training to all the components. So what we are very closely working with the government and PFC and REC for RDSS scheme. And with a lot of consultation with the various stakeholders, we have come up with the various job trainings. So NPTI is looking forward to support this scheme by providing trainings. And although this is a very, very, very difficult task, because this is the new thing which is going to come up, and for every stakeholder actually designing the specific training is a very, very difficult task. So what we are doing, we are going to various pilot projects, making videos, consulting with the lot of experts in this area, so that we can deliver, which is actually going to put an impact. Because whenever we come and say proposal for training, everyone asks us, what is the value addition you are going to do? So the value addition in the training is a very, very important component. For that, elaborate preparation is required. NPTI is in the process for putting up the elaborate preparation, so that we can come up with these solutions which are really going to impact and give the final outcome in terms of value addition. So thank you so much for giving this platform. And the distribution sector is so important, and a lot of scope actually for the improvement. And with this all smart technologies, smart meter, maybe we can overcome the major issue of AT&C losses and the accountability, and also the consumer aspect. We have never thought in our value chain about the consumer, but in this way, through smart metering, we are directly going to communicate with the consumer. So consumer redressal is also possible, and also it is going to pose a lot of challenge, because we need to satisfy them. And this is the new thing which is going to come up. We need to prepare a lot of awareness, so that they can also understand that this is not the situation where we are imposing certain technology to them, but certainly they're also going to be benefited by this technological intervention in the terms of smart meter and RDSS scheme. Thank you so much. Looking forward for more discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Thakur. I think your point on not just training, we'll get to that again shortly, but also consumers. That is the key. Because to paraphrase from a joke, the bank robber, Willie Sutton, was asked, why do you rob banks? He says, well, that's where the money is. So where is the money? It's actually not the discoms, it's the consumers to the discoms flowing up the value chain. And so this is an absolutely critical part of this journey, of this transformation. Thank you. And we'll come back to more depth. If I could now request Mr. Rajkumar S to share some opening remarks. So,
yeah, thank you, Rahul. As rightly pointed out, this is one of the comprehensive program by Government of India in RDSS. Because earlier we had different schemes, but they were focusing on either on rural area or on urban areas. But this is, I think, for the first time, it has come out for the entire area. So that's a welcome move. And the main objectives are to have this operational efficiency of the DISCOM, to increase the operational efficiency, then the financial sustainability and strengthening of the infrastructure. The operational efficiency, of course, has to be improved, and this RDSS will make way for that. And the financial sustainability, I feel that many DISCOMs have reasons not of their own or beyond their control for having their poor financial terms, maybe external. And the role of regulatory is very important in this particular case. As rightly pointed out, the main highlight of the scheme is smart meter implementation. And as pointed out, the consumers have to be charged for this. So that's one of the key areas where we have to have a clear definition of this realization of this amount from consumers. So there the regulator's role comes. But it's a welcome move from Ministry of Power that right from the preparation of DPR, the role of the policy makers is well defined. We have to get the approval of the DRC headed by the Chief Secretary of the concerned state and to be approved by the state cabinet. So in such a case, the policy makers have to make it clear on the roadmap. So that is a welcome move. And the role of regulator will also be there. I feel that this implementation of smart meters, not only for consumers, but for the transformers and other feeders, this will help the DISCOMs to have the proper energy auditing in a scientific manner. Because recently the Bureau of Energy Efficiency regulation for energy auditing has come out. So every DISCOM has to audit energy every quarter. So in order to have this on a very scientific manner, the implementation of these smart meters in transformers and feeders, and along with the consumers, will make the job easier. So that's a plus point from the point of view of DISCOMs. And from the DISCOM point of view, what I fear is that even though the Government of India has earmarked more than 3 lakh crores for this project, if some DISCOMs are doing better in certain areas, whether the division of fund may be affected for such better performing DISCOMs. So that policy, I think, is not clear. So the allocation of funds for different DISCOMs may have to be more distinct and clear. That's what the feeling from the DISCOM point of view. And regarding the implementation of smart meters, there are so many challenges which has to be sorted out. And the transition from the conventional meters to these smart meters, because every utility will be having their own billing pattern and billing software, and we have to have a synchronization and for this transition from billing from conventional meters to smart meters, because we cannot have this implemented straight away for the entire consumers on a single phase. So there has to be a proper transition, and such challenges are to be addressed. But on an average, what I feel is that this is one of the best schemes which the DISCOMs can make utilization and to improve their efficiency and improve the efficiency of the DISCOMs as well as the consumer satisfaction, the reliability of power supply. What I feel is that around on an average, it is 20 or between 20 and 21 hours after 24 hours. That is the average power supply available in India. In some states, it will be more, but in some other states, it will be low. But anyway, after the implementation of this scheme, the power reliability will be increased. So this is a boost to the consumers. But the other aspect, the cost to be borne by the consumers on part of the implementation of smart meter is another factor. But anyway, this is a good project, what I feel. And so thank you very much. So we will have a discussion later on the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rajkumar. And I think there is no doubt that the design brings things together. The question really comes down to how do we tweak it, or what is the scope for improving it even further, especially the on-ground side of it. So coming back to the very high level, if I could request Mr. Saurav Shah, ED, to share some high-level views, but also try and translate, if you could, a little bit from the theory versus the practice, because we're well aware of what the intentions, objectives, and designs are. And the real question, unfortunately, has always been bottom-up problems, bottom-up challenges. For example, in RAPDRP, one of the lessons learned was the preparedness, the homework, so to call it. ISGF, in fact, had done a study on this. I was involved. And if the consumer databases are not ready, consumer indexing or GIS had problems, and not just creation but updation of these systems, that becomes a bottleneck. So no matter how great a system or plan we design top down, until that bottom up is aligning, that is where we run into potential challenges. If you could share some thoughts on how that is being tweaked compared to the past, perhaps, or your own personal views, if not official, on this ground reality.
Thank you, Rahul. And a very good morning to all participants here, members from the government and from the industry. So what Rahul has said, I mean, I think that rings a bell, because that is with every scheme, no matter how well conceived it is or what its objectives are, which are in case of RDSS very well defined. But unless we have a ground level plan, unless we have a clear monitoring mechanism and water, I mean, because power at the end of the day, it's a concurrent subject. The number of stakeholders are much more than, say, compared to defense, which will be only in the domain of Government of India, or say, I mean, health or education, which largely stay in the domain of the state government, barring a few institutions of national importance. But when it comes to power, it is a very interactive scenario. I mean, every stakeholder has to pull his or her own weight. And what you said about GIS updating and consumer databasing, I think we still would have liked to have more of it, I mean, before we went into the scheme. But then we cannot forever wait, I mean, for the ideal situations to emerge. So we had to start the scheme somehow. So maybe with more effort, maybe 1 year down the line, we could have worked only on GIS updation and consumer database updating. It would have been a much better scheme in that sense. But then also we would have lost one important year for AT&C loss reduction. So the scheme itself, I mean, it will do macro level prescriptions like AT&C reduction targets. Every state will get an individual trajectory. Every utility will have a trajectory. So there'll be something to look forward to. I mean, some kind of macro targeting. And at the end of the day, it is the people on the ground, the junior engineers, the assistant engineers who will be implementing these schemes will have to see if they can do I mean, what we like to have is like when we have a national level trajectory. So we'll be, the Ministry of Power and the nodal agencies will be doing a state-by-state trajectory, utility-by-utility trajectory. Then on, it is upon the utility to take it forward. And we like to have feeder-level trajectories. If not with us, at least the DISCOM should have that feeder-level trajectory. So that is the only way. I mean, energy accounting is something which cannot be done away with. I mean, the entire objective, the AMI-SP scheme, is that there should be a clear flow, because in this sector, the flow of energy is also the flow of money. It's also the flow of revenue. So the two are indistinguishable. So even if a state is giving certain power which is at a lower cost, which is subsidized, which is free, even that has to be accounted for, because when we go to loss calculation, there are a lot of gaps which are filled up by substituting that for free power or power that has not been. So unless we actually account for this kind of power, even power that is not being charged for or not being charged for at the correct cost, where the state is filling the gap. And the overall philosophy is the government of India will have no problem with people subsidizing power as long as the subsidies flow in on time. I mean, not just the actual availability of subsidies, but also the timeliness of this money, because cash flow is always a problem in the sector. So I'll come back to, because the entire our session was about smart meters. So the overall target, 250 million consumers. I mean, that is what we are looking at, and 100 million in the first 1.5 to 2 years. So in the initial, we have a small problem right now about semiconductors. All of the industries available. But what we see is in the next 3 to 4 months, the outlook we are being translated, that it might slightly get better. Then on, I mean, as a nodal agency, there are certain other initiatives we have been taking that we like to tell everyone. One is the training and capacity building. So we've got industry participants also, and we have involved Power Sector Skill Council, NPTI, various other government agencies. We also like to have, if any private players will also like to pull in their resources. We like to have, I mean, when people go to install meters, to configure meters, they should be having the right people skills. They should be having the right kind of aptitude, knowledge, behavioral orientation, so that there is the consumer resistance that comes from behavioral issues are eliminated at best. The other part is technology, of course. If the technology works fine, if the readings are fine, if you are able to demonstrate that, then again, another element of consumer resistance goes away. So for a program of this kind of scale, magnitude, and this ambition, I think not having consumer resistance is very important, because meters can be made available, skills can be made available, but if consumer resistance builds up, then it will be very difficult. I mean, for any kind of mass rollout, it's always important that you have to have the consumer on your side. Then we are also working about testing, how to expedite testing and how to ensure that there are no roadblocks in that sense. I mean, our procedures at times become roadblocks. So the ministry has been working with industry also. We have been working with the utilities also. So we have been coordinating with utilities right now to come up with their action plans, their DPRs, and we have been getting it from some of the early utilities. So by the next 3 to 4 months, I think the broad template will be set as to how the scheme will play out in various states. Metering, of course, will remain at the heart of the scheme. But besides metering, we are also looking at a lot of automation. The SCADA and RTDAS SBD has been shared, the draft version. By this month end, we'll also be bringing in the final SBDs for model SBDs for SCADA and RTDAS. So with SCADA and RTDAS, we're hoping to go to 4,000 towns. Every town which is identified as an urban town in the country, urban agglomeration, or even an urban center, even towns with population of 4,000, 5,000, we just are at the periphery of, which are like many of them have the social makeup of a grown-up village in that sense. So what we hope to see is that when you have technology infusion there, so there'll be an interest among the DISCOM staff also that to use technology to monitor things. We'll want more and more data to be generated, to be analyzed without human intervention. Not that, I mean, people would not do it well, but of course, I mean, the kind of efficiency, the turnaround time we see in a machine cannot be replicated on a daily basis. So that is the entire spirit of the scheme, that we have to create greater automation. We have to wean away the inefficiencies which come both from the social side as well as the technological side. So the technology part is easier, but still, I mean, it has to fall in place with the other things. So that's it from me, Rahul, if there are any questions or anything.
Thank you. we'll definitely come back. A lot of points are raised in the going forward, boots on the ground sort of aspect. And in fact, you segue nicely to our next speaker, Dipti Dutt, which really comes back to, and in fact, I'm going to blend one of the questions from the audience from Mr. Mobin. How will this help those areas that are highly theft prone? So I will flip that into a two-way. One is not just the theft and the theft prone in that aspect, but also what's in it for the consumer. Certainly improved quality of supply, what Mr. Rajkumar talked about is one of it, but that's already happening in pockets of India. It's not as if everywhere. I mean, our LGBR shows the unmet load is down dramatically compared to what it was in the past. So load shedding is not the challenge that it was to the same extent. In fact, we have surplus supply in some ways and stranded assets on the generation side. So from data is a means to an end. What is it exactly that it would do for the consumers, of which one aspect of the things is theft reduction, but there's so much more. So with that sort of a lens perhaps, but also whatever you see fit. Dipti, could you please share your opening remarks?
Sure, thanks, Rahul. I think a lot of focus is there on consumer empowerment as part of this overall RDSs that we're talking about in other initiatives. And data obviously is going to play a critical role. So not just RDSs, but all this discussion that is going on content and carriage separation and things like that. So utilities will have to actually start operating in a competitive market, and how do they really get more customer-centric, data-driven approach and things like that. What I had thought I'll talk about is how, and all that story reads together on how we need to start imagining the data governance, data management itself. Let me first quickly summarize, as from our vantage point, what do we really see changing in RDSS, what was not there earlier. Most of the speakers have spoken about it, but just to quickly summarize on what new is there in RDSS. First and foremost, most appreciated one that I see, especially as citizen of the country, is there's a focus on outcomes. It's focus on reforms other than infra creation. That's the first point that I see as a very welcome change. Second big change that we see in the entire funding and the implementation model, government shifting from funding from capex to totex concept that we're talking about, combine capex, opex, because that really what it does is give a lot of flexibility to discoms to experiment, go operational, opex kind of an expenses and things like that, really, right? So a lot of flexibility it gives to discoms in that way, and the entire PPP focus, DB foot model, and alternate sources of investment coming in and things like that. That's another big shift that we see here, how the entire funding and approach is being taken. Third big huge change that I see is scale that we're talking about. Of course, 25 crore smart meters we've been talking about next couple of years to be implemented. We've been talking about this for quite some time. What that really translates into is the current deployment is hardly 1.6, 1.75 million smart meters. The data explosion that will happen if talk about 250 million smart meters going up, literally 100 times from where we currently are, right? SCADA implementations, if you see, the RAP, DRP scope for 72 cities, and now we're talking about almost 4,000 towns and cities, SCADA, overall OT transformation that we're talking about. The kind of IoT sensors, asset monitoring we're talking about, again, in that lead to petabytes of data that will come in. So again, exponential growth is what we're looking at. So what these changes in the thought process, these new things that are, RDSS is bringing together, what key challenges that will lead to? Again, I look at two key challenges. One is the entire unpredictability and uncertainty in IT infrastructure, and that leads to how data gets handled, right? If you look at prepaid smart metering, so much talk on that. The user behavior is not known today. A couple of SIs that we have been working with, we hear of examples where consumers are actually recharging, every evening they're recharging their smart meters and things like that. So since consumer behavior is not known, you don't know what transaction volume to expect and therefore what capacity to plan for. How soon and how fast the 250 million smart meter rollout will happen, and what kind of growth to expect, when to growth again. Again, a lot of unpredictability lies around that area. Then, when we talk about so much of OT level enhancement happening, the transformation that's happening at all the, what we've talking about, SCADA and RTDAS and all these systems, the unpredictability that you have in the alarms and events, etc., that will get generated from the field, it can actually really choke IT infrastructure if it's not planned very well, if it's based on guesstimates and things like that. So, one is the entire unpredictability and uncertainty of IT infra is one huge challenge that this entire RDSS scheme will lead to. And we have to plan, we have to be really in sync for that. Second major challenge it will lead to is this major revamp happening in the OT systems, right? As they become more and more prevalent, we don't know what peak to really design for. It's never been done earlier. The grid reliability that we're talking about in terms of for reducing outages is again the point that we talked about, that how do we really plan for that, improving reliability in distance like average interruption and things like that, health monitoring of high value assets. So, these are like not really done at the kind of scale that we're talking about. That becomes a huge challenge here. And therefore, what needs to be done differently? The way I look at it is we need to reimagine the overall system design itself that we have, reimagine the implementation approach to these solutions, and most importantly, even procurement processes. There's a need for designing loosely coupled systems and serverless architecture. If you look at prepaid metering versus legacy billing system that we're talking about, can you really extend the legacy billing system into prepaid metering? The answer is not really. You need to rethink how do we really do it. The legacy billing system talk about bill generation once in a day. Prepaid metering, you can actually have people recharging literally every day, right? Prepaid coupons and things like that. The overall approach of SCADA systems, the kind of latency and everything that you have versus how we really talk about a data management strategy at a utility level, a governance framework, data coming in from SCADA and multiple assets and smart meters at different levels and things like that, right? So we really need to reimagine, redesign, think of a very, very distinct approach towards how all these solutions, how all these systems will come in, and not really look at doing an incremental approach or trying to force fit things into the current solutions that have been implemented as part of the RAP systems and other ways. Another big thing that we need to do is focus on how can we innovate, how can we do to move to faster time to production. We have seen in RAP, typically a lot of cases we have seen that by the time the solution actually goes live versus when data centers hardware has been procured, they almost enter end of life. There's this huge focus now on new solutions, innovation. So how do we experiment fast, fail quickly, fail cheap? How do we allow for startups to come into this overall ecosystem to really get innovative solutions and things like that, really, right? Be it from theft management or different ways of handling data, the kind of 15 minutes data interval that smart meters only generate. What do you do with all that data? The cross-functional analytics that we'll talk about that will emerge from ERP, CIS, MDMS, SCADA, all these systems coming in. So the key question that we need to really tackle now is that how do we take an ecosystem approach to move faster, allow for innovation, allow for startups to really address the objectives of RDSS. And that's why we see that, looking at a different approach, having to focus on, having DISCOMs to focus on the core capability of serving customers and not really getting obsessed about building data center and building servers and things like that. That's where we see that, RDSS will lead to a major change in mindset itself.
Thank you, Dipti. I think you've hit a magic word, which is mindset, which is the hardest thing to change. It's more difficult than technology in some ways to achieve. So there are a couple of questions I thought we could go around. I won't direct them to anyone, request everyone to speak in a interactive manner, and then we'll have a time. I think we'll probably go a little over our scheduled ending time because we started later, but I don't want to eat into all our lunchtime. So I want to combine two questions and thoughts into an overlap, which really first side you want to customize what you're doing, because we heard about this capability that's been there in the past. And there are two challenges to customization. The first is, of course, skills and capability. A lot of DISCOMs are reliant, unfortunately, on consultants. These external consultants aren't as embedded into the real needs. And second is the time frame. There is just a 2 months ideally for some of these things, couple of months to set the DPRs, or everything needs to be done on a war footing. And the problem is, if, for example, you're missing the data that you really need to do the analysis, you cannot get that overnight. Like the mythical man month, it doesn't scale linearly. The flip side of that is relates to mindset. When RAPDRP was there, it said that any state could change the technical specifications. One of the things I had argued long back was, why are you mandating GPRS? Why not allow 3G? At that time, 3G was state of the art. If they're willing to pay the premium for 3G over GPRS in a 30,000 rupee DT smart metering, the incremental cost to go from 2G to 3G was not very high, and it was worthwhile. And the answer was, oh, they're welcome to ask for an exception. So this is that mindset problem. Design tweaks aren't always just a negative exception. No one wants to stick their neck out, because everyone is, and I'm oversimplifying, it's a lot easier to follow a cookie cutter template than to do your homework and do a right design of what would be optimal. So that challenge relates to skill sets. So we have an over reliance on consultants, in part because discoms are firefighting. They have a lot of other priorities as well. And they haven't built up these 3 layers of skills. You need not just skills for your current stuff, you need skills for IT, which are brand new to a discom. They are electrical. They don't have an IT cadre. You don't have people, a CIO, a CISO is limited. Only a handful of discoms, government, have CIOs or CISOs. And then you've got newer skills, which are not just OT versus IT, but you're having a fundamental transformation of the power system into one that is more decentralized, more digital, more interactive, EVs, photovoltaic. So many things are changing in the grid. So the electricity system of the future is changing much faster. And we're trying to put in reforms on a moving target. And how do we achieve that is a very tough question. So should we, jumpstart with overlooking the consultants? Should we have more experimentation in what different states try? Because if everyone does the same rollout, either they'll all succeed equally or they'll all fail equally. This was a general high-level series of questions that are actually more than one. So request. I believe Mr. Lakshmanan had to leave for the ministry, but we have, of course, Mr. Shah and Mr. Rajkumar from the operational electrical side, and Dr. Thakur and Deepthi. Please jump in. If I could request everyone to keep their videos on.
Hi, Rahul. Sorry, I missed the last part. If you can just reiterate.
Well, so we know some of these challenges. These are not new. The intersection between capacity, capabilities, reliance on consultants, to the need for customization, because every utility will be slightly different. But right now, in the interest of time, especially if a discom is saying, I'll get the bonus of additional grant if I do it quickly. So your rush to do faster will trade off on your better. That cheaper, faster, better, pick any two. So how do we unravel that? How do we untangle that was the question.
That impossibility is always there with 3 variables. You'll always get, there'll be some level of underperformance on one of these, but we like to think that the level of the maturity in the markets, be it the financial markets or manufacturing, is there, that we will be able to achieve most of this. Of course, I think the weak spot, as you mentioned earlier, will remain that consumer indexing part. That is where, because I don't see a lot of challenge in the technology part. As soon as we have a communicating meter, fewer things can go wrong. Of course, there can always be a communication problem, not the meter itself, but the communication part, the choice of technology. RF might work well in certain areas. There might be problems with 4G. So these communication problems will be there. Otherwise, the meter itself, I don't think there is going to be a lot of problem, because but as far as consumer indexing, and there is obviously that delta change happening every year. So if you're not able to keep up with these changes, and then obviously substations are being redesigned all the time, the network, some consumers are being tagged to a different DT. So if these changes are not kept in pace, then it will be difficult for the system to issue red flags. I'm looking from the system's point, not the consumer point. Also come to the consumer's point. What you mentioned was very interesting, that how does the consumer get anything out of this? I mean, all this money is being spent. The end result is there should be better consumer satisfaction. So from the smart meters point alone, it will be, of course, that he'll be able to keep track of his or her spending. I mean, as Deepthi also said, I mean, there'll be recharge patterns will emerge. And for from the other parts, obviously, I mean, it's a systemic thing. The individual consumer is not really concerned, but it'll result in better power supply, better monitoring from the DISCOM side. For the DISCOM, I think many DISCOMs are also exploring their own AI/ML solutions where they can look at optimization of power purchase cost. They can do better load forecast, and this will overall bring system efficiencies. And we hope that these efficiencies will translate into lower power purchase and continued lower tariffs also. So, I mean, overall, I think these are the objectives of the scheme. The timelines are very critical. So we have already entered like end of 2021. If we sanction by 22 beginning also, after the awarding and all, what we saw in RAPDRP, as you mentioned RAPDRP earlier. So with SCADA, we had started in 2011-12. We hope to finish by 2014-15, and it went on till 17, 16, 17. There are 2 towns which are struggling even now. So we hope, I mean, this kind of experience is not repeated. Partly it was also contractual issues, partly it was some kind of dissonance between the DISCOM and the supplier. But I think it's improved now. I mean, the kind of response we got from the SBD, from the industry, I think people are more confident of doing FMS also for a better time. And the only problem remains what you have mentioned earlier. I'll keep coming back. GIS will continue remaining a problem. So I think as nodal agencies, as the ministry, will need to invest in this also through the life of the scheme, not just the beginning of the scheme. I mean, the awarding should not be the only part, but beyond this, we should be doing the hand holding, we should be doing the support, and that is the intention of the ministry.
But this is actually, I mean, the key issue, the scale, 250 million meters isn't just a manufacturing problem. It's not just a bidding problem, because this is where there's 2 sides. I mean, I've seen a lot of critiques of, I mean, ESL has done very well with standardization and bids, like the LED bulbs, of course. But in smart meters, this is an ecosystem where the real challenge is not buying the meter, it's integrating it. So you have in many DISCOMs disparate billing systems because of legacy reasons. So this was a challenge RAPDRP faced. Not all of the old systems were sunset. There is no standardization so that you could actually then, I mean, Deepthi, you talked of startups. Startups can only operate at the fringes once your data exists in the right place and ideally in the right formats. But in this rush, as well as this L1, I mean, sorry to critique L1. I understand why it comes from, but I find it shocking that in previous schemes, we only spent half the money in some cases. In the capacity building side, we spent only 20% of the money. So can we spend more and get more? Like, where would you focus more funds? Like, what's the step? I mean, Mr. Shah, you mentioned that government is there, but from a DISCOM perspective, they're the ones coming up with the DPRs very quickly. Where could our focus be as stakeholders in the industry?
I'm sure. I mean, see, of course, the process of data collection as DISCOMs do it, that will start from their basic units, and there'll be some level of industry interaction, but not probably as much as. But that's the reason. I mean, see, from the ministry side, of course, we are doing all the SBDs. We are trying to give models which are done after some kind of industry research and which are done after some kind of conversation with the industry. The problem is, of course, as smart meters you mentioned, the manufacturing part, 250 million. The other option would have been to have a very low target. One second. So had we had a very low target and we still would have achieved it, that wouldn't have also made sense. So this target kind of propels. I mean, what the complaint we had from manufacturers all these years was that there was no demand on horizon. And that's the reason the industry stayed contracted, as to say, all these years. And now there is a clear demand. The discounts are coming up with NITs. So that will clear up the demand schedule. That will give some kind of ambition to the manufacturers also. And in between, we are also thinking of Make in India and how to ensure that at least 50% of our components come from domestic manufacturing. The value addition, 50% value addition is from the domestic industry.
Is there any such mandate, domestic content requirement or anything right now?
Yeah, I mean, there is a, so we follow the DPIIT guidelines. So from time to time, they come up with this domestic manufacturing guidelines. So if an item is in Annexure 1, so it will have 50%, Annexure 2 will have 20 to 50. So depending upon that, all items are placed. So there is a continual attempt that more and more local manufacturing is promoted. So we are bound by those mandates. In fact, all the contracts, all the tenders, everything that will happen will be happening under the ambit of these guidelines. So from time to time, it might be different in 2021. In 2022, there's a new circular. We are bound to follow that. Of course, this happens only after some interaction with the industry, by understanding the industry standards and how much value addition already is being done, or whether we can take it across. The other part, as you mentioned about the LED and then smart meters, the difference is LED is a product, while smart meter is a service. So, I mean, it's a product plus a service. So that is where we have maybe not done as well earlier. And that is why it was easier to scale up LEDs, because it was just merely provisioning of a product. The product itself does not have a lot, because it's a manufacturing part. It might have defects, but the defect percentage is much lesser. Service will bring interface of many people, and that is where we hope to standardize things. We hope to have formats which will make it easier. I mean, troubleshooting should be made easier. And we, in our training part, in our skill building part, we are also thinking about having more customer care centers. I mean, training people to troubleshoot more quickly. So there'll be hiccups. I mean, not to say that there won't be any. What IntelliSmart or ESL is doing right now in states like Bihar, Haryana, there has been some resistance. At the same time, they have been able to do some level of work, and the numbers are not as huge, of course, as Deepti mentioned. This is a fraction of what we hope to do, but this is also the very beginning. So when it happens for the first time, what we have realized is, making of earlier, the back end looked very challenging. Now that we have some working models, so I think scaling up or doing that will not be as difficult. So
thank you.
The target, yeah.
And Rahul, if I may add, we are seeing, as industry, we are seeing some positive changes happening on that front. The time frame in which SBD for smart metering was rolled out, the kind of industry
For the
outreach
audience, that
and
means standard bidding document. Sorry, we're using acronyms that.
Yeah. The industry consultation that happened, the way our inputs were taken on all of those aspects, and the flexibility that it allows. So I think, India is we live in a complex country. We have very different sets of challenges, ranging from technical to political to social engineering and so many other aspects. But yes, I think it's a welcome change in the right direction, and I'm hopeful as a citizen that we'll get there. If not within the time frame that has been envisaged, maybe a year or two later. But I'm hopeful that it's definitely a step in the right direction. Yes, we'll have to work together very closely as industry and government to, as I said, rethink, reimagine the implementation approaches, procurement mechanisms, allow for startups to come in and things like that. And I'm sure Mr. Shah and other government stakeholders are receptive towards that, and we'll work on that path.
Thank you. Mr. Rajkumar, I think you were saying something. You're muted, sir.
So regarding smart meter, the present trend is that as the technology is advancing, the cost of the meter is coming down. And so when we are having this tender for the entire quantity together, and we are planning it to have this implementation within 3 years or 4 years, I think that during that period itself, the cost may come down. And as many more companies may come forward for the manufacturing. And I think that we have to address that issue also, because if you are going for the tender for the entire quantity together, and we are having 2 to 3 years for the implementation, the technological advancement and the benefit out of this has to be given to the consumers ultimately. I think the industry can make an answer on this.
So I'm blending now my questions with the audience questions. So one of the follow-up related to that is there's a concern about both quality as well as technological obsolescence. How do we sort of manage some of these issues? I mean, I'll just start with a general thought. Most meters in India have a 5-year warranty, if I understand correctly. Same manufacturers globally are offering a 10-year warranty on that meter, on the meter. And the normal answer is, well, you have to harden it more because of the voltage qualities, the line quality, or consumer issues and things like this. Again, to some extent that may be true, but how do we really improve this? Because if the real theory is that in 5 years we got to throw this stuff away, that's really expensive.
Want me to answer that, Rahul?
Or yes, or Dipti, I mean, just technology sort of obsolescence as well as modularity. Was there any sort of thought towards that? Because certain hardware, of course, now is being more standardized. So it used to be if you bought a meter from vendor A, you had to use their software to talk to the meter. That problem is being solved. So have we finished all of these interoperability problems now?
So Rahul, I'll talk more about the software part of it, not the hardware. That's not really my domain on how do you ensure that. But I'm sure, there are, even from software side, the kind of attempts that are being made to to define standard interfaces, from meter to smart meters to HES to MDM to say prepaid or billing system and things like that. So there's definitely an attempt from different nodal agencies to standardize those interfaces so that data flows seamlessly and things like that, right? REC is doing a lot of work, a lot of focus on doing this common consumer analytics and billing platform and standardization of all these interfaces and things like that. So that's definitely a step in that direction on ensuring interoperability and standardization and things like that. While you don't mandate a minimum threshold and the question on standard versus standardization, right? That do you really cripple innovation because of that? So I think, and I talked about when I gave my overview that, it's a time for us to reimagine and look at loosely coupled systems, right? So I think, that's what's going to save us a lot from technology obsolescence while ensuring that everyone is not really bound to remain at the minimum level, and those who want to innovate can go there faster and quicker. So that I think is already started, but probably it needs a lot more emphasis on discoms need to appreciate that. Probably a lot of capacity building, communication training needs to happen on that to understand and appreciate how loosely coupled systems can be built. And India has great examples. If you look at overall India stack, Aadhaar, UPI, etc. Right? So they're all very excellent examples of designing loosely coupled systems and defining these interfaces while not really holding someone to standards that they have to, minimum standards that they get held up in long run. So that I think is an excellent step, but yes, a lot more emphasis is required that. And second, as I said, again, building on the loosely coupled system is reimagining architectures and separating out the data governance and data framework, that kind of approach from actual individual domain system solutions like billing or smart metering and things like that, right? So that you can take a holistic view of the solution, and it actually allows tomorrow, today we would know one or two use cases that we can do using analytics or AI, ML and things like that. But probably a year, 2 years later, when more and more feeder integration happens, the agriculture versus rest of the system segregation, differential time of the day billing, and these kind of things that start to come in, the data that will generate will be even more humongous. So if we again separate out the entire data governance layer from rest of the solution, that's again actually allow for save us from technology obsolescence. So I think we need to start thinking design slightly differently on these loosely coupled systems, design these strong interfaces through which different systems talk to each other. Think of data as a separate layer and not really, integral part of the legacy billing system and things like that. Some of these will actually make sure that we remain relevant even 4 years, 5 years, 10 years down the line.
Absolutely. And these are all moving targets and evolving as well. And so a portfolio, in fact, that was one of the other questions, that in specifications, we're missing out on the portfolio of the complementary standards and specifications that we need. It's not just IS 16444, for example, that's needed. Dr. Thakur, you were saying.
Yeah, I had another meeting with Rahateji, so sorry, and I could not attend that.
No, so you flagged another point, maybe Dr. Thakur, you could speak about, or anyone. You talked about data and governance, Dipti. Handling this data is not just a technological challenge, but we also need the frameworks to handle these. So for example, consumer rights, for example, if the PDP comes in, which is coming up under Parliament, discoms would actually be liable for breaches of data. Now here, what is sensitive data, quote unquote, when it comes to metering data? It hasn't been thought through. We've been doing some work at my institute thinking about this. And a lot more things are sensitive than people realize, because when you put it together, consumption patterns are a proxy for wealth. At the very least, your smart meter knows if you're home or not. And I don't even need a smart meter. Even with a legacy digital meter, non-real-time, non-smart, just with patterns, I can get a sense that, oh, Dr. Thakur's house is empty every Wednesday between 2 and 5 p.m. So this is an aspect I'm curious has been thought through, because the RDSS will evolve or roll out over a few years. Getting all of this data governance and data management right will also take a couple of years. Has thought been started in that way?
Yeah, this is very important actually, and I would like to share one example with you here that this has exactly happened. When the bill came, there was a one pilot project which was going on in Bhopal, and then one family, both husband and wife working, they are saying that the pattern of consumption is little bit very difficult. They can't understand because both of them are in the job, and why that particular time period the electricity consumption is very high. Then they were very curious, and then one day they went, then they have realized that during their absence the maid is putting AC on, calling her friends, and doing party. So that was very interesting case which we came to us. So this data is actually, when we are going to capture the data, is going to give you a lot of opportunity, but only thing is how we are going to handle this data. Because for that, actually, because I belong to NPTI, I can always tell you that we are there to support in terms of giving manpower and training them in this direction. So we are in NPTI. Soon from the January, we are going to open the 3 months, 15 days and short-term training programs for data analytics, so that we can find it out how we can work out which data is essential and how we are going to manage the data. Because when we are going for complete digitalization, data handling is a very, very typical issue. And of course, because with the help of smart meter, consumers are very much aware. They will analyze everything. And then if anything goes wrong, there will be a implication actually. They will, the companies, utilities are going to lose the faith. And this has been reported in Uttar Pradesh, that people are saying they just don't want to rely on smart meter, they want to discontinue. So this faith, awareness, everything is possible with the help and support of data. But of course, we need to prepare manpower who can assess that this data and find out what is useful information and what is not useful information.
Rahul, sorry, Rahul, if I may add, what you talked about having the right governance framework and things like that, it's already been done for multiple industries. It's not really something very, very new or something that we have to learn on the go, right? And like we are
But
very
it takes
happy
manpower and money that the discoms have not allocated yet.
I think
It's not rocket science. You're absolutely right.
it's not rocket
Enterprises know how to do it. But
yeah, and it's also about learning, like how we talk about standard bid document, and that kind of sets space for rest of the discoms. So I think probably, PFC or REC, one of these entities can actually take up an exercise of that sort, and we all can look at what learnings can be replicated on really putting the data governance framework, things like that, and that percolates down to DISCOM. Because the data, end of the day, nature of data that will come for to each DISCOM is going to be same, right? The consumers will be different, but nature of data remains same, and therefore the governance framework would be at least 70–80% same. So probably, instead of every DISCOM reinventing the wheel, it can actually be taken up centrally and then given as a best practice document to rest of the DISCOMs.
Yeah. I would like to add, yes, these provisions are very much there in the RDSS scheme, as rightly pointed by you. And PMA is the further step in this direction. So certainly they are going to put a lot of money for that also.
It's again going to take time because the manpower hasn't yet been there, but you're absolutely right. We need to get there. And I do think a PFC or some centralized mechanism to share, and we'll have a study on this at my institute coming out in a few weeks. We've actually prepared some of these roadmap points. So in closing, I know we're over the time. We have a number of targets under RDSS, and obviously there'll be a lot of monitoring, oversight, and handholding that PFC and others will be doing. But if we step back, the first stage is the feeders. There are less number of feeders in India. Then there are DTs, and then there are smart meters, which are many more and diffuse. So feeder level raw data, or at least good granularity data, do you envision, should we make it public? So there is a national power portal. There are portals that attempt to show feeder data, but very few states have signed up. A lot of states have real-time feeder monitoring already, pre-schemes, but those data are not easily accessible. There are third-party attempts, like Prayas has done some pockets of sampling to show what is the quality of supply, for example. Should this not be, could this become the first step so that every citizen is able to say, yes, this is how much I was load shared last month? Do you think that that can happen?
Yes, certainly in the tariff, the regulator will look into the quality aspect. Certainly this is going to come up. So maybe in future, when we talk about the performance-based regulation for deciding the tariff in future, maybe the regulator will see this aspect that the quality is important.
No, Delhi has actually gone the other way, that if you have an outage beyond X time, the consumer has to be given a rebate. The Delhi regulator has already said that. So, Sauravji, do you anticipate that this percolating to regulators using feeder data, for example, which is where load shedding occurs, to actually come up with incentives/penalties, two sides of the coin?
Ideally, that should be the case. I mean, but this will depend very much on state level conditions, because see, there are already a lot of regulatory assets, say subsidies, where rules are well defined, which are not happening right now, and these are macro level. So I think if it happens in a couple of states, so instead of just the promise of cheaper power or freer power, I think this might become the new. Once it catches on, I think in India a lot of things happen when there is a social political will behind it. So once this becomes a catchphrase, once giving
or a
consumer
positive
rights.
outlier. I mean, just like feeder separation started after Gujarat's experience, it was very positive, and then it percolated through the country, or is percolating. So do you think we can identify sort of states where some sort of model framework of this is your data, your visualization, your access, your, all of these other things? Let's start with a few that are more receptive and able.
So we'll be encouraging states as we go along in RDSS. And once, I mean, I think that is the crossing the Rubicon in Indian sense, that once you have a model, once that model is successful, once that has social political returns, that becomes a applicable model for everyone. Because by force or by push, I mean, it's very difficult to get people on board. But I'm sure, I mean, certain utilities will be doing some of these things in the next 2–3 years. They'll be using this data to reach out to their consumers, show them how they are better than others. I mean, that is how it starts. So once this starts happening, I'm sure others will. And once this starts having some kind of political return as well, which it is bound to happen. I mean, electricity is very fundamental. It is just like the other 3–4 basic needs. So I'm sure, I mean, once states are able to, utilities are able to demonstrate that they are better than everyone else, so there'll be models to follow in consumer satisfaction, not just power supply, but consumer satisfaction.
Absolutely. So this is in a very exciting space. Smart meters are in some ways a means to an end, and the real means, the end is actually quality, sustainability, consumer happiness, utility happiness as well, viability of utilities. It's all interlinked, and so we have a new set of tools. Instruments ahead of us in the coming years, and this will be a very important journey. And thank you everyone for joining us for these discussions. If there's any burning points that anyone wishes to share, we're already over the time, so I'm mindful of that. But if there's any last words anyone would like to share, otherwise my takeaways really talk about that this is something that will evolve, grow, and scale. There'll be some customization and some standardization, and that's inevitable in these sorts of projects. And the real need is for us to use that IT phrase, move fast and figure out failures early so that we have time to rectify them or to iterate or innovate upon them. So any sort of last words or closing thoughts you'd like to share with the audience?
So I can only say that the government intentions are very pure, very right, and we are going to revolutionize the distribution sector, and which is actually required. So keeping in this point of view, this is the time to put all the efforts so that RDSS scheme should become successful. That is my advice. Thank you very much for organizing such a wonderful session, Rahul, and thanks ISGF for inviting.
Thank you. Thank you, ISGF.
Yeah, thank you, ISGF, and thank you, Rahul, for doing the session, moderating the session.
Thank you.
Look forward to continuing the discussions, everyone. Thank you. And see everyone at the next session on smart meters, which is complementary to many of our discussions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rahul Tongia and all our panelists for a great discussion for this session. I would like to request our speakers to turn on their cameras for a group photograph. Requesting our IT team to please take a group photograph of all our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our moderator and all this for joining this session and sharing their thoughts and key insights with us. And thank you to all our participants as well for joining us for this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we break for lunch, I would like to share a video of BSES Rajdhani Power Limited on their initiatives of electric mobility and charging infrastructure.
The vehicular pollution in Delhi is reaching alarming levels. It has been estimated that it contributes up to 30% of the city's pollution. In such a scenario, rapid adoption of zero-emission electric vehicles is a must. This is even more important as every winter, the capital experiences a public health emergency due to the rise in air pollution. To change this scenario, the Delhi Electric Vehicle Policy 2020 envisages to establish Delhi as the electric vehicle or EV capital of India. The policy aims to accelerate the pace of EV adoption across vehicle segments, including 2- and 4-wheelers. In order to boost the adoption of electric vehicles, we need to provide an enabling environment. The chief requirement is of the charging infrastructure to address the range anxiety of EV users. For this, special focus needs to be paid to both public and private charging infrastructure. It has been noted that electric vehicle users mostly use home and workplace charging points for their charging needs. However, This is a very risky situation. Charging points at such locations need to be engineered for safe charging with quality kits, proper electricity load management, and meter installation. To ensure safe charging points to EV users, a unique concept has been initiated. This involves a partnership between the Delhi government and the city's discoms for private EV charging. Through this, residents can easily get a quality EV charging station installed at their homes, RWA's offices, commercial shops, clubs, etc. BSES is fully committed to ensuring quality EV chargers at lowest prices for its consumers. Towards this, it floated a private charging tender and empaneled 12 vendors. These vendors will provide private charging installation through a single window portal. This initiative by BSES offers a host of benefits to the consumers. These include quality chargers, convenient payment plans, and lowest prices, and no fixed charges. The consumer has the option to buy the EV charger upfront, or they can opt for the convenient subscription plan of 36 months. Consumers can also avail an EV charger with or without a separate EV connection at their premises. The supply of EV connection shall be hardwired with the EV charger to prevent any kind of misuse or theft. It is very easy to apply for a quality EV charging connection. Consumers residing in BSES area just need to reach out to BSES at the contact details being shown on the screen. The online application process is very simple too. Many consumers are already benefiting from BSES quality EV charging connection.
BSES is offering a different EV connection altogether at a very convenient rate of like 4.5 per unit charge.
I went on to logged on to BSES website under the e-mobility section. I filled up the online form. The process typically takes 7 to 15 days. For me, it completed within 10 days. Once it was approved, I asked my vehicle distributor to come and install the charger. They installed the charger with hardbound cable, which reduces any chances of theft.
Anybody who's buying for a new electric vehicle in Delhi, I think BSES will definitely going to help you out in this, and it is a very convenient process for you all.
Committed to transforming Delhi.
We would now be breaking for lunch, and we'll be continuing the day one of DAM 2021 with our second session, 250 million smart meter rollouts at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Team, can you hear me? Hello? Thank you. Hello, Mr. Rajani. This is Ashima. Can we start the session?
Yes.
Mr. Rajani, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Is everyone able to hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can hear you.
Thank you so much.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I was waiting for that confirmation. So
Okay.
let me begin. Yes,
I'm starting the session, sir.
please go ahead.
Yes. A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. We welcome all our speakers and participants for the session 2 of the Distribution Utility Needs 2021, which is 250 million smart meters rollout. Starting the session, I would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Ajay Rajani, who is the ISGF Working Group Chair. Mr. Rajani has been a technology disruptor in the IoT and smart grid space for the past 18 years. He pioneered automatic meter reading and smart meters in India and enjoys introducing disruptive products into established markets. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to our chair for the session, Mr. Vishal Kapoor. Mr. Vishal Kapoor currently is a joint secretary at Ministry of Power, coordinating power sector schemes of IPDS, NEF smart grids for smart cities and piloting distribution reforms. We will be having a theme presentation by Mr. B. Sainath. Mr. Sainath is a senior solutions architect, utilities with Amazon Internet Services Private Limited. In this role, he works with the public sector utilities and AWS partners to help build AWS cloud-based industry solutions. In our panel discussion, we'll have the following panelists. Mr. Gautam Kumar. Mr. Gautam Kumar is a Chief Technology Officer at IntelliSmart. He has diversified cross-functional experience of 28 years in technology, solutioning, consulting, and project delivery for IoT and smart metering, enterprise business application from integration through to deployment. Welcome, sir. We have Mr. Akshat Mishra. Mr. Mishra has more than 14 years of experience in utilities, chemicals, oil, and gas energy sector. His roles include business process improvement, commercial due diligence, developing frameworks for strategic insights. Welcome, sir. We have Mr. Vikas Kashyap. Mr. Kashyap is founder and director of Lead Ventures Limited, which is an independent consultancy on technology and business transformation for companies in the utilities and smart cities space. A warm welcome, sir. We also have Mr. Gajendra Kumar Agarwal. Mr. Agarwal is the Joint Managing Director of Genus Power Infrastructures Limited. He joined Genus in 2002 as a whole-time director and in 2014 became GMD of the company. As GMD, he leads from the front, formulates business expansion strategies and takes key strategic decisions for the company. And we have Mr. C.V. Srinath joining the panel as well. Mr. Srinath graduated in electrical engineering from Sri Siddhartha Institute of Technology, affiliated to Bangalore University during 1993. He holds an MBA in project management. After graduation, started career in steel industry and worked in automation manufacturing industry for about 5 years before joining the Karnataka Electricity Board in 1998. Over to you, Mr. Joyrajani.
Well, thank you for the introductions. Let us begin right away. Well, Chair and all the participants, it's an absolute privilege and an honor to moderate this august audience, because these are not just the movers and shakers, but the gentlemen here are the people who have actually shaped the landscape, and we look forward to them to further define how this market goes ahead. There are many areas that we can touch upon, but quickly, before I invite the chair for his remarks, a lot of areas that could come to limelight. 250 million smart meters. It's not just perhaps a manufacturing and a bidding problem, but the system should work as a whole to distill and telescope the benefits both to the utility and to the consumer. So it's not just a humongous 250 million a bidding or a manufacturing problem, which typically what occupies our mindset. The ministry, of course, has done a very stellar job in outlining the framework with the standard bidding documents. Mr. Vishal Kapoor has led from the front for the past many years, and with the learnings of the RAP, DRP, we have a great framework today, which can act as a springboard to accomplish this 250 million smart meters. A couple of points that perhaps the speakers and the participants could bring to limelight. Some of them could be consumer engagement. What's more important beyond just getting the data for the utility would be to empower the consumers with the data, so that they are empowered to manage, control, and know their consumption and have a visibility on that. Of course, capacity building is something that would preoccupy a lot of minds here in terms of meter manufacturing, particularly given the silicon shortage that we are having. We will look forward to, I guess Mr. Agarwal is here to have his comments. They represent a very large meter manufacturer. Capacity is one of the challenges that we would like to have his comments on. Communication is something that preoccupies, or rather would be the central to all these plans. If I may kind of put the cat among the pigeons, we need to see good homegrown, communications solutions providers. If I may just take a case in point, one large northern Indian state, when they had challenges, we cannot have support being given from Europe and America for our field conditions and deployments and challenges here. So that is something, I personally as a communications person would look forward to hear, some of your thoughts around that. Of course, one of the key things is, the questions are, it's something that the utilities also grapple with. Do they go in for part of the RFP for part of the state, or perhaps the entire state? There are challenges there with multiple RFPs covering the state. We actually end up creating, it's something my colleague Mr. Gautam Kumar mentioned in my earlier conversation, we end up creating islands of backend system. So that, we could have 250 million smart meters, but they need to work as a whole, as a homogeneous system for that particular utility and the state, and not have multiple islands in terms of if we have multiple bids. These are some of the thoughts. And of course, we need to also have a larger number, a greater participation from the AMI, Advanced Metering Infrastructure Service Providers. I guess these are some of the points. Please expand the framework. And without much ado, I would like to invite, an absolute privilege to have Mr. Vishal Kapoor here as a chairman, for him to address his remarks and begin this. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Mr. Kapoor?
Mr. Rajani, Mr. Kapoor is likely to join in a while. We're still following up with his
Okay.
office. Actually, he was there in the inaugural, so he had shifted the meeting, which was in morning to afternoon. So we will try to have him, but please continue with
All
the
right.
discussion.
All right. Of course, the pressures of the ministry. Of course, he's right at in the middle of all of that thing. So I guess what we could do is we could call upon the first speaker. I have laid the framework of the remarks and waiting to hear from all of you. And perhaps we could begin with Mr. Sainath Bandakavi. Mr.
Sure.
Sainath,
Thank you so much.
without much ado, please, stage is yours. You're welcome.
Thank you. So can you hear me and see the screen that I've shared?
We can hear you. We'll just wait for the screen to come. I'll just give you a confirmation as soon as it's there, sir. We will follow a general protocol if that's okay. We'll all mute ourselves.
Okay, I'll start. I hope you can see the screen that I've shared.
The screen is blank. If you could put the first slide. If one of the participants also can confirm if they can see the screen, we could begin.
Screen is visible, sir.
You can see the screen.
Okay. So now
Okay.
what I'll do is I'll first start with, what are the functional areas we are looking at when we talk about, smart metering. So, one is getting the read, other is, disconnect command or reconnect command. So we are actually making use of these features to actually address some of the functional areas in smart metering rollout, right? So what are some of the functional areas that we are looking at? First and foremost is the meter deployment planning, installation, and once the meters are installed, are they activated? How are they activated and all? So this starts much before we actually start getting a read from the meter, and this is a meticulous process which is followed, in terms of planning, getting the work orders issued, getting the meters installed, and ensuring the meters have, activated and started communicating. Right. And second one is once we start getting the reads, we use this reads for billing purposes for, say, multiple tariff types. It could be for a slab-based tariff, it could be for TOU-based tariff, or it could be, say, for prepayment. So different, purposes for which we use this read. And this is a standard use case that we have been, implementing for since, probably 15 years from the time when AMR started. Right. But there's more to it than just using the reads for billing. Some of these could be like, automating connection changes using AMI reads, right? Say some customer comes and asks for, or calls up and asks for, say, I want to move out of this particular premise, right? How do we automate this process? One customer calls up and says, I want to change my category, say, from residential to commercial without change of meter. So how do we automate these particular, activities without manual intervention? So probably there would be manual intervention, but it would be more in exception cases. So how can we look at such use cases as well in the functional areas? Other areas could be around, say, potential fraud detection. So one is in terms of the alarms which are coming from the meter. Apart from that, there is a lot of indirect analysis which is also done on top of these alarms and the reads. For example, there is an outage after a meter cover open, right? Or there is a change in consumption after a isolated outage event from a particular meter. So there is a lot of indirect analysis also, which can be done on top of the data which comes from the smart meters. And other one is the outage and power quality issues that we can identify from the data which comes in. So there's obviously a large volume of data, but how do we act on it in near real time or filter what is needed so that the operators actually look at what makes more sense rather than seeing those flood of alarms that keep coming in. Right. Another one is around device operations and maintenance. So when I say device operations, it could be related to smart meters, it could be related to, say, RF devices or PLC devices. So a lot of operational activities need to be covered beyond just meter replacement at the start of the rollout project, right? So a new connection is issued, there could be a process around deploying a smart meter. Then the meter goes faulty, to replace it. Or customer asks for a load increase, there is a replacement of a working meter with another working meter. So different aspects that we cover in device management. right? Similarly, analytics is a topic that, many of the speakers spoke about in the previous session as well. How do we use this data for analytics in terms of, say, customer segmentation or fraud detection or load forecasting, or, in order to give additional new services to customers, which could be like, prepayment or time of use, right? So these are some of the functional areas that we want to address when we talk about, implementing or rolling out, large scale smart meters, right? But what are some of the key aspects that we need to look at when we talk about rolling out smart meters? So I'm not talking about whether it's what is the level of complexity in these, but these are some things which need to be looked out when getting into smart metering, right? One is there are tens of business processes which will undergo change. So it could be related to customer care, it could be related to metering or meter installation, meter replacement, new connection, reading, billing, a lot of processes which undergo change. And if you look at business units which will be involved, who will be impacted with this, there would be a lot of them. If you look at one single process and look at it from a typical business process swim lane actors perspective, you'll see that there will be at least 2 or more actors who would be involved in all those business processes. Right. So when we talk about changes in these business processes, there is a change management activity which needs to be done within the utility and outside the utility for consumers. Right. There would be a lot of changes, like in a conventional way, if we don't get a customer's read, we probably take a 6 months average and generate an average bill to him and give. But when we talk about smart metering implementation, the way we run the estimation methods or the way the average bill is calculated is totally different. Right? So we need to tell customers so that they also understand that these are the changes which are coming up. Or the mass rollout of meter replacement, which happens, it shouldn't be a surprise to customers that someone suddenly walked in and said, "We'll replace your meter." Right? So our customer outreach programs or customer education, internal education is something which needs to be done as part of this change management activity. Another one is in terms of transition management. So when we talk about change, obviously transition is something which will come up, right? So from the new process, from the existing process to the new process, who would be handling some of the steps in the new process which would be coming up? There could be a transfer of ownership of certain activities, right? And there are also, new types of assets coming up, and who would own those particular assets, right? Say if we talk about, say, smart meters, or if we talk about, say, SIM cards, or if it's a RF based network, who would own those RF devices within the organization, right? So the ownership of those assets also needs to be maintained or identified so that other related activities are handled thoroughly, right? And this calls for training needs. So when we say training needs, it's across processes, it's across devices, or it's across applications or systems that we are implementing. It could be an example could be that suddenly if I take the example of, say, an average bill which was given to a customer, right? So a customer would call up and ask the customer care executive saying, "Please help me understand how you arrived at this average bill." For the customer care executive to explain how this come out, the consumer care team also needs to be trained so that they understand how this works, right? Or if, for example, a meter read didn't come for a particular customer for, say, continuously 2 months, you might want to do a manual read by going to the site, right? So the meter reader might find it different from how a conventional meter is read. Probably this has smaller digits. Probably this has a brighter LED light inside it. So such kind of trainings are something which are very important, which needs to be carried out as part of these rollouts. Right? And another important in terms of inventory handling across meter rollout and the O&M process, right? So one is the warehouse capacity. When we're talking about millions of meters of rollout, our warehouses huge enough to handle that capacity. And from the warehouses, we might be sending it to individual stores within, say, areas or towns. So are they big enough to handle that capacity? If it might be the responsibility of the vendor doing the installation, but they also need to plan for to handle that amount of capacity. And it's not just smart meters, but there would be meters which would be removed from site and again brought back, right? So you need to look at probably double the capacity to handle that inventory. Right. Similarly, meter testing procedures. So one is the accuracy test that is done, but when we talk about smart meter, are there some of the other additional tests that need to be performed on smart meters to say that a remote reconnect works well, or a remote read request works as per how it is supposed to work? Right. So a lot of these, in fact, in the forward planning is another thing. How do they plan the requirement of the new meters that need to be procured in the coming months or the coming year? Right. So these are the aspects that need to be looked at from functional perspective. And from technical perspective, when we say multiple business processes, obviously multiple applications come up into picture. It's not just say head and MDM that we are implementing, but there are tons of tens of other applications which are updated. Billing for sure is something that will be enhanced. Or similarly, a utility might be having a different application to capture the PQ related complaints, or say outage management could be another one. So the important point is that when we are looking at planning a smart metering implementation, we should look at planning from a holistic perspective so that the existing utility systems are also updated and the timelines are in line with how we are planning to roll out the smart metering. Right? We get the data in HES and MDM doesn't mean that we are done with the implementation. So unless the data is used to address the functional areas we talked about in the previous slides, we are not making best use of the implementation. So timeline management is a very important aspect so that the dependencies are tracked well and the enhancements happen at the right time. Right. Other aspect is in terms of variable workloads which would be there. Right. So the head-end system might be overloaded middle of the night, right? Or the metadata management is processing in the morning for a bulk of say VE processing, or it is processing throughout the day, or billing is loaded in the night, that is when it is requesting reads from MDM. Right. So there would be different kinds of workloads for different applications that we need to look at when we are implementing the smart metering applications. Similarly, data ownership is another point that came up in the morning session as well. So there could be a lot of new data sets that are coming up. It could be, say, the meter images. It could be the accuracy data that you are probably capturing when you're installing a new meter or removing the old meter, or the geo coordinates which are captured at the time of, say, meter installation. Who would own this data? So are you sending it to GIS? Is the GIS team willing to own it? Are they willing to maintain it over a period of time? Or will it lie with, say, the connection team? Who would own it? So that's another aspect that needs to look at on the new data sets that are coming up and who would own that data, right? And obviously the huge volume of data which is coming up as the installed meter base is increasing and the meter data is accumulating over time, right? And when we look at these points that need to be considered, what are some of the technical considerations that we want to look at when we are rolling out smart metering applications? Right? So one is, performance efficiency is an important point. So we could look at, the variable workloads that we talked about and how do we ensure that the performance requirements are met. It could be like scaling up from implementing or installing 50,000 meters to going up to millions of meters. How do we ensure the applications can scale up? Can we look at new things like serverless architectures? And we also look at more purpose-built databases. If we are using the data for analytics, it has to be a different model. If we are using the data for metadata management, it has to be a different model, right? So this is something that we need to look at when we need the performance efficiency to handle the million scale that we are talking about here. Similarly, in terms of operational excellence, when we are rolling out the applications, we need to monitor the execution times. Say, for example, how many seconds is it taking to trigger a reconnection command, right? Or how many seconds is it taking to get an on-demand read? So unless we monitor those parameters, we won't know what kind of procedures need to be in place to handle, say, exception scenarios, right? So such things are important. And similarly, other aspects could be around reliability. We can't probably afford to have downtime for our HES and MDMS because of the data that keeps coming in throughout the day, right? Or some of the scenarios like, which alarm flooding, which we can't really predict. So are those systems scalable enough or, prepared enough to handle the variable, performance requirements which would be coming in? right? And similarly, security is an aspect that we talk about, and it's not just about the data which is coming in from the meter, but even after it comes and lands, what is the amount of security or the types of security mechanisms that are implemented, right? And lastly, in terms of say cost optimization, we can stop spending money on undifferentiated heavy lifting, for example, right? So something which we might need 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line, how do we look at optimizing the cost towards it, right? And we could look at adopting say consumption-based model, so that the amount of resources that we would be needing is based on say the consumer meter base that is installed on the site. Right? So these are some of the aspects that we can look at when we are implementing smart meters, not just at a smaller scale, but when we're talking about a large scale, million scale kind of a rollout. Yeah. So that was briefly from my side. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bandakavi. That was very insightful. You touched upon a lot of areas from business processes to capacity, scalability, and project management, and so on and so forth. I guess without much ado, since this is centered around smart meters, if I may invite Mr. Jitendra Agarwal. He represents the smart metering industry. Perhaps to hear his comments right away. Welcome, Mr. Jitendra Agarwal. Please, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
everyone,
sir,
and thank you, Mr. Rajani, for giving me this opportunity, and I welcome everyone for this great event and very relevant in current times, where we are talking of 250 million smart meters, by far, I think, the largest program to be undertaken by any country till today. So, can I share the presentation?
Yes, of course. You can. There's a share button below your screen, the third switch. You could just press that and present in front of you.
I was told that ISGF team will share the presentation. Are they doing that, or do I need to?
Just request them to do that, please. The team, can you put Mr. Agarwal's presentation?
Yeah, that it is. Thank you. So I'm just going to touch a brief about the company, just to give a heads up what is Genus all about. And then I'll talk about the challenges and suggestions as a meter manufacturer for this very ambitious plan of the government of India. So just to give you about heads up about Genus, that Genus is the largest metering manufacturer in the country with a complete backward and forward integration manufacturing plant. So we have 70+ million electricity meters installed in India, which is by far the largest by any company in the country. 10+ million is the production capacity. So we're very well placed to be one of the major players in this rollout. Manufacturing plant in 3 states of the country, and a lot of capacity available to do this work. Very good active manpower, and R&D lab is recognized by Government of India. And we are a CMI level 3 company accredited with various national and international certifications. So we are a one-stop shop for any kind of smart metering solutions. And Genus is one company which is not only a meter manufacturer or a supplier or a design, we provide end-to-end solution in AMI space. So just a heads up on Genus. Second slide, please. So our readiness for smart prepayment beta deployment has been proven in the last 3 years, that we are the first company in Asia Pacific to achieve the milestone of supplying more than 30 lakh smart meters. So more than 3 million. So which speaks of our preparation on this particular deployment. At present, our production capacity stands at 1 crore per annum. And to speak about the industry, Indian metering industry has always been a very matured metering industry, and our capacity as a domestic industry is more than 10 crore, which is more than sufficient to take care of this ambitious plan by the government of India. And this capacity can be further ramped up based on the demand. So we are the class 1 local suppliers as per DPIT definition, and local content in our smart meters is more than 60%. So we are very proud, not only as Genus, as metering industry, that the local content of our smart meters is more than 60%, which is in the class 1 definition of the Government of India. So we as an industry very strongly support the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of truly make in India or made in India. So we have experienced execution team as GENAS for meter installation, integration, O&M and field support. We are already undertaking a couple of projects in this country which are going on very successfully. We have demonstrated history of successful supply and installation of smart meters in various ongoing smart meters AMI projects in India. Be it Rajasthan, be it Tamil Nadu, a lot of projects we are already undertaking and they are doing pretty well. And to impart training and capacity building session for DISCOM, we have signed MOU with Tata Power recently. This is we have been talking about the preparation of the people in the country, how they will take care of smart meters when we are talking of such a large deployment. So in this regards only, we have already done a tie-up with Tata Power, where one of the leading utility of the country, along with a leading meter manufacturer of the country, together will impart training to all the personnel of utilities. So how they can maintain this very large deployment. Next slide, please. So these are some key suggestions as a leading meter manufacturer of this country. So what should be done to achieve this very ambitious plan? The availability of electronic components, particularly IC, is a challenge in global market. We all know about it. We have been reading about it across the globe. We all have been knowing about it. So it is very important that a clear demand roadmap is, the sooner we decide, the better preparation can be done. So it is not that the ICs are not available at all, but you have to plan them well in advance. So a clear roadmap is the most important need today to successfully implement this ambitious plan. The AMI SP SBD allows bidder to participate in bid without BIS license. These are some of the suggestions as a meter manufacturer. We strongly feel obtaining the license post-award may delay the project. If you don't have a BIS license, you should not be allowed to even participate. And there are more than 34 companies who have the BIS license available. So why do we need to make it, why do we need to delay it further? As per SPD, there is dependency on third-party lab, which may cause delay. Well, FAT at presence of utility inspector should be continued. Well, we should do factory inspection at the manufacturer's premises itself, so that this work is continuously going on smoothly. SPD considers technically qualified lowest bidders, whereas considering the project timeline, QCBS selection process should be followed. And recently, Government of India in their recently published, I'm just unable to coin the name. They've recently published a data, not data. They have recently published where the Government of India is suggesting that Ministry of Finance, Department of Expenditure, there's a procurement policy started by recently published by Government of India, where 30% value should be given to the technical capability of the company. So QCBS must be one of the selection process should be followed according to the Government of India's regulations also. Next slide, please. So in our opinion in SPD, due flexibility should be given to utility for customization. Also, as utilities has learned certain things the hard way based on consumer nature, demography, they have learned it a long way. Well, this country has already deployed more than 250 million electronic meters. Well, just imagine when we started this journey as an electronic meter manufacturer in the year 2000. In 21 years, the country has completely shifted from electromechanical meters to completely tamper-proof electronic meters. And Indian utilities and Indian metering industry has matured a lot and learned a lot in last 2 decades. This experience should be given due consideration in the SBD, and that flexibility is very important according to us, should be given to the utility. RDSS has very strict timelines, and accordingly the related process timing should be optimized. The bidder must have valid type test at the time of bidding and not after award of contract. These small things will only delay the process and nothing else. Smart meter is the key component in overall solution. Adequate attention should be given to the smart meter supply experience according to the overall tendered quantity. Just to give a heads up, Recently, I was talking to some of the stakeholders and I realized one of the thought which is going on in the mind is person who is investing the money, the AMI-SP, it is his responsibility to ensure that, and it is, and a lot of thinking has gone through according to the solar power generation. Whomsoever invests money in solar power generation, accordingly we give, if somebody is investing money, he will decide which technology to use, which absolutely fine. But please understand, when you decide a solar power generation and you give every flexibility to the AMI-SP, whatever he generates, you are paying for it. Absolutely fine, but not in the case of smart meters. Smart meters is the backbone of the utility. If a distribution utility, only the cash box is a metering solution. How do you ensure what the meter has been installed or the system as is installed is working fine, is reading fine? It's directly related to the consumer. It is directly related to the financial health of the utility. So the quality of meter, the quality of system should be given utmost importance in deploying this very ambitious plan. So next slide, please. Thank you. These are all some of our suggestions from a meter manufacturer. I'll be very happy to take up any questions which come up in the later part of the program. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Agarwal. The format is that we keep the questions right at the very end, once all the speakers, so that we throw the house open for questions and discussions. So we could do the questions after all the speakers have finished with the presentations. But thank you so much. A lot of key points that you touched on: QCBS, selection, of course, perspective. Very heartening to hear that the metering industry is geared up to meet the requirements. Absolutely fantastic. Perhaps we could go with the next speaker. I mean, it's an open choice. Perhaps Mr. Gautam Kumar from IntelliSmart. Could we have his perspectives? Because you and IntelliSmart, Jinas and IntelliSmart have been at the forefront of changing this landscape. Mr. Kumar, a warm welcome. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Jaji, for giving this opportunity to speak out and share our experience and the plans which we see need to be taken up for this 25 million meters, which so 250 million meters, which we are poised to do in next 6-7 years. So some of the experiences and some of our thought process and the point of views we would like to share. I'm sharing my slides, which will discuss around that. Hope this is visible.
Yes, sir.
So when we are looking into the 250 million meters, 25 crore meters, which the government is planning to put the smart meters, and typically in the prepayment mode, what we see is that model of what would be the model to implement these programs. Basically, completely when we look into such a large size and the investment which need to go in, and in the same time the commitment which has to be there for the long time period of, I think, 10 years or so, we need to see whatever projects are being placed, they need to be looked into for next 5 to 10 years, minimum 10 years, I could say. So when we look into the best model comes out is the OPEX, right? And there are CAPEX models are also there. So normally when we look into this amount and looking into the investments requirement and the cash availability with the discoms, we see that the OPEX model is something which is the way out for implementing these large programs. And something is coming out in recent time, and along with the SBD, the new SBD, the concept of TOTEX has come, where some investment is coming from the discoms also. So that will give certainly a more reprieve in terms of, and some involvement from the discoms also, and reprieve in terms of the monthly payment
which is associated with the OPEX part. So that is one of the things which we see that the OPEX is the way, OPEX or the TOTEX, basically some portion as a CAPEX and the remaining as a OPEX is the way out. In this scenario, we see that our experience also is that the DISCOMs have good control over the project and the performances of the implementer. So they keep, and there could be a continuous improvement which can come out with this involvement of the AMISP along with the DISCOMs, and as the payments and other things are related with that, along with the investors also. So they keep on looking into implementing new ideas, continuous improvement would be there. So second point is that with these models, when we go in the OPEX, the size of the projects could be larger, and at the same time, the economy of the scale could be achieved. Cost, which is certainly the large ones which we have seen in the ESL projects, and the cost which has been there, the cost which has come, and the end, the DISCOMs are having the rates which is really have benchmarked the industry. So that's where we see that this is the model for the coming time for the implementation of these 250 million program. And here we have to see that the end-to-end responsibility goes into the AMISP and along with somewhere DISCOMs need to be involved in this. So coming one, in the same time when we look into this deployment and in this fast pace, Mr. Agarwal has mentioned about that how much time it has taken. In the first phase, and I'm also associated with the metering industry in my past. So whatever we have seen, it has taken a long time, around 10 years or so, to migrate from the conventional electromechanical to the now the first gen of the digital meters. And the smart meters are even, when we look into the digital meters, is something one-to-one replacement. But when we look into the smart meter, is not one-to-one replacement. A lot of, I can say, is interlinked systems and even social way and the way the consumptions where consumers are being connected to the system now is getting changed with the two-way communication, with the smart metering, with more innovative tariffs, prepayments, and other services. So this has become more complex in the sense. Like unlike putting up the meters in past, where fixing up the meters only, the meters are now not only fixed, they got provision basically, and the provision into the back-end system. So that's become a more complex scenario. So and that's in we need to see that the DISCOMs also need to prepare for this journey. There are large tenders which are coming in so far to our list. We have seen some of the around 8 million meters. We could see the tenders are already in pipeline. DISCOMs are coming up with different models. Modes are some of them OPEX, some of them CAPEX. So there are some of the list you could see what is in pipeline today, visible to us and notified. But what we see in the same time that this beats, at least the whole construct need to be a clear one. How to get the agencies engaged, and the right agencies with the right contracts need to be there. Our experience goes out on the if you don't have the right contracts, if you don't have the right bidding, in the long term, when we start doing the deployment and getting the benefits, and that's where the whole problems comes in. So what we see is that the construct of the bids needs to be right at this moment. So we are seeing that the bids are coming in bits and pieces. So I mentioned about that creating the backend islands, about MDM and RMS as a different bids, meters as a separate bids. So AMI, I can say, is an integrated system. So we need to look into a very integrated fashion how these bids need to be constructed and to be done. Then further to that, there are some restrictive and preferential qualifications which are coming in for qualifying into the bids. This is an investment area, so we need to see that in right investment and the people who have the right mindset and want for this sector basically need to come in and qualify, because investment and make consortiums and deliver such projects. So this is basically a mix of financing, mix of technology, mix of field activities. So so that all need to be there. Then only the projects can be delivered successfully. So restrictive, the QRs should not be restrictive. Right? Further, and one point in all these bids, we have seen that sometimes we say that only these category of customers or a pocketed geography has been defined. In a mass meter replacement program, when we look into it, has to be in a sweeping manner, or at least there should be a I can say strata-wise fixation should be there. How we would like to basically go for the replacements. If we don't plan out properly, we will have isolated packets or isolated systems or very discrete systems which come on, and later on there would be difficulty in integrating them all together and bringing a common or a experience to the customers. Further, another point which is the timely payment schedules, so that these projects can run. The investment, because a large project in the OPEX project, the investment security need to be there. This need to come as an investment security mechanisms need to be there. I think SBD is addressing this issue to a level. And one more point to which we need to ponder on industry is that what should be the realistic performance requirement? Can we 99.9% or 100%, or can it be 99%? So we need to realistically define the performance requirement, because if we don't do it, the whole cost will not be come to a right perspective. If we are saying 100%, possibly the cost of making that 1% out would be very difficult to find out. But for that 1%, we need to see whether we should be keeping the things in the right perspective, what the system can achieve. This is a system which we have to see what the system could achieve and the performance criteria and the associated penalties. The projects is not for penalties, but penalties are there to improve the performance, and performance need to be certainly, I can say, commensurate the systems which we are buying or we are putting. So that's one of the requirement I do see that we need to look into. Even the SBD, this again need to be looked into the industry, and whatever results we are getting from the various systems that need to come in. Further to that, when we are looking into the implementation part, so a lot of preparedness has to happen. Mr. Agarwal has mentioned about the component, right? So we are also facing this trouble that component supplies are delaying the meter supplies typically, and the field rollouts are hampering. This is and the delays have been increased from 8 to 10 weeks in the past, now 24 to 50 weeks in some of the components, and the meter supplies are really, when you are planning an engine which is such a large one to drive through, say, if you look into the number of meters which we need to put every day, if we don't feed the teams who are we are creating in the field, the whole program will not be successful. So that we need to see how we can secure our supply chain if we want to do this in time. This is one of the key areas to see that supplies are secured. Certain part is that resistance from the customers, and DISCOM legacy systems are in process of upgrade. Till we have to make these systems upgraded as soon as possible in the same way the programs have been planned out. So that's another area which need to be looked in. If the legacy systems are very old and they are not matching up with the new AMI systems, so their upgrades need to be decided by DISCOMs as soon as possible and fastened up on that path. Now, another problem which we are looking into is the variation and add-ons on. There is no uniformity in the specification of the meters. So a lot of changes are happening across the DISCOMs. So that's where supply is also getting impacted and certification is also delayed. Payment defaults is also an issue where we do see that how to secure the payment if we are doing an investment, and getting the right investment at the right interest rates are sometimes very difficult. Communication is an area certainly which Mr. Ajay has also mentioned about. That's very critical and the crucial point. Recent time, the sunset of the 3G has caused a lot of stress on the system. We need to see how we progress out, how we decouple the devices with the communication. Certainly, technology agnostic solutions need to be there if we want to keep take away the risk of the obsolescence of the communication or the cost to upgrade. So that need to be worked out very soon, and there should be some level of industry should be doing something on that side as fast as possible. So the piecemeal projects are also hampering the scale of economy. There is there has to be somewhere a thought where large projects they need to come out at a time if you have, and it may be in a schedule and a scattered manner, but the bids need to come out in large quantities. Then only planning can happen. So some of the experiences which we have, we are also tracking out what is happening around the world in the large implementation. UK story, we all are quite aware of how they have done, how they have centralized their backend, which is a complex system, and then decoupled the metering installation after the Smith 1. The Smith 2 program has quite been different than what was in Smith 1. So DCC has been created where they are the sole agency for the backend systems. Meters have been now put in by the asset providers basically. So they are the way decoupling it out. Though our country is different, we are too large, federated in that sense. But some of the learnings we can always take. So these learning we need to, when we are doing the large programs, we need to look back into what had happened in the world and take some of the cues from there and take the good part which we can accommodate in our program also. So similar thing which has happened in the Malaysia also. Here again, one agency has been defined. They are putting up the structure, putting up the things, and the deployment has happened a lot. A big deployment has happened in a very fast pace. Japan is another example of putting 2.9 million meters in a record time, even before the scheduled time. They were planning, they have crashed their timelines from 2023 to 2020 and put 29 million meters in record time. And they selected a hybrid model of communication, tested it out initially. A lot of testing has happened, invested a lot of money and a lot of time into that in initial stage of preparation and the planning, and then gone for the deployment plan. And they could crash down their program from 10 years to now 7 years. And 2023, the planning was to complete that in 2023. They have already done in 2020 itself. So this is something which we need to learn out. When we assimilate all those experiences, what we have also as an AMISP or implementer, and whatever we could see in the market. So we also see that there are 4 areas which we need to focus on as in India when we are poising for such a large deployment. So we need to also take some of the, like making a national program framework basically and governance model, which all the states or the people who are participating into that, the agencies should follow it. When we look into the phased plan, basically, the state level, at least we cannot have a country level, but at least the state level, we got a mass deployment program so that backend could be a complexity of the backend could be mitigated, the risk could be mitigated, could have a large environment, take up one large project, do create infrastructure which could be catering to the complete estate, and later keep on buying the meter and putting in the same infrastructure and scale those infrastructure as we grow. So scalability in today's cloud environment, scalability is not a big concern. So that way the economy of scale would also be there, and the challenge of setting up the uniform backend system would happen. The same way there's some level of standardization need to happen. The code of practice need to be there for the meter, the pluggable communication to decouple the communication from the device so that if the communication is impacted, we can always have an, because these two are growing in a very different, the technologies are growing in different, at a different pace. And we need to decouple the meters basically as a measuring device and the pluggable communication. And so there we need to have a code of practice and some level of standardization. Base use cases and interface definitions need to be defined. There are multiple systems need to interface and integrate. A lot of time and effort. Once it goes years, I can say, in getting the interfaces built and stabilized. So that's the area where we also need to work out and define at least what would be the basic use cases. So those interfaces could be published out, could be well understood, and we should not waste time in defining for every project. Upgradation of the and AMC of the DISCOM's legacy systems must be there. When we are facing the trouble is that today, even though the legacy systems are running, but there is no one to support that. There is no AMC available. So whenever you want to interface with those systems, having a lot of challenges in doing and investing a lot of time into that area. System and processes, as I was mentioning about that, communication reliability need to be there, customized, and so we are also looking into that. There could not be a single solution. That this need to be a customized solution for the metering requirement. Our country is very varied in terms of the geography, in terms of the build. So we need to look into the way the rural communication can happen point to point. Urban could be a mess in packets. So there we need to see that how a hybrid communication system can work and coexist. The backend system must be resilient, enough resilient, scalable. There should be a scalable and versatile. As the needs changes, we need to have those changes in the backend system. Security is certainly a point of concern. And when we are looking into the security from device end-to-end security, I can say the comms and the backend and the data center security. So a lot of security related, we need to think over that and define it, because without defining what level of security we need, I think we would not be in a position to get into the threat perception. To I can say you handle the threat which will come. So what we say that the defense approach should be threat-led. So threat could come, and then after coming, the threat is there, then we start it. I think that's not the right approach. So let the threat-led defense approach should be there, and we should be saving our system because it's a critical infrastructure. A lot of people are connected into that, so security need to be looked into that sense. Then is the engagement and the experience of the customer. We need to understand that AMI is not only connecting the utility part, it's the social also. So meters, when we are getting into the prepaid mode, right? As we have seen, when we are getting to the mass prepaid rollouts, the customers get connected with the whole AMI system in a way, day-to-day interactions, and their involvement is very much, and their experiences counts very much on the success of this. So there has to be a lot of engagement programs needs to happen. Their experience need to be better in terms of even if you are providing a program of training them out how to use the mobile apps, prepayment, paying out payment options with the prepaid systems, how it all works. So that is also will engage. The customer engagement is a must for getting off the resistance in the field. So that's another point where we need to see that customers need to get engaged and their experiences will smooth in getting into this transition. Then SOPs and the cultural shift. Why I'm saying about the cultural shift is that see across we have till date we have the experience of putting up the meters on wall, but smart meters is not only putting the meters on wall. It is connecting the whole system into the back end and seeing that customer is started getting the benefits. Till we don't do this, the whole purpose will get forfeited. We fix up the meters, but the people who are involved in this whole value chain, they don't have that sensitivity towards that. The meters are also need to be connected back end and confirmed back to the customer. That whole cycle is done. So there where we have to be very sensitive, the cultural shift to be there. The people who are involved in putting up the smart metering, provisioning of the system, they need to be shifting their way of looking into the deployments. So that's we see that these are the 4 areas which we need to work to see that these programs are successful. So that's from our side. Right, sir.
Trenches on the front line. Thank you so much. I guess there would be a lot of points for discussion later on. You did mention about payment defaults from utilities, dual choice of communication, and a unique thought process in terms of having a common centralized backend infrastructure. So we'll come back and debate more on that. We can start with the next presentation. Mr. Mishra, Mr. Akshat Mishra from EDF. Welcome, sir. You could start your content, sharing the presentation. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rajani. To start with, I will resonate through my inputs from with AWS, GNUS, and IIPL
mindset.
from the ground's
Rest of
perspective.
the participants to mute
But
themselves,
we are saying that
please.
it's a social change basically. The cultural shift has to happen. So वो एक मेजर पॉइंट है, कस्टमर रेजिस्टेंस है. बाकी सारी चीजें तो इंटरनल है.
Okay. So, well, I just wanted to say that with the experience that we have from the ground, we will be resonating the inputs that have been provided by AWS, GNUS, and IIPL. But first of all, I would like to thank ISGF to provide EDF an opportunity to present in more detail the company EDF, provide our feedback on the Linky Smart Meters project, which is deployed in France, and to share with you the progress of the India Smart Meter project in the state of Bihar in partnership with the ESF and IntelliSmart. To start with, I would give some brief on the EDF as a company. So the group EDF is involved in the entire value chain of power generation, transmission, and distribution. And EDF, being one of the largest utilities in the world, is now fully committed to achieve zero carbon production with the help of 75% nuclear and 25% renewable energy mix for France, and to keep on fighting with against the climate change. We have a subsidiary, Enedis, which is 100% owned by EDF Group and is engaged in distribution and maintenance of the electricity supply for more than 35 million consumers in France, and is also managing the Linky Smart Metering project to install 35 million meters by the end of this year. Moving ahead, we would like to take this opportunity that as a subsidiary of EDF and Enedis, EDF International Network is responsible for offering different types of expertise and services for distribution solutions worldwide. Our offerings are broadly classified into innovation, technology, support, and economic performance, where innovation part relates to smart grid, smart meters, and renewable energy integration, well supported by the other three functions. Moving on, giving some highlights on our prestigious Linky project, where we have had a good success story, which started way back in 2015. Although the recent pandemic has hampered the momentum, the installation of 32.5 million meters is completed in France, and EDF is targeting to complete the remaining 2.5 million by the end of 2021, which is quite impressive pace of installation, and we install approximately 30,000 meters on a daily basis. And we have around 4,000 field operators which are working on a daily basis. The collection is around 99% plus, and we have around 750,000 meters that are produced on a monthly basis. One important highlight is that we have a very good consumer satisfaction, and now we have achieved less than 1% of consumer refusal, which we are trying to replicate in our story in India. A few words on the Linky system architecture. So the main specificity is to have a communication in power line communication between smart meters and the data concentrator located in the medium voltage and low voltage secondary substation. One of the strengths of this solution, beyond the classic features of smart meters platform, is that it allows a real-time mapping of the meters downstream as they are communicating with the concentrator located in the DT premise, and you're sure that they are linked with to the DT. The second one is a complete supervision of the low voltage network to detect fault remotely on the network, to do predictive maintenance, improve the quality of our asset database and cartography. Therefore, the quality of the network planning is impeccable. Coming to the success story of Bihar Smart Meters project, we try to highlight the storyline. wherein we started way back in 2018, and we got a mandate from ESL of installing 5 million smart meters in India, which is one of the largest tenders for smart meters floated by ESL. We started our work in 2019 on the India's first prepaid solution. So far, around we have installed around 350,000 meters, despite the challenges encountered in the last couple of years. And EDF would like to take this opportunity to thank the program, wherein we have been able to generate around 1,500 resources employment, both internal as well as external. Talking about the system architecture for the prepaid smart meter solution on this that we have implemented, we have a point-to-point communication mode based on GPRS, initially with the 3G meters, and now we have moved to 4G meters between the meters and the head-end system. All the data are managed by MDMS, which is the intelligence of the system. We have an effective smart consumer mobile application, which helps the consumers to recharge their balances and monitor their daily, monthly consumptions. They are also able to raise their complaints with the help of the application. We are continuously upgrading our IT infrastructure with some very advanced and efficient functionalities with greater added values such as load curtailment, staggered disconnections, and renewable integrity with net metering. The WFM or workforce management application is a complete automated solution which has helped the field workers to have best of the productivity on meter installation. And last but not the least, a real-time analytical dashboard to monitor the system and the operations such as disconnections and reconnections, billing profiles, and so on. Moving ahead, we would like to thank all our partners, which we have highlighted in this slide, right from ESL IntelliSmart to Accenture, which is a consortium partner and manages MDMS for us. Schneider for helping us with the HES, ESDS for cloud services, ICW and HOH for their mobile applications, and BSNL and Geo for the providing the telecommunication services. And most importantly, Genus and L&T for providing us the meters, 3G and 4G. Some of the major achievements of the projects which we would like to highlight here is that we have already mentioned that this is the first smart metering prepaid solution for India, and we have also developed, as I mentioned earlier, the functionalities. One of the important functionality is the arrear management, which has helped the discoms to recover old bad debts and manage their books in a positive manner now. Staggered disconnection functionality has adopted the kind of operations to the different type of consumers. So the discoms have the facility to stop the disconnection or move ahead based on the type of consumers that they want to cater to. Net metering is integrated to the renewable energies, and it is helping the end consumer to earn some revenues themselves. Some of the key figures, as we can see, one of the major highlight is the communication rate, which is now at 95% and will be improving further with the use of 4G meters, which we are now moving ahead with. Around 200,000 remote disconnections and reconnections are catered to with the help of the AMI solution on a monthly basis, and 13+ million parameters are retrieved on a daily basis. This just showcases how robust the system is. And one important point which I forgot to mention is that the system is capable of handling both prepaid as well as postpaid consumers. So it's a hybrid solution which is sort of implemented in Bihar as well. And if I must say that the discoms have seen a jump in their revenue with almost 109%, which is quite impressive. Coming on to the last slide of my presentation, we would like to highlight our global experience in smart metering and AMI solution, which from France and our first steps in India. that first is learning from others, and thanks to ISGF to play a key role in the matter. And we think that India is already advanced in the AMI deployment process. So the learning from our own project and other projects has more or less already been done. But since we are moving ahead and we have to learn further, I'll say that Europe, which already has around 50% of meters converted to smart meters, and France, which already has more than 90% of the meters converted to smart meters, the expertise can be adopted from these two areas. And one of them is the long-term strategy and a long-term plan. So in short-term period, you will have an increase of revenue, but going forward, we'll have to monitor the renewable energy integration, and we need to offer new services to the consumer. And it is always good to have a plan and think about all the use cases which will come at a later stage and which will help us in serving the consumers in a better way. Standards and operability and the choice of technology are key, because this will help to ensure that our solution will be maintained in a long-term period and take advantage of the new features that will be developed at a later stage. And EDF, with the help of this program, I'm so sorry. In the end, I would say that other important point is to prove in parallel the distribution infrastructure, particularly the neutral availability and also the quality of data. And it's very important. And we can see the efforts from our DISCOM partners, Bihar DISCOM, which is very proactive. And the entire team is working in the same direction to reach the targets. Training the staff and preparing the transformation is also key to ensure safety, quality, and commitment. Consumer awareness, as mentioned by other panelists also, is very important to secure acceptance of the consumer and reduce on-field refusals to ensure good productivity of the field workers who are installing the meters. And again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank IntelliSmart and DISCOM of Bihar for their actions in the matter to facilitate the deployment. Last but not the least, the sizing of the logistics, which involves supplies, dollars, operations, as these three factors intermittently are linked, because the supply of meters will size the number of teams in the field and the speed and efficiency of operations. In the end, I would like to conclude by saying that we at EDF are fully committed in the project and proud to be in India to contribute to reach this very ambitious target of 250 plus smart meters, with all our stakeholders in India who are actively supporting this target, and we can definitely hope for the best. Thank you very much, everyone, for your kind and patient hearing. I'll be happy to answer any questions towards the end of the session. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mishra. That was a good 360-degree view on your project. Thank you so much. Very lucid. We will, of course, come back with questions. We have just one more speaker to go, Mr. Srinath from BESCOM, and then we could all have a discussion and questions just right after that. Mr. Srinath, if you're here, if you could just take over the stage, please. Rinaji, is Mr. Srinath here?
Mr. Rujani, I'm just checking with the hand revert.
Right. If not, then we could just throw the stage open for discussions and Q&A.
Kashyap, as one of the speakers.
I think Mr. Vikas Kashyap is also due for speaking.
My apologies. Yes, I did. Mr. Kashyap, you could go in next. Welcome, Mr. Vikas Kashyap from India Smart Grid Forum. Please, sir, the stage is yours to share your insights and comments and your experiences. Please, Mr. Kashyap, go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Ajay. And it's a privilege to be here today and talking to all of you. I mean, you're really in the thick of things at the moment. But just wanted to share with you some of my experiences and the things that I'm seeing in the industry here in the smart meter rollout in India. You see, this has been a fairly long journey. It's been since maybe 2012, 2013, then we started talking about smart meters, went through stages of piloting, learning on technology, went through a standardization phase. The OEMs developed their products, and we have now come up with an SDD which kind of standardizes what needs to be delivered, which is an excellent place to be in. It may look to some people as being a very elongated timeline, but believe me, we are not alone in this. Many countries, when they have gone with their plans of smart meter rollouts, they have taken their time, because it is not just about technology. It's not just about putting out equipment there. It's about engaging with the end customer. It's about that process where the business and the consumer come together. And then there are expectations coming out of this that need to be managed. Yes, we could have, in hindsight, done things better, moved faster. But the good thing is, today, having reached this point in time, we are now seeing projects being put up there for bidding thick and fast, which is excellent. And the other very positive thing I see is that a large number of AMI service providers are coming forward, whether they are EPC contractors, service industry, or the utility industries per se, and even financiers who will, as we see from the experience worldwide, will be the ones leading such projects in the long term. Coming now to some of the key challenges that we are facing today as the size of the projects increase. The key challenges as we are seeing today is one about consumer engagement. The end customer who's going to use this technology, and there are certain expectations we are setting there for the consumer. If by any means the consumer is not comfortable with using this technology that we are putting out to them, whether it's about communication, it's about training, whether it's about access for them, then the whole system is likely to collapse. And this is the social aspect of AMI rollout. And this is also a big opportunity for the service providers, for the utility, to be able to establish this additional mode of communication with the consumer. And like I said earlier, if this engagement breaks down, then what we will see is large projects, they will be starts and stops. And this is the last thing we can expect or live with, considering the constraints we're having on the manufacturing side, on the installation capacities, on the rollout schedules, and the cost of every element of this. Moving on from this, a number of speakers have touched upon the issue of capacity. And while I do appreciate and acknowledge that there is constraints on the side of the silicon vendors, and we need longer term horizons to plan manufacturing capacities. But believe me, considering the humongous task of 250 million meters we have in front of us, manufacturing capacity is a much smaller problem compared to, for example, the installation capacity. The very, very large number of installers who are properly trained on safety and right installation practices, they have the right tools to do the job, and ensure that when they leave the site and the assets that we are deploying on site are not only functional, secure, but are also resilient to, for example, tampering and so on. That, to me, is one of the biggest constraints we will have as the size of the projects will go up. Another issue that we need to deal with is the data quality, and I'm talking about more on the installation point, where the customer account, the assets on site, and the customer information must be brought together. If this is not done seamlessly, the big system we have created at the back end does not take over. And therefore, the entire effort could be stuck up here if this amount of data quality is not right. Another issue that we need to think about is when we talk about performance, we generally refer to SLAs and the amount of data coming through and so on and so forth. But when we think of a project with a life cycle performance issues, we have to think in terms of reliability of assets, and whether it's meters, it's communication, it's the data center hardware or the cloud or the applications, all of them have to come together and as a system deliver that reliability and the service level we're looking at. Another issue is about security and the resilience of the system. We cannot, with larger systems, allow willingly or unwillingly or by mistakes or by security breaches, somebody to get into the system and be able to, for example, switch off large sections of consumers. Those are the areas we now have to build upon now. We have to make sure our systems are secure, and we have to build in that cybersecurity elements into the systems now. The reason I'm raising these issues is that while I talked about a large number of project developers coming forward, unfortunately, one of the things that we are facing today in this race to become the L1 is that ecosystems are not settling down. We are still trying that in the next project, let's save $X per point again by trying a new hardware design, a new software design, a new vendor there. And this, unfortunately, is a long-term risk to the viability of the project, let alone the success we're talking about for the project. And this is an element we must encourage all the project developers and the service providers to try and work towards long-term partnerships, long-term association with technology and platforms, so that reliability over the life cycle of the project is a key target that they set for themselves. Again, if we look at it from the key stakeholders' perspective, we are now setting certain expectations there. Let's talk about the customer, the end consumer, which is essentially the focus of all this activity. While on one side, we are trying to empower them and say, you don't have to go out to handle a bill or a dispute or to make a payment. You have got an app, you can handle it from there. And many people, especially now in the urban and semi-urban areas, are very comfortable with that. But they are not going to be very comfortable if they can make a payment in less than a minute and then have to wait half an hour to be reconnected back. That is something the customer is not going to be taking very kindly to. They are going to expect that when you roll out this kind of an interconnected system, that their services will improve. For example, an outage gets informed to the utility and somebody's taking care of it, and perhaps even a feedback comes to them even before they have to pick up the phone and tell the utility that they have lost the power. The other expectation today is, and this is caused by the social changes that we are seeing, let's say in the telecom space, in the e-commerce space, where the customer is looking for flexibility to say, I will pay how much I want, when I want, as per what my consumption is. I should not be held down to saying, I need to pay a lump sum of so and so aggregated over a 2-month period or a 1-month period or a 3-month period. And the systems that we are trying to roll out today can easily handle such issues. But it's a question of making sure the consumer is aware and is able to utilize these. The second stakeholder here is, very importantly, the utility itself. Unfortunately, in the last couple of years, because of pandemic, the fact that meters have not been read, the cash cycles have been disrupted, a lot of utility operations have suffered. But this is a lesson going forward, that if we do bring in systems like this, we are not dependent on physical contact, physical visits. We can do a lot of these actions remotely, and therefore this disruption in supply is something that we can easily handle. Having said that, a utility needs to also clearly lay down what are the key success factors that they expect to get from a project like this, whether it's more about loss management, whether it's an operational improvement, whether it's improvement of services to customers, whether it's about managing things remotely, whether it's about reducing cost to manage the supply for consumers, etc. Unless they set these criteria for themselves, how do they measure if a project is successful or not? And this is something that they will need to revisit on a regular basis to make sure that what they have built and deployed is meeting the objectives that they are setting for themselves. Lastly, I would talk about the stakeholders, and I'm clubbing, let's say, the service providers, OEMs, suppliers, all together. For them, a project once tendered out should be taken to conclusion and an award should happen. And when an award happens, the contract should be taken further to a rollout of the project in a smooth manner. Starts and stops today when the supply chain is in a space where
Sir,
it's
sorry
not
for
reliable.
interrupting you.
Yes, please.
We have time up, sir. I think you have 1 minute.
And just finishing in less than a minute, please. If you just closing my remarks here. So a smooth rollout plan adhered to will allow us that planning horizon and will allow us to ensure that the objectives of the utility and the other stakeholders like customers are met. I hope these comments will help us as an industry to mature and grow further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kashyap. Thank you so much. We'll throw the floor open to questions, but before that, if I may take some of the key distillations from the speakers. Mr. Kumar, you did speak on a common backend infrastructure in the interest of uniformity and scale so that we have proper homogeneity. And Mr. Agarwal from Genus Meters did speak about more freedom to utilities so that they could have the freedom to deploy systems of their choice. My comment here is, how do you bring both together? One important point that I would like to, or rather an event that I would like to highlight at the recently concluded COP26 at Scotland. India committed to 500 gigawatts of renewable energy. One of the cascading effects of this would certainly be to give the consumers real-time pricing signals. It's something I was hoping some of the speakers could touch upon. When you have prepaid meeting, of course, we did speak about consumer engagement, the importance of it. Mr. Mishra spoke about it. Mr. Kumar, you dwelt a lot on it. A very important empowering act that needs to be done in a very significant way. The consumer needs to be at the center of this entire plan, the entire business process itself, because they need to be aware of their consumption. They need to be in control of their consumption. They need to have access to real-time pricing signals. So some comments on it, and I have a lot of questions. I could read them out, but Mr. Kumar, Mr. Agarwal, any comments on that first about homogeneity or a common backend infrastructure? And Mr. Agarwal, you did speak of giving utilities a lot more freedom to decide the systems that they have.
So on the common infrastructure, when I look into, I'm talking that at least for a cluster, India being a very large country, we cannot emulate what had happened in UK or the DCCE structure. So being a large country and looking into the volume, must at least segment out in level of states or level of DISCOM at least to have one infrastructure, at least on the back end. One point we need to understand that we need to de-skill the field activities, putting up deployment of the meters. But the upper side is a very complex and a tedious activity. Putting up the systems, running them. So we need to see very clearly, and thought need to be there, how the systems should come in and grow slowly. As we sitting on this right system is an important point. Too many of them would not be the right idea, but that's the reason what we are advocating is that my point of view is that one project we should go as a large one and slowly add on. Meters could be limited numbers because funding would always be there. Even that is system would also be smaller in size, but it has to be scalable. As the more meters come in, the same system should grow rather than we should be having additional systems. So that's the point.
So thank you, Mr.
Right.
Ragani. On this flexibility, what I mean to say, there's a lot of wisdom these utilities have gained in last 2 decades. They know the demography, they know the consumer behavior. And when we talk of smart metering, we are directly dealing with the consumer. It is the cash box for the utility. So when I'm talking of flexibility, and none of the utilities are, when we meet them, when we talk to them, none of them is looking for any sea change. They just want some flexibility according to their demography and according to their needs, which they have learned in very hard way in last 2 decades. This is what I've been talking about. And if a true partnership happens between the central government and the state government, this is a federal structure, this program will be much more faster and much more enriching for everyone, and will become far more successful than where we are standing today. This is what I mean when I talk about the flexibility to the state utilities.
Well, thank you. There was a question communication technology meter to API DCU that Genus has implemented for almost close to the 1 million meters that you mentioned, smart meters that has been supplied by you. Question from Mr. Harish Chaudhary.
So on the communication, as I've been talking in the past also, India is not a country, it's a continent. And all kind of communication will work here. And this is what the beauty currently is. So primarily it is going to be RF and GPRS. And in some places, even PLC will come into play. So, and as of date, we are using both RF and GPRS, and our experience is very good in both of them. They have their own challenges, they have their own nuances, and you have to do it well to come out of those challenges, and both are doing pretty well. So it's a very difficult question from for a meter manufacturer to answer which communication is good. According to us, both are good. You have to deploy it according to the demography and geography of the place.
Well, very well put. It's like almost you stole my words, Mr. Agarwal. Thank you so much. Having said that, Mr. Kumar from IntelliSmart did mention about, and of course it's part of the SBD, dual communication radios or dual communication media in the meters as a fallback. Any comments from you or any other participants on that?
So
As
the point
among
is,
robust,
yeah. So point is
yes,
not
Mr.
to
Kumar.
have the two communication in the same. That would be a cost. The pluggability of the communication system. That's where we see that the idea would be there. The device and the communication should be a decoupled one. So the choice of communication could always be a way where we can swap to RF to PLC to cellular as the communication is available in the ground.
Right.
One thing here I want to add, Mr.
Yes.
Nagami, that
yes,
the industry takes its shape itself. Too much of defining of so many things, I think, is delaying the whole process. Leave it to the industry, leave it to the stakeholders. I believe a lot will get automatically done with the due course of time. So this is my strong point on this. Thank you.
I see. No, thank you. There's something very, very important, because at the end of the day, of course, we are in business and we all here want success a good way. And there was a line mentioned by one of the speakers. One of the challenges was payment defaults by discoms. Now, this is addressed to you also, Mr. Agarwal, and everybody in this audience. If the discom defaults on the payments, that holds up the entire investment, the future investment at risk. What are some of your thoughts around this? For someone, you and Mr. Kumar and Mr. Mishra, who have been at the front lines of the industry, what are the mechanisms? What are the framework that we can put across that assures the investment? Because at the end of the day, the entire success depends on, we are looking at AMISP largely as financial players, because they are, at the end of the day, investing money and they're looking at returns. Your thoughts around that, and anybody else, please.
I can go first on this, because we are one of the manufacturers who are facing a lot of trouble when it comes to discom payments. But I think AMISP, SBD has taken care of it to a very large extent. And this TOTEX model of what central government is talking about, I strongly feel over the period of time, if the AMISP provider is doing the right job, financially, they should not face any problem. Important is quality of work done at the field is equally important. So for the utility, a lot of times they face challenge when the people are not doing quality work. They just try to brush off so many things, and then they completely put blame on the utility. It is a lot of times it is two-way problem also. So once this AMISP SBD comes into the play, and a lot of care has been taken by the government ensuring the payment structure, I feel if the work is done in the right way, it should take care of it. I'm very hopeful with this SBD.
Right, right. Now, if I may lay some specifics to it, even during the formulation of the SBD where I was involved, and then in my latter conversations, and I would like to hear comments on this. I had proposed something what is called as right of first charge to whoever the AMISP is, so that they at least automatically get paid to whatever the award is there, minus the penalty, so that it is not left to the vagaries and the moods and the management of the utility for that. To that extent, that goes a long way in garnering, reassuring, and paving the way for future investments. Because we all understand 250 million smart meters is not just about capacity communication, but largely about financial investments. And I'm happy to hear comments on this.
You want
Mr. Agarwal.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, please. I mean, you and Mr. Kumar and Mr. Mishra, all of you guys have been in the front line of the industry. Dr. Tonke, I did see his name there.
As I said earlier also,
Yes.
I'm pretty comfortable with the current structure of the SBD. And if it is done the right way, I repeat myself, then financially AMISP will not face the problem. And government is giving enough support and confidence where AMISP will be paid first in hand. And this is the statement our Honorable Power Minister also made. The first payment has to go to the AMISP provider, and then utilities should use the money for the other purposes. So message is very loud and clear by the government also.
Right. Mr. Kumar, anybody else would like to comment on this? Any of the participants? If any of the participants do, please first state your name and organization. That would be helpful, please.
Hi, Akshat from EDF. And if I may state, I would take a very different approach because this is a very nascent stage of the entire program. And first of all, I think the confidence building with the DISCOMs is utmost essential, that they rely on the outcomes of the solution. They see the benefits of the solution. Once they are in sync with everything, it becomes a smoother ride for everyone. So I think it's the initial challenges of convincing the DISCOMs also. And we can see the story from Bihar. Initially, they were not very confident that the solutions will be reaping the benefits. But with the prepaid solution, since they have started seeing the benefits and that too in a greater extent, it has helped them to move further towards the consumer services. Earlier, it was developing the system and getting the benefits. Now they have started focusing more on consumer services and consumer, I'd say, satisfaction, which is a shift. And then definitely, as said by Mr. Agrawal, the model that should be in place to help the people who are actually building the infrastructure.
Right. Thank you. Any more questions? Otherwise, here's a perspective I wanted to lay out, and not necessarily if anyone wishes to comment with average electricity billing, retail billings of over 14 lakh crore per annum. The perspective is many utilities are bigger than a lot of the banks. And as I guess Mr. Agarwal mentioned about the meter being the cash box, it's not about the meter data, etc. Essentially, the utilities, have to be like banks. And to that extent, I guess it would be in the interest, and maybe it invites some merit that they could function as banks in terms of their back-end infrastructure, their payment gateways, because the first presenter, Mr. Bandakavi, mentioned about processes, new business processes and systems. And that is something that needs to be looked into afresh with the prepayment system. Utilities would also need to function as maybe small banks or maybe even large banks with the kind of financial turnover that would happen with the prepayment system. Any comments? Or any misgivings and any questions around that? But that's the perspective. A lot of utilities, perhaps with prepayment, would handle twice the financial turnover. They would typically handle about one billing cycle every 45 days, or minimum 30 days to about 60 days. Today, with prepayment, they would be handling far larger, frequency as well as turnover with prepayment. And when Mr. Bandakavi was speaking about new business processes and so on and so forth, utilities would also need to think like banks, handling such volumes of money with such frequent transactions. Mr. Kumar, you've been on the forefront. Any comments on that?
Yeah, right. There is certainly, when we look into the way the transactions are happening, and in Bihar, as Achat has mentioned about, the amount get transacted is certainly huge. And getting into some of the novel payment ways of handling with the UPIs and with the wallets, actually. When we see into, yes, certainly, utilities have another point where they are collecting a good amount of cash on front. So that's where we need to look into the way the cash transactions. This part is also need to be looked into for managing, how to manage the cash part, which you will get with the prepayment.
Mhm. We are just running out of time,
Mr.
but
Rajani?
before I would be failing in my duty if I don't invite Dr. Tongia, my friend, philosopher, guide, mentor, and our nation's thought leader. I was about to say that, Dr. Tongia. Of course, how did you even think that I would forget you? I kept the best for last.
Sorry
Please.
to intervene, Mr. Rajani. We are running late, so request
5
to
minutes
please,
more,
Dr.
Dr.
Tongi, also
Tongia,
please keep it brief and so that we can
because-
close the session soon after.
Sure.
Thank you so
So-
much.
We end with the best. Dr. Tongia, please.
It won't necessarily be the best answer, but it may be a right question because I spend a lot of my time thinking about the right questions before the answers. And your point about handling cash flows brings me to this open question where I've had discussions. Prepaid smart has been the focus of RDSS in the metering. And prepaid in many ways should be a subset of the smart because if we think about it, today there is something called deposit. 2 months deposit is actually meant to be taken by most discoms. And the problem is states are not taking it and they're not updating it. The person got a meter some years back and they don't necessarily update it. In Karnataka, they do a very good job. Every year they update it. So for me, the discom already has 2 months of forward billing payment in advance. So if I don't pay my bill, they have 1 or 2 months of cushion after which they can disconnect me as well. So I think the lesson I have is technology is a great enabler. We must embrace it, prepare for it, but it has to go hand in hand with political will as well as regulatory alignment and of course consumer incentives to engage with this future world that we're embarking on. We would be naive to expect technological determinism to solve this entirely.
Very well said. And with that, I mean, of course, that's more question. Would have loved more participants to come and engage on that, but we will have to close this. Perhaps we could take it up offline. It's always very, very engaging, provoking rather, to engage with you. Well, thank you so much to all the participants. Mrs. Reena, I hope you're happy. We can close it now. If anyone wants some last comments,
Requested to
welcome.
kindly turn
Otherwise,
on their cameras for a quick group photograph, please.
turn off the camera or turn on the camera.
Speakers to all the speakers, please. Mr. Akshat
Yes.
Mishra, Mr. Gautam Kumar. IT team is requested to please take the group photograph. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Joy Rajani, for moderating this session so well, and the esteemed panelists for joining the session and sharing their thoughts and insights with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all the speakers and
starting with our
participants. Thank
session
you.
3, RE and EV integration with distribution grid. Over to Parul.
Thank you to all panelists. We'll be starting a session soon.
Also have the presentation by Mr. Killian McKenna from NREL. That I would like to welcome our chair, moderator, panelists, and theme presenters for this very interesting session. We have our moderator for this session, Mr. Richard Schomburg, IEC Ambassador for Smart Energy, a Fellow and President RJS Energy. He has been Professor of System Engineering at Supélec, Paris. Chair of IntelliGrid Strategy Committee, and currently in charge of strategy and smart energy standardization activities coordination across EDF. We have our chair, Mr. KVS Baba, Chairman and Managing Director of Power System of Operation Corporation Limited. Sir has diversified experience of about 33 years in power sector. He has been actively associated with large-scale integration of renewable energy, bringing in frequency controls, introduction of ancillaries, etc. Joining the panel discussion, we have Mr. Mark McGranagan, EPRI Fellow and Vice President Power Delivery and Utilization EPRI. Sir is coordinating across the EPRI research sectors in areas of technology, innovation, as well as developing and implementing strategy for international coordination around all areas of innovation. We have Mr. Amarjeet Singh, CEO BSES Yamuna Power Limited. Mr. Amarjeet is a qualified chartered accountant with over 24 years of work experience spanning across diverse business like export, contracts, and manufacturing and power utility. We have Mr. Sandeep Bangya, Head EV, HA, and ESCO at Tata Power Company Limited. He has dabbled with entrepreneurship and startup ideas in the EV and consumer IoT domain for a while before joining Tata Power, leading these very verticals. We have Ms. Lonike D. Mutters, Director Standardization, ELAND NL, and Open Charge Alliance. She is responsible for the EV charging testing facilities, open standards development in secure EV charging, and is in charge of activities regarding the Open Charge Alliance and eClearing.net. We have Dr. Lawrence Jones, Vice President International Programs at Edison Electric Institute. We have Dr. Lawrence E. Jones is a thought leader and practitioner with over 25 years of experience in the energy industry. Under his leadership, EEI's international programs has more than 65 member companies with operations in over 90 countries. Dr. Jones will be joining us in some time. We have Mr. Anurag Johri, Managing Director and Lead Utilities from Accenture India. Sir has over 17 years of experience in strategy development, digital transformation, sales and marketing, and large-scale program management. We have Mr. Anant Venkateshwaran, Director, Master Classes, ISGF. Sir is an experienced industry professional with over 2 decades of international experience in business, financial, regulatory policy, and many more aspects. Sir is likely to join us today. For the theme presentations, we have Dr. Killian McKenna. Sir is a senior researcher, electrical engineer, and principal investigator at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. Dr. McKenna is an R&D 100 award-winning researcher and leads projects in the area of distributed energy resources. Without any further ado, we will start with our session. But before that, may I request all the speakers to kindly turn on their cameras for a group picture. And can we have a big smile so that we can have a good group picture? Can we have a big smile?
Sorry, I'm on the road, so you have to bear with me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all our speakers. I would like to hand over the stage to our moderator, Mr. Richard Schomburg, to take this session forward.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. We are now starting a very exciting, I would say even thrilling session on a very, very hot, if not a burning topic, which is this renewable energy, incredible deployments, with a lot of benefits, but also coming with a lot of challenges. And of course, this very interesting value proposition to actually also work and invest on electric vehicle integration that might be some kind of solution to help integrating and balancing this a huge intermittent possible generation. So we will have actually two presentations that will first frame the session, and then we will have a number of presentations coming from a major research institute, EPRI, to present actually globally what can be done and propose some kind of summary action plan of challenges to be addressed. And this will be followed by two presentations from major leading Indian utilities. Then we will have a presentation of what's going on in a European country, actually the Netherlands, who is really a front runner there. And we will have a testimony and advice recommendations from an association of investor-owned utilities, an international association, EEI. We will then have also a very, very interesting presentation of what can do major consultancy firms. So without any further ado, I would like first to give the floor to our chair, Mr. Baba.
Yeah, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Richard, and thanks to ISGF, Mr. Reggie Pillai, and the organizer for today's seminar, DUM. First, I was being a system operator at the national level. I was thinking I was not the right person to be chairing this session on the distribution, especially. So, but I was prevailed by Mr. Reggie Pillai, so I'm here. So thanks to you, and good afternoon, all gentlemen who are here and excellent panelists. On a lighter side, I would like to start. This actually is an interesting topic: is RE and EV integration with the distribution grid. So the E in RE is energy, and actually EV is evolution. So the newest evolution, basically. So when you are connecting this RE with EV, it is basically a revolution. The evolution and renewable is a revolution. So, and this is will rev up the entire distribution arena. So I thought this is an interesting topic. I thought I should, being a system operator at the national grid, let me understand, or let me see what is there. So it is definitely a challenging, no doubt, and it is a very relevant, as Mr. Richard has spoken in his opening remarks. Yeah, it is really going to be a good challenge to, I mean, apart from the finances, but as an engineer, it is really definitely a challenge. So we should all be prepared for these challenges. And basically, though the EV is only at about 2% of, as per IEA expectations are study. It is on Indian. By 2030 it will be of 2% only. However, it has many challenges. So, and especially there are a lot of changes that are taking place in the distribution. So many, I mean, I should not use the word complication, but it is a technological interventions are many. Over the years, our consumer has become more, I mean, expecting a lot from the grid. So in terms of quality, in terms of reliability, in terms of economy also. At the same time, with this economy, he has many appliances, and those appliances have changed the pattern. Not only the time of use of appliances, depending on economy is growing, so the lifestyles have changed. So it has impact on the demand shape. So how these things, and one more important is, while the economy is growing, space cooling is also coming as an important aspect which to study in the distribution. So therefore, without these electric vehicles or the renewables, as such, there is a change in the distribution system and the load shape. Of course, we all system operators look for, it is a, I mean, the culmination of all the varying load shapes coming onto the national level. So it has an important aspect in our performance also. So with these aspirations and expectations, now what is happening is a new introduction is a renewables, rooftop solar, that is behind the meter, so a resource. And that is adding another dimension to the distribution system managers, basically. So looking into the advent of renewables, a lot of policy interventions have taken place and by various governments. I would be restricting my exposure only to India. I'm not talking about the Europe or the other developing area. But of course, the technology and intervention will always be similar at any place. Only the scale changes, but the complexities will remain same. So various governments and state regulatory commissions have come up with a lot of policies encouraging rooftop solar. There are in a rooftop solar also a lot of options are there. A single consumer connecting to a net metering, or a developer or an entrepreneur are trying to do at his level. And there are many models on a community level where the complexity is peer-to-peer, and a lot of blockchain technology, a lot of technology is coming up. That's a great subject now to pursue. Apart from these things, commercial aspects are also there. A lot of challenges are there, which as a technical person, there is a forecasting, how the system manager or a system operator is scheduling, how he is contracting his energy. There is one level of integration of renewables with the distribution and the national grid. Now, another dimension is the introduction of electric vehicle. So now with the so much of proliferation of electric vehicles taking place in India, of course, in the world is taking place, in India is also coming up. And it's going to be one of the, and I've already told that the electric vehicle as such may not impact the national grid, but definitely, yes, the distribution, there are a lot of aspects that have to be seen. So the impact is and manifold, I would like to say. Distribution should be prepared for how to create, where to create the charging infrastructure, what commercial mechanism should be available, and what are their behavioral pattern, assessment of charging requirements, like so it is syncing with the solar. See, the interesting thing is in these electric vehicles is how to estimate charging needs and profile, whether it is to be charged at home or charged at the work, or where to create the charging stations and parking lots and all, where it is to be done, how to do it, how to optimize. So, it is a very interesting, and I'm hopeful that one of these sessions in this very experienced people are there will come out with a solutions, or will give a solution. How they are taking up these various aspects. So at this juncture, so there are so many new role players are emerging. One is the distribution system operator. There is a large important is there, and he has a large role to play. Then on the EV side, a lot of aggregators and all are being developed. So there is a lot. And one more interesting thing in here is it is a synergy between the various sectors. So far, only renewable integration is only within the electricity sector. But once we have entered into the electric vehicle, we are entering into the transportation sector, replacement of a oil, petrochemical sector. So there are a lot of things which are coming up, and I mean, a whole gamut of things are changing. So it's a very interesting subject, definitely. And I wish that research in this subject will pave way for more economic option to the ultimate consumer. The general public should be bring smiles to all common man, entire with clean air. So the renewables with electric vehicle, definitely I wish that a lot of research is expected and will definitely take place. So I mean, this is a very important session and a very important subject we have to continue. And so I wish you all the best. And thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my views on this subject. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I hope I have limited in my limited time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Baba, for actually sharing with us well, ideas, views on challenges, but also a lot of expectations. And now, without any further ado, let's come up with the framing presentations of the theme of this session. And I would like to invite Killian McKenna to actually share with us his researcher perspective.
Hey, thanks, Richard. Just want to check, can people hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Yeah, so great introductions there. This is a huge challenge. There's some really interesting work going on in India, and we at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, the kind of flagship laboratory for the Department of Energy for energy efficiency and renewable energy, have been trying to work closely with DISCOMs around India on this challenge on integrating renewable energy, specifically rooftop solar and electric vehicles. One thing that we see is that India has very ambitious targets with renewable energy and especially with electric vehicle integration. And largely for solar growth, most of that has been non-rooftop. So large systems connected to the bulk power system, but rooftop is growing rapidly. Right now, there's a total of 5.1 gigawatts estimated rooftop solar connected by kind of July of this year. And the annual growth rate is 116%, averaging between 2012 and 2018. And most of that is from the commercial and industrial sector. So there's still a huge amount of growth for the domestic sector that can be seen. For electric vehicle sales, they're also growing rapidly, but as our moderators were talking about, there's still a very small percentage of total vehicle sales. But what we're really seeing with both of these technologies is that we're at the start of that S curve in terms of adoption. We're really approaching that kind of exponential increase in adoption in both electric vehicles and in rooftop solar. One of the kind of challenges for DISCOMs is trying to understand what is the tariff structure that is going to work, and how can we interact with these DERs to maximize the benefits for the customer and also for the utility. And what are the kind of untapped benefits? And really, DER should benefit both the customer and the grid. Everyone should be benefiting here. But that requires some work on the DISCOM side to understand, how do we integrate solar? How do we maximize the benefit? How do we leverage smart inverter capabilities? And how do we know how the net load profile is going to change and optimize charging patterns? And really at NREL, we've been working a lot with DISCOMs across India, specifically in Delhi and Tamil Nadu, to try to develop some open source tools and work with planning engineers in India to aid DER integration. One of those pieces that we're working with BRPL in Delhi is this evolution of price plans. So we've seen this evolution across utilities across the world, and most utilities are at different stages here depending on the level of DER adoption. But we've seen this evolution from flat rate tariffs to time of use to incremental block, motivated by trying to reduce peak demand and energy efficiency, to multi-tier tariffs to motivate good kind of charging patterns for the net load and for the grid for electric vehicles, and towards this kind of this evolution as we go and start looking at more solar, where we start to look at net energy metering and feed-in tariffs, and kind of this, we've seen some utilities in the U.S. and particularly in Hawaii and in Arizona look at zero export tariffs and demand charges. And the evolution is continuing, and no one has worked out the perfect price plan yet. I heard earlier on the session regarding AMI, people kind of raising the idea of real-time tariffs or transactive energy markets. I see that coming down in the future, but utilities will go through this evolution of trying to find the right rate structure. And part of this is, that rate structures are going to move slowly due to the nature of trying to get customers on board and trying to motivate things. But depending on where you are in that S curve in terms of adoption, you might want to try accelerate the adoption of rooftop solar, and then you might want to be trying to slow it down later in terms of recovering fixed costs. So it's very important to try to look ahead and be proactive as a utility to see what kind of DER levels are coming down and how can I maximize that benefit. For solar integration, the challenges there are really visibility and kind of dealing with this interconnection queue in terms of the amount of applications coming through to discoms. And once you've got the right tariff structures and once you've financially valued solar properly, which is a difficult question, you're going to start having a flood of solar applications coming in. And that is a challenge for utilities to try to deal with that. We worked with Tangeco in Tamil Nadu with their distribution planning engineers to try to develop a solution to help them assess the risk of any emerging PV. And what we saw there, especially for distributed rooftop solar, is that when you start to increase the level of solar, that rooftop solar on distribution networks was having a more enormous benefit, and particularly in terms of improving power quality and increasing grid edge voltages, which was a benefit for that utility. And that's where we also investigated the use of advanced inverter functions, namely volt VAR and volt watt, to help control grid edge voltages. And I think there's also opportunities to leverage smart inverters for power quality needs overall, beyond the needs of solar integration challenges themselves. Depending on the state of a utility, whether they're seeing traditionally, if they're already seeing power quality challenges in terms of low voltages, integrating rooftop solar can actually help. And to make those assessments, though, there's an enormous amount of data requirement that needs to go into this in terms of looking at their geographical information systems, looking at their billing, and if they have any AMI, trying to get weather data or radiance data, using their SCADA to understand what their load profiles were. And that's where we've been building these frameworks to try to take all of these diverse data sets and bring them together in an integrated manner so planning engineers can use them to look at, okay, what's the risk network? Is this next solar application going to cause any problems, or is it just going to benefit the utility? What's the impact on my asset lifetime? Do I need to be making any upgrades? How is the efficiency of power delivery being affected? So there's a lot of things that distribution planning engineers need to look at when they start to see solar integration. I think another excellent point that was already made was when you're looking at distributed energy resources, whether that's solar systems or batteries or electric vehicles, you can't look at them in isolation. All of these changes are coming down the line together. So when you look at, say, a 2030 or a 2035 scenario, it's not adequate to just say, okay, what is solar's impact going to be? You also need to be looking at what are electric vehicles going to look like? Is there going to be any other changes to the demand side? Is there going to be greater adoption of HVAC equipment? What kind of energy efficiency measures do we see coming along? Because all of these things are going to work in tandem on the network, and they're all going to impact each other. But the utility also has a direct impact on what those net load profiles are going to be. They can control things via interconnection standards and requiring smart inverter functionality and requiring ancillary services from some of these DRs. And they can control things via tariffs, controlling when they think it's optimal for, say, electric vehicle charging. So there's a lot of different things that the utility can control. And really, you need to be working on both of those things. You need to be looking at what adoption levels are going to come down, what things do I have control of, and how is that going to impact the net load profile. For India, I think there's going to be a lot of unique aspects with the electric vehicles, especially there's going to be a difference in two-wheelers and three-wheelers and four-wheelers, that there's going to be different charging patterns for each of those. Depending on whether people are primarily charging at home, we've heard talk of battery swapping for say, e-rickshaws. And what is that distribution going to be between charging at home and charging at work? Because that's going to affect the timing of charging. One thing that we looked at with BYPL in Delhi was looking at using battery systems as a means of peak shaving as an alternate to network upgrades. So if you don't have control over the net load profile in terms of what DRs are doing, can you use battery systems as an alternate to try reduce those kind of high peak to average ratios on the net load profile, and can those be of assistance? So we're all about trying to develop open source tools for DISCOMs in India to try help a small amount with some of these challenges that are coming down the tracks. Trying to develop these tools for solar integration, or looking at net load profiles, or looking at different tariff evolutions. So yeah, definitely excited to hear more on the discussion today. I think we're only at the beginning of this. It's an exciting time to be a planning engineer, a distribution planning engineer right now. It also might be a scary time, but I think there's a lot of interesting things coming down the tracks, and I'm looking forward to hearing about everyone's work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gillian, for so well raising all the key questions. And also you introduced this magical wildcard of storage in the discussion and the debate. And we have a second framing presentation for the theme on the program. And I don't know if Rodney McGee is here with us. Hello? Is Rodney McGee?
I would like to inform that Dr. Rodney will not be joining us today.
Yeah, okay. So you know what? Okay, we're gonna miss him.
Some medical emergency, sir.
Yeah, we miss him, but it's actually a very good news, because his wife was expecting very shortly a baby. So so of course we we wish them all the best, and God bless them with a healthy baby. Actually, I looked at his presentation, and I will encourage you to look at his presentation afterwards, where he's making a very interesting point, which is that probably the most critical challenge is policy and standards rather than just the technology issues. And he is saying that, being himself an engineer. So I think having those two introductions from Gillian and Rodney, now without any further ado, I like that we move forward and invite Mark McCranaghan from EPRI to share with us a very, very good synthesis of what's going on in the world of the utilities, and of course come up with some suggestions about the plan, if not a roadmap, but a plan and a list of all the challenges to be resolved. The floor is yours, Mark.
Really appreciate the opportunity to join you. I'll just check. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Yeah, that's great. Always love being on a panel with Richard because we get such a great perspective and summary of events going on around the world and developments. And kind of interesting today to hear from Killian in Colorado, being a good Irishman and ambassador of the excellent decarbonization and wind integration work going on in Ireland. And I'm coming at you from Ireland. So we kind of switched places today. Killian's a good friend and a coordinator with EPRI over a long period. And we continue to work together with NREL to move forward on some of those objectives that Killian mentioned, in particular, open source tools that can benefit the whole industry. This should work out good because my discussion is pretty much a level setting discussion as well, setting the stage in terms of where the technology is going and what our in particular what our research needs are to get there in terms of increased renewable integration and how distributed resources like electric vehicle charging can help us down that path. And of course, it does start with the continued penetration of renewables, and many times now renewables and batteries to make them a little bit friendlier player in the as they get integrated with the grid. Oops. Let's see if we can keep going forward here. And it is about economics. And of course, the cost of solar and wind keeps coming down. And as we probably, India has done a good job of kind of waiting a little bit for Germany and China and others to continue, and the US to push the cost of solar down to where now it really is the most economic generation resource. And it makes all the sense in the world for India to deploy it on a very large scale. So the economics and the objectives of decarbonization really come together nicely there. But as we continue to implement more and more solar and or wind, whether it's distributed or whether it's local, at an overall system level, it does create a tremendous need for flexibility resources, both capacity resources and other ancillary services for the intermittency and the storage requirements that are created by continued penetration of solar energy. And that's kind of exciting because as Killian mentioned, and as we've heard, we have to do all these things together in order to meet our decarbonization goals. We have to decarbonize the electricity generation, but we also have to decarbonize other energy sectors. And that means broad deployment of electric vehicles and the charging associated with that. So we can take advantage of that increased load to use the solar energy that we generate by adding more solar. And we can do that by managing our charging and when we charge and at what rate we charge so that it can be actually support the flexibility requirements of the grid rather than be a burden on the grid. And coordinating that with grid integrated storage, as Richard mentioned, storage is absolutely key. Batteries, other types of storage being developed, kind of integrated with electric vehicle charging has huge potential. And even as we go forward, I'm actually coming from a meeting yesterday in the Dingle Peninsula, which is the far western part of Ireland, where the ESB, the distribution system operator here, has a great initiative looking at how customers with PV on their rooftop, with heat pumps for electrifying their heating needs, and for vehicles, including vehicle to grid integration. They have 5 households with vehicle to grid chargers and looking at how that can be integrated with the grid. So very exciting times to see how these resources can align with the integration of wind here in Ireland or solar in India. Let's look at the economics. This is one study that was done in California by UC Davis, and just looking at California decarbonization goals and how that's going to be accomplished and how important it is that we, first of all, decarbonize the generation. So even if we got 100% electric vehicles by 2045 in California, we would still have tremendous carbon impact if we don't also decarbonize the generation in the state. But the second bar really illustrates, as we decarbonize the generation and we decarbonize the transportation sector, we can have a tremendous impact. And the third part, which is about a 13% additional savings in carbon production, happens if we do the electric vehicle integration with smart charging. And that also has associated with it a significant savings in the grid infrastructure that's required, because we can use the smart charging to defer required upgrades to the grid to support that additional load. And in California, their estimate was that's about $30 billion in grid infrastructure costs between now and 2045 that could be saved through smart charging applications. So very exciting. So what are we doing? What do we need to do? One key area of development, and fits right in with this open source goal that Killian talked about, is we need platforms that help us integrate the charging with the operations of the grid, and with a variety of other use cases as well. And we need platforms to do that. So the need for the industry is really to characterize the use cases, look at the information transfer requirements, and convert that into open source tools in terms of a platform that can provide APIs and provide interfaces that allow charging network providers, building energy management systems, home energy management systems to integrate with utility distributed resource management systems and demand response systems, and become part of the way that we operate the grid. So this is one big area that's being developed. The California Energy Commission has a number of activities in this area. NREL is involved in them. So it's a really important area that coordination with the developments in India and elsewhere in the world will make a lot of sense. The one other area that I wanted to mention is resiliency and the value stream associated with resiliency that can come from electric vehicles. I think it's absolutely huge. We're starting to see it in California associated with wildfire protection and households that might get turned off for safety shutoffs associated with wildfires, implementing storage, electric vehicles with vehicle to grid capability, and PV as a way to provide local resiliency. And this can be done at a household level. It can be done at a community level. There's a great project outside of Washington, D.C. in Maryland called the Fairmount Heights Project, looking at how a whole community, a low income community, can combine low cost solar storage, make it into a microgrid for the community. Shared resources for the community can be used to build a microgrid that provides local resiliency. And I think this has very important implications in India as well. We have a concept called the Smart Power Integrated Node, which is basically a microgrid in a box, where you have a local controller that can interface with vehicle to grid, electric vehicle charging, prioritizing the loads that are being protected in the home, linked to solar and storage as well, and provide the isolation interface to the grid that allows the microgrid to operate. So huge opportunity for resiliency as a very important additional value stream. So with that, I'll just summarize with what I think some of the real challenges that we have to face together as an industry, and there are opportunities for laying a foundation with open source tools that the whole world can build on. It starts with having a common architecture consideration of where DERMS fits in and where these customer resources fit into the management of the grid. We need a communication infrastructure with cybersecurity to be able to implement that integration. As Richard said, we need market and regulatory constructs and standards and policy is what that means, that really facilitates the integration of these resources in standard ways. Then we can build these resources into our planning. build, and so we can evaluate electric vehicle charging as a non-wires alternative to grid investment. We need to continue to work on the systems that will manage these distributed resources. We call them DERMS. We're working on an open DERMS tool that we'll be coordinating with NREL on. And then these things can be combined into platforms that allow all the stakeholders to participate. And finally, we have transmission system operators and distribution system operators. The system operators that manage the overall market have to coordinate very closely with distribution systems where these resources can impact the grid. So these are all areas for coordination of developments, demonstrations, and research around the world that I'm very excited about and talking about today as well. So with that, I'll turn it back to Richard and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mark, for presenting such a sharp and clear overall perspective. And really, you see, you make the point where, of course, costs are declining, renewables are pervasively deployed, and at the same time, of course, EV can contribute to the stabilization of all of that. But the key is really the smart integration. And the spin concept you presented is a good example. What Killian introduced is also a very good path to this. But of course, also, I grabbed a key point to me in your presentation, which is, and you did not really mention it, which is all of this cost and might cost a lot, but you need to create conditions so that investors are funding this and that deployments really happen. And this is where you put up the point of the resilience. Resilience being a wild card for the value stream. That's fantastic, fantastic. And then you come up with those 7 challenges to be worked on. So this is really setting up the stage for the coming presentation, where I would like to invite the CEO of BSES Yamuna Power Limited, Mr. Amarjit Singh. And I will be very interested to hear actually his viewpoint on India's renewable commitment and the steps that need to be taken to achieve this target. The floor is yours, Amarjit.
Yeah, I think I'm audible.
Very well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Richard. And I think I would also like to congratulate ISGF for organizing this wonderful event on this very pertinent topic. It's my privilege to share the platform with Mr. KVS Baba, CMD POSOCO, and other learned dignitaries, and give my views on the very important and much relevant topic in the context of initiatives required to be taken for clean environment. It is heartening to see that whole world is uniting towards making efforts to protect global environment. It is our joint responsibility to make this world a better place to live in and also give better global environment to our future generations. Shifting from conventional power generation to renewable power is one of such initiatives. Government has taken very bold and positive initiatives for the same. In 2015 in Paris Climate Summit, the government of India had said that it will install 175 gigawatt of renewable power by 2022. This was one of the largest renewable capacity expansion programs in the world. And it's very heartening to see that in spite of the COVID-19 pandemic, we will be able to achieve this, and we have already achieved 103 gigawatt and almost 50 gigawatt is in the pipeline. India has also committed Panchamrits in the recently held 6th UN Climate Change Conference of parties in Glasgow. And accordingly, India has to enhance our non-fossil energy capacity to 500 gigawatt, meet 50% of energy from RE, reduce total projected carbon emission by 1 billion tons by 2030, reduction of carbon intensity of economy to less than 45% by 2030, and net zero target by 2070. A lot of efforts are required to translate this vision into reality, not only from government through policies and support, but also from all the stakeholders like various industries, organizations, and also individuals. Government is playing their part by providing opportunities and promoting its generation and usage through various incentives and schemes. Like recently, in a significant move aimed at gradually reducing thermal power generation, the government has amended norms to allow power generators to bundle renewable energy under existing power purchase agreements. As per revised guidelines, thermal and hydro generation companies can set up renewable energy generation capacity either by themselves or through developers by open bids and supply it to the consumers under the existing PPAs. According to the statement, as the cost of renewable energy is less than that of thermal energy, the gains from the unbundling of renewable energy with thermal will be shared between the generators and distribution companies or other procurers on a 50-50 basis, subject to some capping of 7 paisa for the generators. I think this is a very bold move and very a positive move which the government has taken and supported the RE commitment. Even the government has announced a production-linked incentive scheme for manufacture of highly efficiency solar PV modules with present outlay of rupees 4,500 crores. Government is planning to increase this outlay to rupees 24,000 crores to make India an exporter of solar equipments. Target of additional 10 gigawatt integrated domestic manufacturing capacity of high efficiency PV modules with rupees 17,200 crore investment. Promotion of rooftop solar up to village level through promotional programs. FAME scheme towards promoting EV and its charging infrastructure with capacity outlay of 10,000 crores. There is a need for bottoms up approach by all the stakeholders with yearly target-based programs to reduce emissions and strive for net zero by 2070. Key stakeholders include discoms and large consumers like manufacturing and service industries will have to take steps to switch and have proper mix of RE power. Other big drivers for power consumption will be e-mobility. In near future, all stakeholders need to take steps through policies and schemes to ensure that e-mobility be powered up through renewable power. We will be able to achieve the goals and get the desired results only by collective efforts. In addition to the efforts required to scale up the renewable energy, power generation, efforts will also be required to handle the challenge of RE integration of quantum as large as 500 gigawatt with the grids. There are immense opportunities and benefits of renewable power, but at the same time, it has its own challenges. Since the renewable source like wind and solar are very intermittent and variable, which pose lot of challenges for power scheduling and grid safety. There is requirement to plan and encourage the use of energy storage solutions, vehicle to grid solutions, microgrids, and automated demand responses programs so as to provide the much needed support for load management and grid stability, along with minimizing the use of conventional sources of power. This is very important for grid security and reliability, especially during the RE transition period, like in the evening and morning hours, or to take care of sudden weather changes. The role and contribution of various stakeholders will be very critical for RE integration with the grids, since they have to come forward and adopt these new technologies like DER and ADR and to compromise some of their comforts to contribute for the bigger cause of clean world environment for themselves and for future generation and make this world a better place to live. It will also involve not only technology upgradation, but also capacity building of manpower resources to make them ready for these opportunities and challenges. At present, the price of some of the key contributors like electrical vehicles, batteries, etc., which will be play important role in distributed energy resources or grid integration stability is high. So government will have to take steps to accelerate and shorten the product acceptance time cycle. Now you will appreciate that the solar prices have become affordable now and are in the range of around 2.4 to 2.5 rupees per unit. But it took 11 years to come to that affordable level from rupees 16 per unit some 11 years back. So here in this case, we have to see that how we can shorten this product acceptance time cycle. And also as regards the battery energy storage system, we will see that the footprint of the battery energy storage system is 2 times that of the electric substation. So if we want to build a 1 megawatt hour of BESS, then it requires 2 times more space as compared to 1 MVA substation. Well, similarly, if you will go for best cost, it is 3 to 4 times with that of the electrical installation. So all these things have to be looked into, and especially in the city like Delhi, we are also having space constraints. So these things will become much more relevant in the context of the place-to-place requirements. So these challenges will also be there. In addition to that, I would like to say that the transition to RE energy, we should not think that there is an option to it. Rather, it is the necessity. So we all should come forward and contribute to make it successful. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Thank you very much for your call for action. And I think we should take very seriously what you presented if we consider what Yamuna Power Limited has been able to achieve in the past years, like being able to handle more than 100% growth in peak load served since the privatization, and also the incredible loss reduction of almost 55% that you've been able to achieve between 2002 and 2020. So thank you very much for your testimony and recommendation and a very clear call for action. I would like now that we complement testimony and recommendations with another Indian utility, and I would like to invite Sandeep Bangia from Tata Power Company Limited to share with us his perspective. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, and thank you, Richard. Thank you, Richard, for giving me this opportunity, and thank you, ISGF, for allowing me to share my thoughts. So I actually was wondering as to, I am representing a power utility, but I am working on the electric vehicle mobility or electric vehicle charging space within the company. So I was wondering why is it that I'm a part of this forum about renewable energy and EV charging? But then, we all love Dr. Regi Pillai, so that's why I'm here. And maybe I'll be able to add a couple of pointers to all the lot of things that have been said from for the past speakers. To begin with, I think I loved the way Mr. Bawa talked about the renewable energy and EV, which is he's called the revolution. So I think it's no short of the revolution, and that's a fantastic thing. I'm going to borrow it and I'm going to use it quite often here on. So yes, I think we are in the middle of a revolution, combination of renewable energy, the focus towards that, and the focus towards movement from IC engine to electric vehicle mobility. This is where the future of mobility lies. So I'm just going to talk about from the charge point charge point operator's perspective, the kind of things that can be done, the kind of things that we are doing. I think there are three key things from the charge point operator's perspective that broadly form the basis of this discussion, which is I call it the role of smart charging. The smart charging combined with a smart grid is something that can deliver the following. Number one, I think the easiest thing is that we consume renewable energy for the purpose of charging electric vehicles. So the source of the charging for EV charger is going to be green. It's a combination of solar rooftop plus wind and storage. This is the easiest thing. Everybody understands that. That's the obvious one. The second thing, obviously, is that something that we are doing in Mumbai, and this is something that is possibly likely to become, a norm even in the rest of the country. The customer pays a bit of a premium to get the energy that he wants, and as a utility, we inject the same amount of energy into the grid, which is green. So this is something which is, the green transmission in that sense. So you can ensure that the charging for an electric vehicle is coming through a green source by just telling the power utility.
We lost your sound. Hello, Sandeep, can you hear me? We lost you.
This is the second very simple thing that can be done. It is being done. And in fact, this is a very, very popular way of doing things for a lot of corporates in Mumbai, and we are actively promoting this combination. Green energy plus EV charging, it works best because a lot of these large corporates, most organizations, small, big, very big, are committed to RE100 and EV100 in that sense to ensure that the sustainability goals of the organization and hence India are met. The third thing very clearly is, this is something that has been experimented in European countries, that you charge when the grid is at its greenest. There are times, peak times or off-peak times, when the grid supplied in the grid is at the greenest. It moved from gray to green in that sense, and that is the time you charge. Now, this is a capability that exists from our charging platform that we have developed, and of course, the smart grid. So this is an information or intimation that can flow in from smart grids to a smart charging ecosystem like what we have to tell the customer that, hey, while the time of the day charging is suitable for managing and balancing the load, a slightly more evolved customer can look at the fact that this is the time of the day when the grid is at its greenest. And if it even if it means paying a bit of a premium, an evolved customer will seek actively his vehicle getting charged through the green energy. Now, these are the three things which are very, very simple, can be done here and now. It is just that you got to evolve to that level to which this can be offered. Now, this is something that I always say. A smart utility like ours can do much more on the grid for EV charging than the charging itself. And I'm talking about the second life of battery. This is something that we can all pick up batteries which are completed their useful life inside the vehicle, and then even if the vehicle does not find the batteries suitable, a distribution company is always going to find it suitable because there is no constraint on the performance of that battery as much as it is in the car. Secondly, using the concept of second life of battery to ensure that the sustainability goals are met, and by ensuring that the battery does not go into the landfill until many more decades of its second life. Now, combining it with let's say things like vehicle to grid, which I think Amarjeet Singh ji also touched upon in the previous session. Now, these are the things that we can do, and I always say this. You know, the price plans are easier to manage. I was seeing the presentation from one of the previous speakers, very elaborately mentioned the price plans that are possible and doable. I think there is a lot of learning for all of us there to ensure that you know, things fall in place, and of course. The ability to do things which are not necessarily always economically suitable, but sustainable to the extent. And I always have this, you know, call it a dream or call it an ideal situation that I charge my car. And some of you would have heard me in the past, have heard this example, and I keep repeating it wherever I have an opportunity. Here is a car that I have, which has got, let's say, 40 kilowatt of battery, which is enough and more for a household for the next 3 days or so. So I charge my battery in my office, go to my, you know, farm retreat, maybe 100 kilometers away, log in my battery to my house. So my house gets powered from the battery that is charged inside my car. It charges, it lights up my house for the night. And when the sun comes up in the morning, my car charges back through the solar rooftop. So I have an off-grid house, which is taken care largely by solar rooftop and electric mobility. A combination of second life of battery, combination of solar rooftop, and combination of V2G. Now, this is something which is not in the realm of you know, a distant possibility. It's happening. In fact, in the US, Ford 500 as a truck, that truck is being sold on the premise. One of the features is that you know, the battery storage is such that if your power goes off in your house, which it has been in the last few months or so, there have been outages in the US some places. It can take care of your power situation for the next 3 days. They are actually selling it on that as a feature. Now, these are the kind of things that is doable, and a combination of smart charging capabilities, which is coming from charge point operators like us, and the distribution utilities, which also we are as a DNA. A combination of these two things is what is going to make it work together, and this is what we are bringing in. And finally, I think just to complete, the migration to EVs is only a matter of how. It's not a question of, you know, whether it's happening. EVs are coming, like, make no mistakes. So we have to align our systems, our ecosystem, our grid planning accordingly. It is not something that, and these are the things that get, you know, a couple of things which are accelerating this. I would say one of them is COVID. You know, people are talking more sustainability things than ever. A very small trigger in the UK, for example, the trucker strike, in which the fuel pumps could not get fuel, that has triggered a huge interest amongst the car owners or vehicle owners on electric mobility. So I think these are all small triggers, but it's only a matter of when. India's Paris goals is not likely to get met, and including Glasgow's, if we don't move to electric mobility in a very fast manner. So all we need to do is just marry the smart grids, the distribution systems, the renewable energy forces that we are all already having, along with the smart charging capabilities that people like us are bringing in, to ensure that the future is bright, the future is sustainable. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sandeep. It's a really complementary, very relevant Indian perspective, zooming from the EV side. And you made clear that the question is now to do it here and now. And even if it is a premium for customers, the customers are asking for charging from renewables. Let's keep looking at the landscape from the electric vehicle integration perspective with a presentation from Lonneke Driessen-Mutters regarding incredible activities going on in the Netherlands and also some integration technologies that are developed by very active association and alliance in the Netherlands. Lonneke, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Richard. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay, so good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is Lonneke Driessen, and I work for a Dutch organization called ELATNL. And we were founded in 2009, so 12 years ago, by the Dutch electricity grid operators, so the distribution system operators and the transport system operator. Those organizations decided to join forces in exploring the development of electric transportation and more particularly what the impact is going to be on our electricity grids. We've been working for a decade now. We've learned a lot and there is still so much to do. And for this presentation, I would like to take you through our market outlooks that we are working on. So first of all, regarding the Netherlands, we have as a country very ambitious goals for the electrification of transportation. We are of course part of the European Union, and EU targets aim for 2035 to achieve their first zero emission transport goals. But the Netherlands have targeted 5 years earlier, so 2030, for a lot of zero emission transport goals. And to name a few, for example, all new sold passenger cars should be 100% electrical or hydrogen based, so zero emission by 2030. And all buses in operation must be 100% zero emission. So the governmental climate in the Netherlands is very open and positive toward electrification. And another thing that we have going for us in the Netherlands is that we are world champion when it comes to charging infrastructure. So per inhabitant, we have the most charging stations available. So we have a very good charging infrastructure in place. And also what's really important to know, which is a little bit unique, we have full roaming since 2015. So that means that an EV driver in the Netherlands can charge everywhere with the same contract. So regardless who their mobility service provider is, if they see a charging station, it will work for them. So with this positive governmental climate and this good infrastructure being in place, that means that the electric vehicle adoption is really going well in the Netherlands. And as it stands now, the prediction is that the energy demand for mobility will match the energy demand of all the households combined in the Netherlands by 2035. So it is a reality, and we as grid operators and transport system operator, of course, we need to be ready because our grids will distribute the energy needed to charge all those vehicles. So very condensed in a very simple three-step approach. This is what we are doing as grid operators. So first of all, we are looking at the market. So what can we expect? When can we expect it? And where can we expect those vehicles that need to be charged? And of course, based on the market outlooks, we do our grid modeling to, of course, do our resource planning, but also identify hotspots where we need to focus our attention first. And of course, where should we target our smart charging? Previous speakers have touched upon this topic as well. So one thing, of course, we as grid operators will do is reinforce the grid, but it would also be great if we could distribute the charging need during the time of day to make much more efficient use of our electricity grids and thus lower the overall cost to society. And lastly, what is an important topic for us as grid operators as well, and so unfortunately we don't have time to go into this today in this presentation, but it's of course the financing. We as an industry are not very fast, so it would be really good if we could pre-invest when we see the transition to electric mobility on the horizon. It would be good if we can already start investing in the grid so that we are ready when the demand is there. But of course, that means that our regulators need to allow for investments that are not needed at this moment, but will be needed in a couple of time, just to save us some time. But for this presentation, I'd like to talk you through the market outlooks that we have worked on and are working on. So here you see an overview of all the outlooks we do, and it is per modality because depending on what needs to be charged, there is a difference in use and in energy demands and in timing. So these outlooks we develop after not only market research, but we do a lot of interviews with a lot of stakeholders, electric vehicle manufacturers, policymakers, consumers, of course, academia, fleet operators, the logistics sector, and this very long list. And we ask all these parties, are you planning for electrification? What are your use cases? Where do you think you will want to charge? What will your charging pattern be? And we combine it with the field data that we have. So we also do a lot of data analysis. Of course, the data we have is always looking back. And with the interviews, we try to look to the future. And we do a lot of modeling. And we started with this approach back in 2019, where our first outlook was regarding passenger cars. So what can we expect regarding electrification of passenger cars? Where do you want to charge and how do they charge? But of course, a very different charging behavior are fast chargers. So that was our second outlook. The next one was regarding public transport buses. Of course, the way buses move around and the size of buses is again different use than passenger cars. Then we looked at city logistics. The reason why city logistics is a separate topic is because of the very ambitious climate goals that a lot of Dutch municipalities have, where they want to keep the air quality inside their city good. So they want clean air. So they want to ban all fossil fuel cars from their city centers. Of course, that means that this industry will move very rapidly because they have this additional governmental push for electrification. The next one we did on delivery vans. Also, they drive around in a slightly different way and charge, of course. Then the next one was the long haul trucks, which are of course huge batteries that need very fast charging. And we also asked the industry, so what are your driving patterns and where do you stop and when do you think you will want to be charging? And the list goes on. Next was inland shipping. So in the Netherlands, we have a lot of transportation over water. Of course, the Netherlands has a lot of water. So that's why we have a lot of shipping. So of course, they will move to electrification powertrains also. And the last one, the most recent was building equipment. All the diggers and all the stuff you need to build also must be 100% zero emission shortly. So we were 2 years down the line with our outlooks, and we decided to renew the outlook for passenger cars because, and I'll show you in the next slide, the adoption of electrification is really accelerating in the Netherlands. So it's going faster than we predicted in 2019. So in 2021, this year, we updated the outlook for passenger cars, and we will continue to update all these other outlooks because the market is changing very, very rapidly. So for instance, this is the example of the EV prognosis that we had in 2021. And what we see that in 2 years' time, the expectation for EVs and charging infrastructure has grown. For EVs, 30% more, and for charging stations, we see 35% increase in charging stations being installed than we predicted 2 years ago. And this is where we as ELAT try to match the vision of grid operators. As you know, if you are a utility, you look a long time ahead, you look 20, 30 years into the future. But of course, this market is changing every year, every 2 years, things are changing. So with these outlooks, we try to combine the world of the DSO with the world of e-mobility and the exciting times over there. And as I mentioned, this data we implement in the grid models, where we not only calculate these changes, but of course also the PV integration. And in the Netherlands, we are also moving towards electrification of our heating. Currently, we use natural gas for heating, but that also needs to be electrified. So this is one piece of the puzzle that we as grid operators need to know how to prepare. So what you see here is the regional spread. This is the map of the Netherlands. Maybe you recognize it a little bit. And this is the prognosis on where in the Netherlands the charging infrastructure will be located in general. But if you look to the right of the slide, you see that it varies what type of chargers. And this has, of course, to do with the demography of the Netherlands. If you look to the top left, the home chargers, the darker parts are where people will charge at home, and this is the more rural area of the Netherlands. And in the Netherlands, people who live in a rural area are fortunate enough to be able to park their car next to their house so they can charge at their own premises. And of course, home chargers have a smaller capacity and they charge when people are at home, so they have a slightly different charging pattern. So that's why it's important for us to know, because it has a different impact on the grid and where we need to invest. The semi-public charge, so the public charging stations, will be located more in the densely populated area of the Netherlands, Amsterdam, The Hague, Rotterdam. There, people just live more closely together, so they don't have the luxury of being park in their own on their own premises. So they will have to park out on the street, and that's where you see a different type of charger. And of course, you also see the workplace chargers and the fast charging stations. So with these outlooks, we're not only looking at when can we expect, where can we expect, but also what can we expect. And all these different types of charging situations have a different charging behavior, which of course is important for our grid modeling. So this is unfortunately all I have time for today. If you'd like more information, please contact me and I'll be happy to share much more information if you find it useful.
Thank you so much, Lonneke, for such a presentation and sharing the excitement that you have in the Netherlands. The dynamics is just incredible. You made the point. It's really a matter of getting all the stakeholders teaming up together, right? And then they succeed to come up with the incredible infrastructures. You're the world champion of the ratio of charging stations. But also, I think it's very interesting how you've been running those outlook per modality, and also being able to segment the needs and come up with action plans with the spread per type of charging to really be able to manage where and what to expect. And of course, if you allow me, I want to mention the Open Charge Alliance that was incepted also in the Netherlands, and I guess through the exact same dynamics. And I draw the attention to the audience about this alliance and this incredible OCPP charging station protocol that is pervasively spreading all over the world. Thank you very much, Lonneke. And now I would like to follow up on actually utilities and what utility associations can see and share with us. I would like to call Lawrence Jones, if he is online. I'm not sure he is yet with us, as he was traveling in Asia. I'm checking on the screen. I don't see him. So you know what? It's very relevant to actually right now move to a very interesting presentation of what can do major consulting firms regarding all those issues that we have been describing, all potential solutions that people may, whether they would like to explore, whether they have done it, or whether they plan to do it. So please, Anurag Jory, share with us your assessment and best recommendations.
Sure. Thanks very much. Pleasure being here. I'll just share my screen and then I'll start. Is my screen visible?
Very, very visible. And you're loud and clear.
All right. That I always am. Right. Thank you. Thanks very much. I think I was looking at these presentations with a lot of interest, and I think I learned a lot during what was said during this session. So thank you very much for that. My presentation is around what will it take for the RE and EV integration in distribution grid to really happen in India. Essentially, we all know we have got huge targets. Everyone is excited about those targets of adding renewables to our grid, and it has got major repercussions for all actors, right from generation to transmission to distribution, and not only for these utilities but also for some of the large-scale players in the corporate and industrial clusters who are actually the consumers. However, given the topic at hand and the time we have, I would rather talk about the distribution utilities. I think, essentially, the distribution utilities need to redesign their business models. They need to digitize the way they operate, right? They need to become more customer oriented, and they also need to innovate as we move forward for value added services. Now, all of that is a given with the RE coming in, but how does bringing in the element of EV also into the mix change that? Or what are the key trends we see when we bring both of them together? So essentially, the way Accenture looks at this is that, while we could talk about these trends into maybe 3 or 4 non-exhaustive areas, but I think the key call out is that yes, there are multiple challenges, but there also are unbounded opportunities. So if we really look at how the DER integration into the grid is happening, at one end, what we find is the utilities being very touchy about losing some of the best customers to things like rooftop solar. But at the same time, there are new business models opening up, new revenue streams opening up when you start looking at what a battery energy storage system can do for you, or for that matter, as we look at the ramp up of the EVs, both globally as well as in the Indian market. So it throws up a lot of interesting new revenue opportunities when we look at how the DR sources are getting integrated into the grid. Similarly, on the grid management side, yes, there are issues related to back of the meter kind of stuff which happens. It makes it much more difficult for us to kind of resolve issues there. But at the same time, what we are also seeing is progressive legislation. We saw about a month ago the GDAM, or the green day-ahead market, which has been launched. So essentially, each of these issues or challenges is being more than taken away by some of the improvements which are happening in the entire dynamics. Another thing which I would like to call out is the consumer trends, because what has happened is maybe 2 years ago, had I spoken to you, I would have cited the example of Germany, where people were willing to pay more for renewables. But today that's actually happening in India as we speak. So I hope a lot of you will know about what Adani is doing in Mumbai. But I think Tata Power is again trying to do that in Mumbai, which is, for a 100% renewable energy, you pay me 66 paisa a unit more, and lo and behold, you'll get 100% renewable energy with certificate. So I think those are the kind of things which are happening, which are opening up a lot of avenues for the utility sector to build in new revenue streams, new business models, and maybe endear themselves to the customers in ways which were previously unseen. Because we are talking about EVs in particular, let's take an example of what an EV charging infrastructure, for example, could do. So like how the RTS integration was widely debated for its bidirectional flow, right? Understanding the energy use profile data can also help in seamlessly integrating the grid and also allow utilities to gain advantage of the load pattern, right? So if we really look at the EV charging infra, it comes with multiple aspects, each of them with varied impacts on the grid. Now, if we observe the charging profiles of various use cases, DISCOMs will obviously have both challenges and opportunities to ponder. So for example, the charging profiles at work, fleet, and home can have very different timelines. So typically an unplanned and monitored profiles can cause demand surges. Careful study around this can also ensure that what we can do is that when the peak can coincide with charging and the utilities can appropriately monetize during those periods. So that is very relevant. That is actually happening at multiple places, maybe not so much in India, but a lot of places across the world. Similarly, the smart demand response measures can help in ensuring that the charging happens during the off-peak hours, and the batteries can be allowed to act as balancers during the peak hours. Similarly, there are a host of other applications like vehicle to X or vehicle to multiple, vehicle to building, vehicle to whatever. How you are able to use the vehicle batteries for not only storage but also as enablers for a host of other applications. So essentially, yes, there will be different use cases which will provide different values to the grid. But essentially, the idea is that if we use what is coming out of these use cases, then we believe that there are more opportunities than challenges. Again, I think one view which we have taken, and this is basis the work we have done outside India as well, is that there are multiple challenges and opportunities. Now, however, if we really look at it in the Indian context, there's no point being overwhelmed by so many challenges and opportunities. Essentially, we take an India view and we mark it out in terms of kind of impact it can do and the kind of timelines we are looking at. What we find is, at least as an analysis from an Accenture side, what we find is that within India, over the next 2 to 3 years, where the maturity of the maximum utilities lies, essentially we need to address issues related to data quality and how we can bring in the disparate systems of control together. I think if we are able to manage those two pieces well, then the other challenges which might be upcoming in the next 3 to 5 years could be seized and addressed in a very easy manner. What I am also happy to report is that we see concerted efforts both on the side of the government as well as the private sector, private DISCOMs, towards the issues related to data quality as well as bringing in integration of the various systems. For example, we are right now starting a program with the Ministry of Power where we are trying to see how IT/OT integration can happen across the utilities in India, right? Similarly, on the data quality front, we see so many initiatives which have been taken to democratize the data and remove the asymmetry which used to happen between the consumers and the utilities. And all of that helps in confidence building, right? So those are around the short-term challenges. In our view, if we really want to look at the longer-term challenges and convert them into opportunities, we believe that there is a very simple yet and maybe intuitive, however, framework. However, we don't see that everyone across the world has followed that, and that's the reason I am presenting that as well. We believe that when we are going to look into the future, we will have to use a lot of digital and data-led work. And essentially, the right point to start would be to start simulation ground up, or what in Accenture parlance we also call zero-based simulations. Essentially, we need to model a number of different factors which are coming in. It is not only about renewables, it is also about energy efficiency. What is being achieved out of all the initiatives which are coming out of energy efficiency? What is happening out of the changing consumer preferences. So, and what is obviously coming out of the renewables, etc. So all of that needs to be modeled very well before we actually get into the implementation, right? And once that modeling has been done, the second important point is to really help in visualization and analysis such that the decision makers are able to take the right decisions as to what should be the right business interventions that should happen to convert these challenges into opportunities. And once those business interventions have been finalized, that is when we should look at our processes rather than the other way around. So the processes have to follow the kind of business interventions we want to do in the market. And we believe that if this is done in the right manner, then a utility of the future will look like this, wherein the key or the heart of the system will be the DRMS, it will be the customer, and it will be some of the smart data acquisition systems which actually allow you to take the right decisions through operational agility. On that note, I would like to end, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for this very, very clear presentation, where I think you make the point that the different use cases can provide different values, and this is really a key in the approach, where you show that there are new possible value streams and therefore new business models that can be derived from those value streams. And definitely there should be more benefits than challenges, and this is your claim. This is what I guess you're able to demonstrate to anyone who is asking you an assessment on their current situation. And of course, to do so, you need to start from a bottom up to really see what is the grid system planning to be put in place. And the last but not least, the DERMS it's really the master building block that will allow interconnecting the different groups and stakeholders. And this is, again, actually, this confirm things that have been presented through different angles earlier. So this is very exciting, because now we've been around actually the theme with a framing of the theme, then we characterized the challenges, and we heard testimonies and recommendations and calls for actions from utilities, from major players on EV and EV integration. And we see that there are players like large consulting firms that definitely can come and boost actually the journey for anyone, any utility who would like to move forward. And I'm sure it's the same regarding EPRI. I know EPRI has this incredible and very agile capability to do such a thing. So I think this presentation now is really actually concluding our round of presentation. As I just got the information that Lawrence Jones cannot join. As I mentioned earlier, he was traveling back from Korea to the US, and unfortunately Anant Venkateswaran cannot be with us today. So I think we can open up, and we still have 10 minutes for Q&A. And I would like first to ask our chair if he wants to make some wrapping comment as you can prepare questions you would like to ask the speakers. So please, Mr. Baba.
It's interesting, no doubt. Am I audible, first of all?
Very audible.
Okay. Okay. I mean, interesting presentations and this thing. First, I agree. We have to take actions on all the fronts. We have to take actions on policy and regulations without doubt. Technology has to be, and the tools have to be developed. I mean, if we want faster and quicker solutions have to be brought, and all around research has to take place. I'm very happy to note that, of course, we know a lot of activities going on, and many countries are giving very good encouragement. So hope for the best, and we should try to get a cleaner air with a, I mean, smooth ride to all.
Oh, thank you so much for your encouragement, Mr. Baba. And I'd like to come up with the first question to Mr. Singh, as he shared with us a very enticing call for action regarding India's renewable commitment and what need to be done to achieve the targets. But I would be interested if you would like to share some more about BSES plans for the transition to renewable energy and the steps being taken to build the grid flexibility to support our renewable energy.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. I would like to give my views on that. Actually, BSES is a very responsible, understands its responsibility towards the society and also towards the consumers at large. And I think in the past so many years, which you have rightly addressed, that we have worked on many areas, and out of that one was the reduction in T&D losses. So as a utility, we have reduced our losses from around 53% to in the range of around 7%. So we have always been doing our bit in playing our part in all the areas pertaining to the power distribution. And as regards the renewable steps, I would like to say that we have taken many steps, and timely, I will say. We have started aggressively in making our portfolio green. And in that, BYPL's RE share in our total portfolio will reach around 32%, and BRPL's share will reach around 37% by financial year 2024. So overall, it will be at a BSES level, it will be 35%. So which is, I think, right steps. And in view of the recently announced scheme by the government for flexibility in generation and scheduling of thermal and hydropower stations through bundling with renewable energy and storage power, I think we have an opportunity to increase it further going on, because it will also support our cause. And at present, if you will see that we have in terms of the annual input, we would the BSES will be having around 25% of its input requirement by financial year 24 by the renewables. So these are the steps we are taking, and the future demand, whatever the expected growth we are expecting in the future, we are making efforts to get it achieved by tying up with the renewable sources only. So these are the one of the initiatives towards making the portfolio green. And in addition, I would like to say, tell you about the rooftop solar. One of my friends was saying that discoms were not supporting for the rooftops because of their own reasons. But I'll tell you that BYPL was the first one to give a rooftop connection in 2015. And at present, BRPL is having 89 megawatt peak of rooftop solar, and BYPL is having 29 megawatt of rooftop solar. And we are having aggressive solar programs so as to reach a potential of more than 900 megawatt in the BSES area. So, and as regards the transition to EV, we are having a fleet of around 600 vehicles, and already 5% of this that are our electrical vehicles, either through lease or purchase. And we have a plan that by 2030, whole of our fleet will be converted to EVs, and as per the aging of the vehicles, we will replace them by the electrical vehicles. and BSE discoms are aggressively spearheading Geo and STD Switch Delhi program. And recently, Honorable Transport Minister of Delhi has launched single window program for private and semi-public EV charging. So we are participating in that program. All the 3 discoms of Delhi are participating in that program, and we will facilitate the establishment of EV chargers. So for a private and semi-public consumers. In terms of green over grids through rooftop solar or battery storage, BYPL has installed 4 microgrids in 2019 in its division offices, limiting the energy usage from grids to only 8%. So we have taken steps in this direction also, and we are looking for the benefits which we are getting, and the opportunities further in this, that how we can enhance this also in the coming time. Recently, BRPL has launched GIZ supported Shivalik microgrid project with 100 kilowatt peak rooftop solar, EV charging facility, and about 400 kilowatt hour battery energy storage system. So, being a responsible industry, we are taking the right steps, and we have also carried out few studies for RE integration, both at utility scale and DRs. So, with the NREL, USAID, and GIS, covering capacity credit of RE, impact of EV charging and BESS on distribution network, design of TOU rate for residential consumers, potential of DR for peak reduction, impact of rooftop on grid. So all these things, all these steps we have taken, and going forward, we will take much more steps so as to achieve the government goals and make the environment clean. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you very much. And I would like to ask Mark and Kilian if they could elaborate on a very exciting point, which is this smart power integration modules. You see the kind of magic box, and of course with this concept of open source tools and software. So how far is it to be something a concrete, usable, or commercial product, industrial grade commercial product?
That's a really good question, Richard. All of the technologies are there, and right now you pull them together with individual modules for the interface to the grid, for the smart inverter, for the energy storage controller, but to put them together into a common box to lower the cost is something that's just being developed now. And you're just coming from a meeting in Dingle yesterday here in Ireland. I can see where the policy and regulations is so important, because right now in Ireland it's almost impossible to use your vehicle or even energy storage device to back up your house, because the cost of the interface to the grid is so high, and the requirements for relays and protection basically means that you have to build a substation at your meter in order to have backup. So those are the things that we have to prove, that we can build safe and reliable systems that it's okay from a policy perspective to implement at the building level, and be able to use these resources for, add that value stream to all these flexibility value streams. It's such a huge opportunity.
Yeah, I guess this is really a key point, to be able even to monetize more or being more sharp and detailed on how to monetize the resilience, where this is, has you said on your slides that resilience maybe, and I think it is, the wild card value stream to make that happen, to be the enabler, to unlock actually investments and decision. Fantastic. And Kilian, do you have anything to add? So I would like to ask here, Lonneke, actually, on about the same question with what she knows about the Open Charge Alliance, which is a global platform for open protocols. How this is contributing or matching with this concept of smart power integrated magical derb that was also, by the way, presented by our friend from Accenture. Lonneke, please.
Sure, thank you, Richard. So indeed, having so the name we sometimes use is energy management system or building energy management system. So this is from a grid operator perspective, a great solution, because that will mean that behind the meter, the energy will be shared, and this will maximize integration of renewable energy and limit the load on the electricity grid, which is of course also a good idea. So we do a lot of research and a lot of testing. Of course, you know that one of the devices that the energy management system must interface with is a charging station, of course, and behind the charging station, the electric vehicle. As you know, the communication between the vehicle and the charging station is also really important, whether it is either CHAdeMO or CCS or ISO 598. So the thing is, at the moment, what we see is that the energy management system market is still very diverse. So there is not one unique standard available yet. So what we are looking at is more like interoperable node that can speak different languages. So the language used for HVAC, maybe another language used for solar power, maybe another language used for charging stations. And as it stands now, we think that is maybe the way the market will start, that it will be multiple languages matched in the middle, which is not so complex to do. And even if we were to move towards an open source solution, that will be perfect, because then you sort of take that out of the equation. From the part of OCPP, what we are working on is making sure that the routing of the messages, maybe this is a bit too complex for now, but all the different information that needs to be shared with either a back office, with the vehicle, with the energy management system, means that there are more actors discussing with each other, exchanging information with each other. And for that, you need a little bit more advanced networking, routing, and that's what we're working on currently. To improve that, with keeping in mind the full backwards compatibility of the existing infrastructure. So the improvements we are making on the routing front must work with OCPP 1.6, 2.0.1, all that, and it's possible. So we don't want to throw too much change into the system. It is a really important topic, and I can say that we haven't figured it out yet. So we need it, and technically we're going to make it work.
Thank you so much, Lonneke, and of course this is echoing again with Rodney McGee, who was not here but was proposing in his presentation, which is really that the policy and the standards might still be a kind of roadblock and a challenge to be worked on, and I guess this is another call for action that I gladly share with you, with Mark, with Killian, and Rodney McGee here, and I'm sure Anurag Jory would join us, so that maybe in 1 year from now, or not too far from now, well, we can come up and declare victory on this challenge.
I think you have that right, Richard. The challenge is to make sure that we work together so that we're not all trying to solve the problem at the same time in different ways, and accept the challenge.
That's perfect. I like the song. I like the song. I like the dynamics. I like the mood. And I'm looking forward teaming up with you all to make that happen. Having said that, I need to thank very much the faculty of speaker, the incredible lineup that we had today. They all prepared incredibly well this very important session. They all came up with sharp, clear points and proposals. We see that many things are going on. And of course, we have to thank ISGF organizing those gatherings. And I think there are enablers for the industry, but also
Thank you.
no, it is well deserved. Also, let's say an enabler regarding policy. And this is a heartfelt thank to you and your team for your hard work. Thank you so much. And with this, I think we are right on time, given the fact that we started 10 minutes late.
Thank you very much, Richard.
Thank you, Reggie. Thank you, Mr. Richard. Nice interacting with you all.
Everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. All the thank you, the chair, moderator, all, and stay safe. See you all.
See you all. Bye.
Before you know, so I just let you know she look on you for me. But nothing can compare the way you live. You got what I feel from me. You better say you don't want me. I need to play. Started when we were young. Swear to God that I love ya. Sorry that your mom found out. Guess that we just really had the fun. Ain't nobody else that I be under. Beautiful, beautiful life right now. Beautiful, beautiful night right now. No, no, no. Beautiful, 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 beautiful angel. Know your imperfections, everything you got. Tomorrow comes and goes before you know. So I just had to let you know. I got present to time go. I wish the hours would go slow. Right now, your touch is heaven. Beautiful, beautiful sight right now. Beautiful, beautiful life right now. Got the angels saying oh right now. Like we got to time. Stars, darling, don't you know what you are? Yeah, baby, you know. Beautiful, 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 beautiful lady. Love your imperfections, tomorrow comes and goes before you know. I just had to let you know. Gucci look on you amazing. And nothing can compare the way you make it. Tomorrow comes and goes before you know. So I just had to let you know. I just had to let you know. Swear to God you're beautiful. Yeah. It's crazy when the thing you love the most is the detriment. Let that sink in. I can think again when the hand you wanna hold is a weapon and you're nothing but skin. Oh, 'cause I keep digging myself down deeper. Won't stop till I get where you are. I keep running, I keep running, I keep running. They say I may be making a mistake. I would have followed all the way, no matter how far. I know Oh, 'cause I keep digging myself down deeper. I won't stop till I get where you are. I keep running with all my feet hurt. I won't stop till I get where you are. When you go down all your darkest roads, I would have followed all the way to the graveyard. You look at me, the eyes so dark, don't know how you even see. You push right through me. It's getting real. You're like the way you're drunk at the steering wheel, and I can't conceal. Oh, 'cause I've been digging myself down deeper. I won't stop till I get where you are. I keep running, I keep running, I keep running. They say I may be making a mistake. I would have followed all the way, no matter how far. I know when you go down all your darkest roads, I would have followed all the way to the graveyard. Oh, 'cause I keep digging myself down deeper. I won't stop till I get where you are. I keep running with all my feet hurt. I won't stop till I get where you are. When you go down all your darkest roads, I would have followed all the way to the graveyard. It's funny how warning signs can feel like they're butterflies. Oh, 'cause I keep digging myself down deeper. I won't stop till I get where you are. I keep running with all my feet hurt. I won't stop till I get where you are. When you go down all your darkest roads, I would have followed all the way to the graveyard. Only the best. Lately, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Yeah, we'll be counting stars. Like a swinging vine, swing my heart across the line. In my face is flashing signs. Seek it out and we shall find. Old, but I'm not that old. Young, but I'm not that bold. And I don't think the world is sold. I'm just doing what we're told. I feel something so right, doing the wrong thing. I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing. I could lie. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. I feel the love and I feel it burn down this river every time. Hope is our four-letter word. Make that money, watch it burn. Oh, I'm not that old, young, but I'm not that bold. And I don't think the world is sold. I'm just doing what we're told. And I feel something so wrong. We're doing the right thing. I could lie, could lie. Everything that drowns me makes me wanna fly. I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Say no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, Sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn. Sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn. Sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Baby, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Watch it burn, sing in the river, lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn, sing in the river, lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn, sing in the river, lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn, sing in the river, the lessons I learned. Calling, 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 calling on me. I'll be there for you. Calling, 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 calling on me. Forever running to you. I'll be on time, like you expect me to. Calling, 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 calling on me. Yeah, wrongs and wrongs. Alright then. True love never fail, love never fall. Real love conquers all. Yeah. I want to be easing your pain and all. Your frustration to be gone. Yeah. Fade away. I'll be there to give you what you need. I support your causes selflessly. Yeah, I got you. Just like you would do for me without no please. Same blood we bleed. Yeah. I don't need GPS figure show me my friends, same family. From beginning to the end, same strategy. Each one teach one again, same energy. Love don't pretend. I hear you calling, 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 calling on me. I'll be there for you. Calling, 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 calling on me. Forever running to you. I'll be on time, like you expect me to. Calling, 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 calling on me. I'll be there for you. Right there for you. Right there for you. Right there for you. In the life, if you don't ever have a thought for your brothers and sisters, you have no heart. Yeah. Everybody must try if you can play them part. More action and less talk. Yeah. Don't get caught. Life is a gift one time and know it's hard. Just try keep it as them out the dark. Yeah. I don't need GPS figure show me my friends, same family. From beginning to the end, same strategy. Each one teach one again, same energy. Love don't pretend. I hear you calling, 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 calling on me. I'll be there for you. Calling, 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 calling on me. Forever running to you. I'll be on time, like you expect me to. Calling, 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 calling on me. I'll be there for you. Right there for you. Right there for you. Right there for you. Yeah. True love never fail, love never fall. Real love conquers all. Yeah. You know I'll never fail, leave you alone. You'll never be alone. I hear you calling, 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 calling on me. I'll be there for you. Calling, 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 calling on me. Forever running to you. I'll be on time, like you expect me to. Calling, 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 calling on me. I'll be there for you. Right there for you. Right there for you. Right there for you. You can tell by the way she walks that she's smart girl. You can tell by the way she talks, she moves her words. You can see in her eyes that no one is her. Supergirls don't cry. And then she said, it's alright. I got home late last night, but I'm a supergirl. And supergirls just fly. And then she said, it's alright. I got home late last night, but I'm a supergirl. And supergirls just fly. And then she said that nothing can go wrong when you're in love. What can go wrong? And then she loved the nighttime into day, pushing her fear further along. And then she said, it's okay. I got lost under the way, but I'm a supergirl. And then she shouts down the lane, Tennessee sky. No more time, 'cause she's a supergirl. And supergirls don't hide. And then she screamed in my face, tell me to leave this place, 'cause she's a supergirl. And supergirls just fly. Yes, she's a supergirl. A supergirl. She's doing seeds, she's starting trees. She's doing seeds, she's starting trees. And she's a supergirl. A supergirl. A supergirl. My supergirl.
Only the best.
Yeah. Todos están pendientes a ti, pero tú puesta para mí, haciendo que me odien más, porque todos te quieren probar. Lo que no saben es que no te dejas llevar de cualquiera, y todos te quieren probar. Lo que no saben es que hoy yo te voy a buscar. Dile que tú eres mía, mía, tú sabes que eres mía, mía. Tú misma lo decías cuando yo te lo hacía. Dile que tú eres mía, mía, tú sabes que eres mía, mía. Tú misma lo decías cuando yo te lo hacía. Bebé, yo soy fan de tu caminar, te doy todo lo mío hasta mi respirar. Contigo quiero todo como en espiral. Quiero tirarnos fotos y que se hagan viral. Tus ojos me concentran como moderar. Contigo me sube de lo veral. Siento que hoy este mundo deja de llegar. A nosotros ni la muerte nos va a separar. Bebé, yo soy tuyo nada más. Dile que conmigo te vas. Que dejen de tirarte, que a ti nadie va a tocar. Que tú eres mía, mía, tú sabes que eres mía, mía. Tú misma lo decías cuando yo te lo hacía. Dile que tú eres mía, mía, tú sabes que eres mía, mía. Tú misma lo decías cuando yo te lo hacía. Yo soy tu Romeo pero no santo, a tu bobo con la flor y los espanto. Ya me quedan desde que yo canto, pero yo soy tuyo nada más. Yo soy tu Romeo pero no santo, a tu bobo con la flor y los espanto. Ya me quedan desde que yo canto, pero yo soy tuyo nada más. Dile que tú eres mía desde la high. El que no Fresh out loose. If they want the drama, got the ooze. Ship the whole crew to the cruise. Doing shit you don't even see him move. Ride with me, boss. I got a hard head, but her ass off. She want the last name with the ring on it. Cause I pulled out a million cash, told her plank on it. And you are unforgettable. I need to get you alone. Now you want to just put bubbly in the crew. Only the best.
Oh mama, hola, hola, hola. Don't know what this is. Oh mama, hola, hola, hola. Oh, what do I do now? I see my body in a different light. As if I woke up in a different life. Feels like I'm walking with my heart on fire. Somebody pass me the water, cause I'm burning. Cause I'm a little bit turning into a lot. There's no way I've been turning the feeling off. Guess I'm everything that I thought I was not. Tell me, tell me. Oh mama, hola, hola, hola. Don't know what this is. What do I do now, do now, do now? Doing all of this, all of these new emotions. I let them out in the open. Oh mama, hola, hola, hola. Oh, what do I do now? I've never felt so good, I feel so soft. Nah, nah, nah. And now I know myself, I know my spots. Nah, nah, nah. I didn't know that I could have these thoughts. Yeah, yeah. Somebody pass me the water, cause I'm burning. Take a look, cause I'm a little bit turning into a lot. There's no way I'll be turning the feeling off. Guess I'm everything that I thought I was not. Tell me, oh mama, hola, hola, hola. Don't know what this is. What do I do now, do now, do now? Doing all of this, all of these new emotions. I let them out in the open. Oh mama, hola, hola, hola. Oh, what do I do now? Everything I thought I knew about me's upside down. Everything is changing, but I think I love it now. Oh mama, hola, hola, hola. Don't know what this is. What do I do now, do now? Doing all of this, all these new emotions. I let them out in the open. Oh mama, hola, hola, hola. Oh, what do I do Oh, what do I do now? I've been in all night. I've been in all day. And my heart got me walking side to side. I'm talking to you. See you standing over there with your body. Feeling like I wanna rock with your body. And we don't gotta think about nothing. I'm coming at you, cause I know you got a bad reputation. Doesn't matter cause you give me temptation. And we don't gotta think about nothing. These friends keep talking way too much. Say I should give you fresh type of flow. Wrist icicle, ride deck bicycle. Come true, yo. Get you this type of blow. If you wanna manage, I got a tricycle. All these bitches grown is my mini me. Now they smoking, so they call me Young Nicky Chimney. Rappers and they feelin' since they feelin' me. I give zero fucks and I got zero chillin' me. Kissing me, cop the blue box that say Tiffany. Curry with the shot, just tell them to call me Stephanie. Gun pop, and I make my gun pop. I'm the queen of rap, young Ariana Run Pop. These friends keep talking way too much. Say I should give them up. Can't hear them no, cause I've been lost. Honey, what's your hurry? Won't you stay inside? Remember not to get too close to start. They're never gonna give you love like ours. Where did you go? I should know, but it's cold and I don't wanna be lonely. So show me the way home. I can't lose another life. Who's waking up to drive you home? you through the dark side of the morning. Dream. We were back to 17, summer nights and the libertines, never growing up. I'll take with me the Polaroids and the memories, but you know I'm gonna leave behind the worst of us. Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning? Who's gonna rock you when the sun won't let you sleep? Who's waking up to drive you home when you're drunk and all alone? Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning? It ain't me, no, no. It ain't me, no, no. It ain't me, no, no. Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning? It ain't me, you were blind, I know you couldn't see it. But in the end, it just feels like you've cheated right to my face. You only did what you did for a reason. Yeah. You tried to open up, but you were scared to lose what we had. Why? Did I tell you things that I didn't believe in? I lied. Tried to protect you by hiding my feelings. We got tied up in this light I created to keep you on my side. Keeping it inside of me as in words. Don't lie to me. Don't you do what I've done to you. Don't lie to me. I promise I know it's bad for you. Don't lie to me. I don't wanna go back to how we both used to be. But now one thing I know, we won't lie around here no more. I don't know who we think we're deceiving. Tell me why does it feel like we need to hide what we are? We weren't honest and now we both bleed it. Let's leave the lies in the past so we never do it again. Why did I tell you things that I didn't believe in? I lied. Tried to protect you by hiding my feelings. We got tied up in this light I created to keep you on my side. Keeping it inside of me as in words. Don't lie to me. Don't you do what I've done to you. Don't lie to me. I promise I know it's bad for you. Don't lie to me. I don't wanna go back to how we both used to be. But now one thing I know, we won't lie around here no more. Don't lie to me. Don't do what I have done. Don't lie to me. I'm telling you it's true. Tell the truth, I to forgive each other. We only did it this way to save all that we have. It's been hard, but look at us now. Don't lie to me. Don't you do what I've done to you. Don't lie to me. I promise I know it's bad for you. Don't lie to me. I don't wanna go back to how we both used to be. But now one thing I know, we won't lie around here no more. Don't lie to me. Don't you do what I've done to you. Don't lie to me. I promise I know it's bad for you. Don't lie to me. I don't wanna go back to how we both used to be. But now one thing I know, we won't lie around here no more. Running out of breath, but I got stamina. Running out, I close my eyes, but I got stamina. And I see another mountain to climb, but I got stamina. I need another love of your mind, 'cause I got stamina. Don't give up, don't give up, don't give up, no, no, no. Don't give up, don't give up, don't give up, no, no, no. I'm free to be the greatest liar. I'm free to be the greatest here tonight. The greatest, the greatest, the greatest liar. The greatest, the greatest liar. Running out of breath, but I got stamina. Running out, I close my eyes, but I got stamina. And yeah, running through the wave of love, I got stamina. And yeah, running out of just enough, and I got stamina. Don't give up, don't give up, don't give up, no, no, no. Don't give up, don't give up, don't give up, no, no, no. I'm free to be the greatest liar. I'm free to be the greatest here tonight. The greatest, the greatest, the greatest liar. The greatest, the greatest liar. I got stamina. I got stamina. I got stamina. I got stamina. Don't give up, don't give up, no, no, no. Don't give up, don't give up, don't give up, no, no, no. I'm free to be the greatest liar. I'm free to be the greatest here tonight. The greatest, the greatest, the greatest
Only the best.
This was all you, none of it me. You put your hands on my body and told me. You told me you were ready for the big one, for the big jump. I'd be your last love, everlasting, you and me. That was what you told me. I'm giving you up, I'm forgiving.
you all the way down. I'm giving you up, I'm forgiving it all. You set me free. Oh. Send my love to your new life. Treat her better. Gotta let go of all of our goals. We both know we ain't kids no more. Send my love to your new life. Treat her better. Gotta let go of all of our goals. We both know we ain't kids no more. If you're ready, if you're ready, if you're ready, I'm ready. If you're ready, if you're ready, we both know we ain't kids no more. No, we ain't kids no more. I'm giving you up, I'm forgiving it all. You set me free. Send my love to your new life. Treat her better. Gotta let go of all of our goals. We both know we ain't kids no more. Send my love to your new life. Treat her better. Gotta let go of all of our goals. We both know we ain't kids no more. If you're ready, if you're ready, if you're ready, I'm ready. Gotta let go of all of our goals. We both know we ain't kids no more. If you're ready, if you're ready, if you're ready, I'm ready. Gotta let go of all of our goals. We both know we ain't kids no more. Please, won't you wait? Won't you stay? At least until the sun goes down. When you're gone, I lose faith. I lose everything I have found. Heartstrings, violence. That's what I hear when you're by my side. Yeah, that's what I hear when you're by my side. But when we go, the music go whoa, 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 whoa. I lose my rhythm, lose my soul, whoa, 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 whoa. So hear me out before you see the night is over. I want you to know that we can't carry on. So don't let this be our final song. Don't let this be our final song. So hear me out before you see the night is over. I want you to know that we can't carry on. So don't let this be our final song. Baby, when we were young, there was nothing to make believe. And the songs that we sang, they were written for you and me. Melodies on repeat, that's what I hear when you're by my side. Yeah, that's what I hear when you're by my side. When we go, the music go whoa, 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 whoa. I lose my rhythm, lose my soul, whoa, 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 whoa. So hear me out before you see the night is over. I want you to know that we can't carry on. So don't let this be our final song. Don't let this be our
honestly, would you still love me the same if I showed you my flaws? If I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? Right about now. If I judge for life, man, would you stay by my side? Or is you gonna say goodbye? Can you tell me right now? If I couldn't buy you the fancy things in life, shawty, would it be alright? Come on, show me that you do. Now tell me, would you really ride for me? Baby, tell me, would you die for me? Would you spend your whole life with me? Would you be there to always hold me down? Tell me, would you really cry for me? Baby, don't lie to me. If I didn't have anything, I wanna know, would you stick around? If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? Skiddly down, 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 down. All I want is somebody real who don't need much. I gotta know that I can trust to be here when money low. If I did not have nothing else to give but love, would that even be enough? Y'all me need to know. Now tell me, would you really ride for me? Baby, tell me, would you die for me? Would you spend your whole life with me? Would you be there to always hold me down? Tell me, would you really cry for me? Baby, don't lie to me. If I didn't have anything, I wanna know, would you stick around? If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? Tell me, would you want me? Tell me, would you call me? If you knew I wasn't ballin', 'cause I need a girl who's always by my side. Tell me, do you need me? Tell me, do you love me? Or is you just trying to play me? 'Cause I need a girl to hold me down for life. If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? Would you still love me the same?
Only the best.
Yeah, found cigarettes in your Fendi coat, even though we don't even smoke. I was changing your access codes. Yeah, I can tell you no one knew. Yeah, you've been acting so conspicuous. You flip it on me, say I did too much. You're moving different when we make love. Baby, tell me, ooh, love, I wanna know the truth. Ooh, love, I know it's someone new. We gotta make it easy. When you can sleep, yeah, the sheets keep waking me up at night. Just a minute, ooh, love, I wanna reply. Stuttering when you reply. You can't even look me in the eye. I can tell I know you're lying. Cause you've been acting so conspicuous. Flip it on me, say I think too much. We're moving different while we're making love. So baby, tell me, do you love now? I wanna know the truth. Do you love now? I know it's someone new. If we gotta make it easy, where you been sleeping? This shit is keeping me up at night. Just a minute. Do you love now? I wanna know. You've been acting so conspicuous. Flip it on me, say I think too much. Moving different when we're making love. Baby, tell me. Do you love me now? I wanna know the truth. Do you love me now? I know it's someone new. If we gotta make it easy, where you been sleeping? The shit is keeping me up at night. Just a minute. Do you love me now? I wanna know.
He is a hustler, he's no good at all. He is a loser, he's a bum. He has a class, he's unreliable. He is a sucker with a gun. I know you told me I should stay away. I know you said he's just a dog astray. He's a bad boy with a tainted heart. And even I wasn't so smart. But mama, I'm in love like a criminal. And this type of love isn't rational, it's physical. Mama, please don't cry, I will be alright. All reason inside, I just can't deny. Love a guy. He was a villain by the devil's law. He is a killer just for fun. That boy's a snitch and unpredictable. He's got no conscience, he got none. I know I should let go right now. 'Cause he's a bad boy with a tainted heart. And even I know this ain't smart. But mama, I'm in love like a criminal. And this type of love isn't rational, it's physical. Mama, please don't cry, I will be alright. All reason aside, I just can't deny. Love a guy. And he's got my name tattooed on his lucky charm. So I guess it's okay. He's with 'Cause mama, I'm in love with a criminal. And this type of love isn't rational, it's physical. Mama, please don't cry, I will be alright. All reason aside, I just can't deny love is right. Mama, I'm in love with a criminal. And this type of love isn't rational, it's physical. Mama, please don't cry, I will be alright. All reason aside, I just can't deny love is right.
Something in his eyes, he's keeping secrets. I don't know why you. There's something in his eyes, he's keeping secrets.
What a really drop a bombshell, baby. Guess you really didn't think I'd find out. When the silence cries, on the side where the lights out. Know that you feel it, know that you feel it, holding on my heart and head. Falling out of love again. Falling on my in bed. Falling out of love again. And I feel very young, like sipping on my girl, sipping wine like I don't know about you, about you, about you. Something in his eyes, just keeping secrets. I don't know about you, about you, about you. Something in his eyes, just keeping secrets. I'ma have to take a moment shot, baby. What you doing to me, coming on out. On my knees, I'm praying. In the room on the floor with the lights on. Close in the kitchen, I'ma light it and leave it for you. Holding on my heart and head. Falling out of love again. Falling on my in bed. Falling out of love again. Stepping very, very young, like sipping on my girl, sipping wine like I don't know about you, about you, about you. Something in his eyes, just keeping secrets. I don't know about you, about you, about you. Something in his eyes, just keeping secrets.
Only the best.
Do you remember when we moved out? My mom said I love you, but it's a small house. So we changed up and saved up, gave up our town. We were dangerous, couldn't tame us, what's missing now? Time. Suddenly we got no time. We're so busy doing life. Gotta miss your eye on mine. If you just focus on me like we were 16 and planning our lives. Can I wear your t-shirt and sleep on you while I dream of all the good times when we were 16? Do you teacher said, you're too young, too stupid, don't lose your head. But years gone and we held on with the best intent. Just two kids who kicked it on MSN. Oh, time, suddenly